Chapter 82. Tang Wulin reflexively turned toward Tang Wuling, and a smile appeared on his face at the sight of her concerned expression. Big brother, I have everyone's hopes on me, and I have the glory of Shrek Academy on my shoulders. How can I lose like this? Sorry, brother, I really can't admit defeat. He swung his arm and concentrated all his strength on his right golden dragon claw. 5 beams of dark golden light streaked across the sky toward Long Yu, who had already arrived in front of him. He can still attack? Seeing this scene, the people in the stands were all shocked. What kind of willpower does he have? How can he attack again after being severely injured? Long Yu subconsciously raised his right leg and blocked the golden dragon dreadclaw with it. The 5 beams of dark golden light cut 5 deep marks on his knee. His 10-meter-tall body couldn't help but sway. The excruciating pain caused Long Yu to roar with fury, and right before the eyes of the entire audience, he stomped his massive right foot viciously toward Tang Wulin. Exclamations of surprise resounded throughout the Xingluo Stadium. In the waiting area, almost all the people of Shrek Academy rushed out. The only ones who stayed were Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. Even Dai Yuner and the others from Monster Academy couldn't help but cover their mouths, their eyes full of horror. Lunatic Long, this is Lunatic Long. With this stomp, all the audience saw was blood splattering everywhere. With such a heavy stomp, even steel would be deformed from the stomp. Madman Long didn't seem to be satisfied. He raised his right foot again, then stomped down viciously toward Tang Wulin's body. Many people covered their eyes. Boom! The ground caved in, dust flew up, and smoke covered the arena. The arena fell into an extreme silence. On the stage, Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia's eyes were bloodshot. No one noticed that Tang Wulin had disappeared. After the smoke and dust dispersed, the audience saw that the sunken ground was covered with blood, but Tang Wulin was nowhere to be seen. Look, behind Long Yu! Someone suddenly shouted. This attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Long Yu's back. The next moment, everyone was stunned. They saw a beautiful blue-haired boy of about 16 years old standing with his back to Long Yu. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his ice-blue robe fluttered. There was an otherworldly aura around him, and his appearance was unparalleled. It was hard to describe the boy's appearance as so beautiful that it could overturn the moon and put flowers to shame. He didn't look like an ordinary person at all, but everyone had a feeling that they had seen him somewhere before. The temperature around the boy's body rapidly began to drop. Frost could even be seen now. 7 colored clouds began to appear in the sky, revealing a sense of mystery. In his arms, he was holding Tang Wulin, who was covered in wounds. His chest was badly mutilated, and Frost froze his wounds to stop them from worsening. Long Yu turned around and saw that person. The madness in his eyes erupted, and he rushed toward him. No! Grace suddenly stood up and shouted at Long Yu. However, the crazed Long Yu didn't listen to anyone at all. He rushed toward the boy and stabbed the blue-haired boy with his spear. The boy slowly turned his face. There was a trace of blood in his cold blue eyes. He glanced at Long Yu and said, "Little brat, you've got guts." In the next moment, Long Yu's body stiffened. An invisible pressure directly pressed Long Yu to the ground, but the pressure didn't stop. Instead, it became stronger. Crack! Long Yu's bones began to crack. It was obvious that some of his bones couldn't withstand the pressure and began to break. His knees were bleeding, and the ground where Long Yu was kneeling began to cave in. Boom! The pressure increased again. This time, Long Yu was directly pressed to the ground. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking was very clear. Ah! He cried out in pain. The boy had no intention of letting him go. The pressure became even stronger. Long Yu is still young and ignorant. I beg Ancestor Lingbing Dolaw to let Long Yu go. I beg Ancestor Lingbing Dolaw to let Long Yu go. Grace suddenly appeared on the stage and kowtowed in front of the blue-haired boy. Silence. Everyone was shocked. Ancestor Lingbing Dolaw? Lingbing Dolaw? Lingbing Dolaw. That was the legendary Lingbing Da ancestor Yuhao. Dai Tianling stood up in a panic and removed the crown from his head. Dai Weiyan and Dai Yuner stared at the blue-haired boy in shock. In the next moment, everyone from the Xianra Empire, including Dai Tianling, Dai Yueyin, and Dai Yuner, fell to their knees. Greetings, Lingbingdao, ancestor Yuhao. May the ancestor live forever. May the ancestor live forever. Yuhao, I'm not the emperor. Z, no, you are. In their hearts, you are. On the side of Doluo, Tang Yaobing and the others from the Federation were extremely excited. Lingbing Doluo. It was the legendary Lingbing Doluo. Hui Yuhao. Elder Kai and Wu Zhongkong stood up and placed their right hands over their hearts. They knelt on one knee. This was the standard salute of the Shrek Academy. Xie Sun and the others were shocked. They actually saw this legendary figure again. Compared to the people of Doluo, the people of Xingluo were even more excited. In their hearts, Lingbing Dao, Hui Yuhao, was a peerless hero. They blindly believed that one day he would descend upon the world on a rainbow cloud. Don't complain, just know it in your heart. And now, he really did descend upon the world. There were no rainbow clouds. He just appeared in an instant. He saved the heavily injured Tang Wulin. Let him go. Hua. Yuhao glanced at Long Yu and said plainly, "Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill him." Long Yu is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius on Xingluo, Grace said hurriedly. What does that have to do with me? Hui Yuhao said coldly. Well, Long Yu is not a bad person. He just has a hard time controlling his emotions, Grace said. What does that have to do with me? Hui Yuhao said coldly. Well, Long Yu. This time, before Grace could finish, Hui Yuhao interrupted her. What does that have to do with me? It's good enough that I didn't kill him. If he can't even control his martial soul and emotions, how can he be his soul master? He should go back to farming as soon as possible. And Hui Yuhao glanced at the unconscious Tang Wulin in his arms. If this kid dies, the Monster Academy will cease to exist. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Just who is this Tang Wulin? Even ancestor Hui Yuhao is protecting him? The next moment, the terrible pressure disappeared. Long Yu had regained consciousness. He struggled to his feet and looked at Hui Yuhao, who was very close to him. This boy is younger than me. Is he really the legendary, peerless expert from 10,000 years ago? Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow and waved his hand gently. Crack! Long Yu was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This is your punishment. If there's a next time, it won't be this simple. Hui Yuhao and Tang Wulin slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Farewell, Lingbing Doluo, everyone from Xingluo said in a loud voice. Grace dragged the frozen Long Yu to the rostrum. Teacher, Dai Tianling wanted to say something, but Grace raised her hand to stop him. Remember, never make an enemy of Tang Wulin. Yes, sir. Compared to the people from Doluo, the people from Xingluo were even more excited and shocked. In their hearts, Lingbing Doluo and Hui Yuhao were the peerless hero. They all believed that one day, he would return to the world on a rainbow cloud. Don't complain. Just know it in your heart. And now, he really did return to the world. There were no rainbow clouds. He just appeared in an instant. He saved the seriously injured Tang Wulin. Let him go. Yuhao glanced at Long Yu and said indifferently, Give me a reason not to kill him. Grace said hurriedly, Long Yu is a rare genius in Xingluo. What does it have to do with me? Hui Yuhao said coldly. Well, Long Yu is not a bad person. He just can't control his emotions, Grace said. What does it have to do with me? Hui Yuhao said coldly. But, Long Yu. NCI didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before Hui Yuhao cut in. What does that have to do with me? I should be grateful that I didn't kill him. If he can't control his martial soul and emotions, how can he be his soul master? He should go back to farming as soon as possible. And Hui Yuhao looked at the unconscious Tang Wulin in his arms. If this kid dies, the Monster Academy doesn't need to exist anymore. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Just who is this Tang Wulin? Even ancestor Hui Yuhao is protecting him? The next moment, the terrible pressure disappeared. Long Yu had regained consciousness. He struggled to his feet and looked at Hui Yuhao, who was very close to him. This boy is younger than me. Is he really the legendary, peerless expert from 10,000 years ago? Yuhao furrowed his brow and waved his hand gently. Crack! Long Yu was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This is your punishment. If there's a next time, it won't be this simple. Yuhao and Tang Wulin slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Goodbye, Lingbing Doluo. All the students of Xingluo said in a loud voice. Grace dragged the frozen Long Yu to the rostrum. Teacher, Dai Tianling wanted to say something, but Grace raised her hand to stop him. Remember, never make an enemy out of Tang Wulin. Yes, sir. That was so scary. Is that the strength of Master Lingbing Do? He is so powerful. He doesn't have any soul power at all. No wonder he is Master Lingbing Dolo. I think I have fallen in love with that master boss. He was taken away by Lingbing Doloa. Xiesun said. Guyu looked at the sky in silence. Back in Tang Wulin's room, Yuhao placed Tang Wulin on the bed and called out, Mu Yi. In the next moment, an old man stepped out from the shadows. Master, take good care of him and feed him this. Yuhao said. Do everything you can to heal him. Then, he tossed a green jade bottle to Mu Yi. Yes, as you wish. Master, what are you going to do next? Mu Yi asked as he caught the jade bottle. What am I going to do? I'm just going to teach this ignorant junior a lesson. Yuhao's appearance slowly changed into a white-haired young man. It was Tang Wulin. Then, he slowly disappeared from the room. Mu Yi helped Tang Wulin up and opened the jade bottle. Suddenly, a majestic life force flowed out of the bottle, and milky white pills poured out. Master, how many pills did you tell me to feed Wulin? Mu Yi was stunned. Forget it. I'll feed him all of them. Mu Yi poured 4 milky white pills into Tang Wulin's mouth. Boom! Vigorous life force and a tremendous amount of energy surged out of Tang Wulin's body. Mu Yi benefited greatly from the combination. He only had 100 years left to live, but now he felt as if his lifespan had increased by 100 years. More importantly, the bottleneck of a rank 95 super Deloa that had remained stagnant for decades was beginning to loosen. Just what kind of pill is this? Mui thought for a moment. Then he walked into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with hot water. He took out a few bottles from his storage-type soul tool and poured them into the bathtub according to a certain ratio. The water in the bathtub began to change color. Finally, it turned into a vat of indigo liquid. Mu Yi slowly lowered Tang Wulin's body into the vat. A faint smile appeared on his face. Haha, kid, you can't die even if you want to now. On the stage, since Yuan and Yehue had admitted defeat, Tang Wulin's opponent was Long Yu. Tang Wulin glanced at Long Yu in an indifferent manner. She didn't think that he would be able to break free from the freezing spell. Long Yu reflexively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tang Wulin was a fearsome opponent. Let the finals begin. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Long Yu took the lead. Mountain river, swamp, river, earthquake. He unleashed 4 soul skills at the same time. A towering mountain peak appeared, followed by a swamp, a surging swamp, and a fissure in the earth. Faced with this unfathomable opponent, Tang Wulin, Long Yu could only go all out and unleash his strongest combination skill. Tang Wulin stretched lazily. He slowly extended his right hand and gestured for the attacks to stop. Instantly, the attacks stopped. Turn back, Tang Wulin said. Then the soul skills turned around and shot back at Long Yu. What? Long Yu was shocked. So was the audience. What's going on? Long Yu's attack was reflected back at Long Yu. Long Yu reacted quickly and dodged the soul skills. When he looked at Tang Wulin again, he found that he was gone. Before Long Yu could react, a fair and delicate hand suddenly grabbed his neck. Although the hand was small, it contained a terrifying power that made Long Yu unable to breathe. Boy, your cultivation is still too shallow, Tang Wulin said calmly. Long Yu's body trembled. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. As soon as Tang Wulin finished speaking, he grabbed Long Yu and slammed him to the ground. Puff! Long Yu's pupils constricted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The ground caved in, and debris flew in all directions. together with the scarlet blood. It was a bloody and violent scene. When the dust settled, Long Yu was lying on the ground, extremely weak. Tang Wulin kicked the weak Long Yu with the tip of his right foot. Long Yu was kicked into the air, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, Tang Wulin appeared directly above Long Yu. Boy, do you remember how you dealt with Wulin? Just like Tang Wulin directly stomped on Long Yu's chest. Puff. Everyone in the audience cried out in alarm and covered their eyes. They didn't dare to watch. Grace couldn't bear to watch and close her eyes. Dai Tianling covered his eyes with his hands. He didn't dare to watch. On the stage, Tang Wulin's right foot was covered in blood. He was stepping on the unconscious Long Yu's bloody chest. Like this. Tang Wuling's eyes were slightly bloodshot, and she wiped the blood from her right cheek as she spoke in a cold voice. You? The referee wanted to say something, but Tang Wulin looked at the referee and said, "What's wrong with giving him a taste of his own medicine?" This. The referee was speechless. Don't worry, this boy is still breathing. I'm already being merciful by not killing him, Tang Wulin said calmly. He stretched lazily and slowly disappeared from the stage. The individual competition is over. The winner is Shrek Academy's Tang Wulin. The referee said in a daze. There was a moment of silence. The people of the Xianra Empire were silent. No one said anything. There was no cursing, no noise, absolute strength. This was absolute strength. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. As expected, it was domineering. This was absolute strength. In the continent of Doloa, strength was everything. The strong were the kings, so strong. Dai Yin'er took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Dai Tianling tried to calm himself down. This child can't be an enemy. That child left just like that. Doesn't he want the reward? That's a soul bone, Dai Tianling muttered. Grace shook her head. It's not that he doesn't want it. It's just that he doesn't like it. Moreover, that soul bone isn't worthy of him. Teacher, forget it. Give that soul bone to their teacher. Now let's go save Long Yu. Although Long Yu's been heavily injured and his confidence has collapsed, I believe that Long Yu can survive. Tang Xiaoyuan remained silent. What's wrong? Tang Xiaojia looked at Tang Xiaoyuan. If it were me, I would definitely kill that Long Yu, Tang Xiaoyuan said. In Tang Wulin's room, Tang Wulin sat in the bathtub. The wound on his chest had already healed with the help of the 4 miraculous pills. Yes, the 4 pills were actually a new divine pill that Tang Wulin had created by combining the Qingquan Fortune Pill and the Great Spring Restoration Pill. It had a vitality greater than the Great Spring Restoration Pill and more powerful than the Qingquan Fortune Pill. As for its name, he called it the Qingquan Fate Reversal Pill. Tang Wulin's body was filled with vitality. Tang Wulin's pale complexion began to recover. Muyi also entered a meditative state. He had his own fortuitous encounter, and if he could seize it, he could very well become a hyper-Da or even a limit Doloa. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin. In the next moment, he seemed to sense something. 8 extraordinary meridians. Ha! Wulin has actually opened all 8 of his extraordinary meridians. Oh, he even compressed the medicinal power. Is he trying to accumulate strength? If he had refined all of the medicinal power, he might have reached rank 59 by now. Wait. Is he trying to use the medicinal power to break through the seal? Tang Wulin was slightly shocked. However, he quickly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was able to withstand the 6th seal. All of a sudden, Tang Wulin felt a violent aura erupt from Tang Wulin's body. Golden blood essence suddenly erupted from Tang Wulin's body, and golden scales began to cover his body. His chest was already covered in golden scales, and 2 golden blood essence soul rings appeared. In the next moment, a 3rd golden blood essence soul ring appeared. Immediately thereafter, an insignia suddenly appeared on his right hand, and a beam of golden light shot forth from within, following which a double-pointed golden spear was plunged into the ground. The spear didn't appear to have been forged from any kind of metal. Instead, it appeared to have been constructed from wood. The spear was 6 meters long, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard around it. "Huh, you're awake?" "Yes. Thank you, big brother." "No need to thank me. You're my little brother. That long you won't be able to do anything to you now." "Yes, I feel the same way. If I were to meet Long Yu again, I definitely wouldn't lose. Here, this is your weapon from now on. It's called the Golden Dragon Spear." "Golden Dragon Spear. Don't get too cocky yet. Come with me, Wulin. I'm going to teach you how to use the Golden Dragon Spear. Also, there are some things you need to pay attention to when using the Golden Dragon Spear." A week later, the tournament was still going on, but Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin didn't show up. Long Yu had long since recovered. He realized that he wasn't the #1 genius in the world. There were many geniuses who were more powerful than him. The 15-year-old Tang Wulin and his older brother Tang Wulin were the best examples. They were both peerless geniuses, and some of them were even more powerful than him. Therefore, he put away his arrogant temperament. Yi Xinglan had used her own hard work to obtain her own one-word battle armor and defeated the captain of the Skywild Academy. Yu Jingyu had also defeated the vice-captain of the Skywild Academy. Just like that, they had won. They entered the finals. There was still an hour before the tournament began, but Xingluo Stadium was already packed to the brim. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Fong'er had arrived early and was ready to commentate. For the safety of both teams, the officials had specially arranged for 4 referees, all of whom were titled Dolaw, for today's match. "They're here," someone shouted, and the audience looked in the direction of the waiting area at the same time. Both teams entered almost at the same time. The green uniforms of the Shrek Academy and the red uniforms of the Monster Academy formed a sharp contrast. The members of both teams did not interact with each other. Instead, they quickly entered the competition venue and sat down in their respective areas to rest. The Monster Academy team was led by Dragon King Long Yu, followed by Tiger King Dai Yuan, Wind King Lin San, Fox King Su Mu, Wolf King Hua Lantang, Pagoda King Yi Ji, Shadow King Tung Tung, and Spirit King Dai Yuner. The 8 kings were all present. The Shrek Academy team consisted of Guyu, Yi Xinglan, Yuan and Yehue, Yu Jingyu, Xia Sun, Su Xiaoyan, and Su Lizzie, Byakuya, and the other 8. Elder Kai and Wu Zhongkong frowned as they looked at Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. "Sir, are we not going to wait for her and Wulin to come back?" Wu Zhongkong asked. "Don't worry. They will come back at the most critical moment. I'm sure they will. Byakuya will take their place for now." Dai Tianling stood up and glanced around the Xingluo Stadium. All of a sudden, the audience stood up at the same time. They clenched their right fists and placed them in front of their chests. This was their way of showing respect to their emperor. I'm very happy to be able to witness such a competition. Right now, I'm just as excited as you are. I'm also a spectator looking forward to the exciting match, Dai Tianling said with a smile. I want to say something because I have high hopes for this competition. Monster Academy and Shrek Academy represent the strongest academies on the continent of Xingluo and the continent of Doloa, respectively. I hope that both sides will carry out today's match on the basis of friendship first and competition second. This will be the best exchange of ideas. In this competition, the officials will also take out more prizes to reward both sides. Regardless of the final outcome, every contestant will receive a treasure that will be beneficial to their cultivation. All right, now, I announce the star of the competition. The 4 referees walked to the center of the stage. Let's welcome the first contestants to the stage, the old man said in a deep voice. The first contestant from Shrek Academy to stand up was Yi Xinglan. She had the Star God's sword martial soul, and was also the only one with a full set of one-word battle armor. When Yi Xinglan stood up, the crowd gasped in admiration. The first contestant from Monster Academy to stand up was Fox King Su Mu. He was ranked 3rd among the 8 heavenly kings and had once lost to Tang Wulin. Both contestants walked out of the waiting area and went straight to the stage. Yi Xinglan didn't even look at Su Mu, as if she didn't care who her opponent was. Su Mu strode forward, and the two of them stepped onto the stage at the same time. The first match was about morale, so it was very important for both sides. Yi Xinglan won the first match, so I won't write about it in detail. The second match was between Yuan and Yehue and Dai Yuan. As you all know, Yuan and Yehue won. Our next opponent is Long Yu, right? Guyu asked. Everyone nodded. Guyu pondered for a moment. Byakuya, you go. Byakuya paused, then smiled. You want to buy time? Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll get Dance Spirit to bring Wulin back. Byakuya slowly walked onto the stage. Who is this contestant? Fang'er had recovered and was about to continue her commentary. The audience was stunned to see the contestant from Shrek Academy walk out of the waiting area. Who is this 12-year-old girl? However, anyone who had watched the first match would have an impression of her, because she is. I just checked the contestant's profile. Her name is Byakuya, Shrek's inner core disciple. His cultivation level seems to be. It didn't continue because she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Is it really possible? A 12-year-old soul sage. Long Yu looked at Byakuya, who had no impression of her at all. Why is she participating in the competition? The four judges were also extremely shocked because this young girl gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if there was a primordial beast slumbering within her body. Byakuya took a deep breath. It's just a little mountain dragon king. It's not worth mentioning. I was once a divine beast that devoured gods. Guyu, senior Byakuya is an inner court disciple, so she's their senior, Xie said worriedly. Yeah, her opponent is the mountain dragon king, Long Yu. She won't. She used to be the wolf king. Su Funner. Guyu whispered the last sentence. Begin. Following the referee's command, Long Yu immediately took out his spear and stabbed it towards Bai Yi. For purple and 3 black soul rings appeared, forming a total of 6 soul rings. Show me your soul rings, Long Yu said. Byakuya sneered. You're not worthy. At this moment, Baiye's fingernails suddenly grew longer. Each fingernail was 10 centimeters long. External soul bone, Long Yu exclaimed. Byakuya reached out with her right claw and grabbed the tip of Long Yu's spear. At this moment, White Knight's right hand grabbed the spear's handle and pulled back with all his might. Long Yu's spear fell out of his hand and landed in White Knight's. She casually weighed the spear in her hand and threw it aside. How is this possible? Long Yu was shocked. The mountain dragon spear was made for him by the Monster Academy. He was the only one who could lift it. How could a 12-year-old girl lift it so easily? It's just a piece of scrap metal. Do you really think it's heavy? Byakuya said indifferently. You're asking for trouble. Long Yu was furious. His first 3 purple soul rings lit up together. Mountain, river, swamp. Towering mountains and rolling rivers rushed toward Byakuya. Byakuya wanted to move, but the swamp bound her. Byakuya was startled. Long Yu picked up his spear again. Mountain Dragon King's fury. His 6th soul ring lit up. His body expanded by 3 times, and he swung his mountain dragon spear at the immobilized White Knight. Seeing the spear coming towards White Knight curled his lips in disdain and grabbed the spear with his claws. Clang! Sparks flew between the wolf claws and the spear. Long Yu was pushed back 5 steps, but Byakuya was unharmed. On the contrary, she broke free from the swamp with the help of the recoil. Mountain suppression. Mountain peaks appeared above Byakuya's head, and an aura as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on Byakuya. Let's see how you're going to suppress me. Byakuya snorted coldly. Her right claw formed a blade and slashed at the mountain peaks in the air. Boom! The towering mountain peaks were split apart by Byakuya's right hand. Hiss! Long Yu sucked in a breath. Splitting mountains with her bare hands? Is she still human? One had to know that although these mountains were formed from his martial soul, they were no different from real mountains. The only difference was that they were a little smaller. Do you think I'm a god of battle? You want to use mountains to suppress me? Dream on. Bai Yi had appeared behind Long Yu at some point and clawed at him. I'll give you mountains and rivers. The first claw mark appeared on Long Yu's back. I'll let you have rivers. The second claw mark appeared on Long Yu's chest. I'll let you have swamps. The third claw mark appeared on Long Yu's thigh. I'll let you have earthquakes. The fourth claw mark appeared on his left shoulder. I'll let you have the fury of the mountain dragon king. I'll let you have mountains. Finally, she clawed at his heart twice. Crack, crack. Blood splattered everywhere. Long Yu weakly clutched at the wound on his chest. In this life-threatening situation, he released his two-word battle armor, and his cultivation soared to the contra level. Baiyu was slightly taken aback by the aura, but it was only a slight shock. Byakuya's wolf claws began to emit a special blood-red aura. Byakuya paused, remembering Guyu's instructions before the competition. Remember, you just need to stall for time. Stall for time? Heh, I really don't like stalling. Byakuya flexed her claws, and a long white wolf tail appeared behind her. Her ears turned into pointed wolf ears, and white fur covered her body. A golden vertical eye opened on her forehead, with 5 black and 2 red eyes floating around Byakuya. Seeing her soul ring combination, those who had never seen Byakuya gasped. Is she really a 12-year-old girl? The 4 judges were astonished by this soul ring combination. She was just a little girl, yet her soul ring combination was stronger than the 4 of them. Dai Tianling, Grace, and the Xingluo ministers were all stunned. So strong. She's so strong at the age of 12? And she's a little girl. Is this Shrek's strength? A 12-year-old girl is so strong. I just need to stall for time. Why can't I beat him? Byakuya thought. Long Yu clenched his mountain dragon claws and attacked her. Iron Fist of the Mountain Dragon King. Naz is not convinced. White Knight coldly snorted, I'll let you use your Iron Fist. He stretched out his wolf claws and slapped the dragon. Bang! Long Yu flew out like a meteor and slammed into the protective barrier. Byakuya appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. You think you're strong? Yes, you're strong in these people's eyes, but you're nothing compared to me. You're not even worth a fart in front of me. Bai coldly grabbed his neck. I really want to end your life right now. I don't know why, but I hate people like you. I can't wait to kill you right now. Stop. The 4 judges rushed forward to stop Byakuya, but Byakuya glared at them with her third eye. The 4 titled law experts were immobilized. I don't know why. I really want to kill you. Byakuya coldly said, her eyes bloodshot. Her 7th soul ring lit up. Byakuya, stop. Guyu hurriedly said. She knew that Byakuya was about to use the origin power of her soul beast. Byakuya's soul beast transformation was very strange. Her 7th soul ring had a special power that allowed her to return to her original form and temporarily restore her cultivation to its peak. That way, her soul beast transformation would be exposed. Absolutely not. If that happened, Byakuya would be targeted by the entire Xianra Empire. Although Dance Spirit was there, she didn't know where that guy was. Come back quickly. Your junior sister is going crazy. Guyu thought to herself. Byakuya's body suddenly shone brightly. Then, everyone felt as if the sky was darkening. Night had fallen. A full moon hung high in the sky. Under the full moon, a huge silver-white, 3-eyed wolf stood there majestically. When the wolf appeared, all the titled Daw and Contra Soul Sages were stunned. They all looked at the wolf in shock. How is this possible? This aura is a soul beast. 100,000-year soul beast. The titled Doloa were shocked. Then, greed appeared on their faces. 100,000-year soul beast. 100,000-year soul beast. That represented 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. Who wouldn't be tempted? Not to mention the titled Daw. Even the Contra and Soul Sages were greedy. In the resting area, Guyu subconsciously clenched her fists. Byakuya, Yuhao, where are you? Byakuya is in danger. Is that Byakuya's original body? Tang Wulin asked in a daze. It feels so cool. CS Sun said. Now is not the time to say it's cool. Byakuya has been exposed. Guyu said. What? Tang Wulin and everyone else was shocked. If that was the case, then Byakuya was in danger? The wolf's 3 eyes stared at Long Yu. The murderous intent in her eyes could not be concealed. The giant wolf lifted her huge wolf claws and pressed down on the immobile Long Yu. She opened her bloody mouth and was about to devour Long Yu. I remember now. There was once a wolf tribe that was completely slaughtered by your mountain dragon tribe. They didn't do anything wrong, but the mountain dragon clan, which has always been bad-tempered, exterminated the innocent wolf clan just to vent your anger. That wolf clan is my home. This is the fault of the mountain dragon clan. Absolutely unforgivable. But he had a secret that she hadn't told him. She wasn't an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, but a soul beast that could reincarnate. She had already reincarnated 12 times. It could be said that she had a great background in each of her reincarnations, and her memories of each reincarnation hadn't disappeared. In her first life, she still remembered that she was a very powerful protective pet of a white-haired young man. At that time, her master named her Fenrir. She couldn't remember the name of the giant wolf last time, but she remembered it now. That was her happiest reincarnation. At least, she could be together with her most beloved master. However, her master died later. He sacrificed himself for the god realm and his dragon's friends. Fenrir fell into extreme grief and anger, causing her to fall into madness. She began to do evil in the universe, devouring gods, devouring the god realm. The god realm that she destroyed took tens of millions of years to recover. Later, all the gods and immortals in the universe could no longer let her go. They gathered all their forces to suppress her. In that crusade, countless gods fell. She finally collapsed in exhaustion and could no longer stand up. However, this was not the end. Her second reincarnation had just begun. In her second reincarnation, she was an ordinary cat. Later, she learned that in this reincarnation, she was the legendary immortal cat demon. The so-called 9 lives demon cat demon had 9 tails. Every time she died, one of her tails would fall off. Therefore, she relied on her 9 lives to start her revenge. Once again, she shook the universe and destroyed many god realms. However, her actions still attracted the attention of the gods and immortals. She relied on her 9 lives to fight those gods and true immortals for 100 years. In the end, she still died. In her third reincarnation, she was a 9-tailed fox with a jade face and golden fur. However, she learned her lesson this time. This time, she was a 9-tailed fox with a jade face and golden fur that had almost no fighting strength. She only had the ability to charm people. However, she still did not give up. Since she had no fighting strength, she used her own methods to cause chaos in the universe. Yes, she moved again. She moved again. She had her own title, Seductive Charm. All the gods and immortals who had seen her fell into her charms and were unable to extricate themselves. She moved to a place that none of the women had ever reached. She fell into the mortal world. She had charmed the gods and immortals to fall into the mortal world. One could imagine how terrifying she was. Then she still died. The divine emperor of order personally slaughtered this calamity. Let's not talk about the rest. Let's get to the point. Do you think I'll tell you that I'm doing this to make up the numbers? What'd I just say? In her 11th reincarnation, she was the leader of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf Clan, one of the ancient wolf clans. Her clan was wiped out in a huge natural disaster during that period. She also died in that natural disaster. However, that natural disaster was not natural. It was caused by the remaining Mountain Dragon clan who wanted to vent their emotions. That was why she hated the Mountain Dragon clan so much. And now, she was her 12th reincarnation. Go to hell. The Mountain Dragon clan will all die. The giant wolf was about to devour Longyu. The 4 referees hurriedly rushed forward to stop her. Scram! The giant wolf exploded with an unusual aura and sent the 4-titled Dolua flying. I'm going to kill him. You better not look for trouble, the giant wolf said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. The 4-titled Dolua groaned as they stumbled back 5 steps. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They didn't expect such a young girl to possess such immense strength. Now it's time to kill you. The giant wolf raised her huge right claw and slapped it towards Longyu. However, when it was only a fist away from Longyu, a voice rang out. Enough, Byakuya. Stop. A calm voice rang out. When the giant wolf heard this voice, Her body trembled and her right claw froze. It was only a fist away from Long Yu. The giant wolf retracted her right claw and slowly turned her head. A peerlessly beautiful white-haired youth entered her sight. He was standing on the stage, just like that. Senior, senior. The giant wolf's pupils shrank. You're finally back. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief. So you're saying that boss has also recovered? CS Sun asked with joy. There seems to be a bag in front. Tang Wulin jumped out. That should be CS Sun. I hit the wrong person. Of course he's fine. Do you want me to die? A young man's voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw Tang Wulin looking at them with a gentle smile. Captain. Everyone rushed up to him. Captain, you're fine? You were injured so badly. CS Sun grabbed Tang Wulin's arm and examined it. Tang Wulin struggled free and said, I'm fine. My brother is omnipotent. I was injured so badly, but I recovered in just a few minutes. Then, if you're fine, why didn't you come back earlier? Everyone was confused. Hee. My brother took me to train. Let me tell you, if I meet Long Yu again, I definitely won't lose. My brother's training is worse than my injuries. Tang Wulin said as he touched his bruised arm. It was really painful. He looked at the figure on the stage again. He really didn't want to experience his brother's training again. Wasn't that young man standing on the stage Tang Wulin? Tang Wulin slowly walked in front of the giant wolf. At this moment, he was looking at the giant wolf with a serious expression. That's enough, Byakuya. Long Yu is a human, not a mountain dragon. Don't be blinded by hatred. If you vent your hatred on a human, it won't be you at all. Senior, the giant wolf was surrounded by white light and gradually shrank. Byakuya looked wronged, like a little girl next door who made a mistake. Senior, I didn't do it on purpose. I just... She lowered her head and said. Tang Wulin smiled helplessly and patted her head. Byakuya's face instantly turned red when Tang Wulin patted her head. That's enough, Byakuya. There's no need to argue with this guy. Let's go, Tang Wulin said. Oh, okay. Byakuya nodded. Tang Wulin pulled Byakuya away from the stage. Then, the dying Long Yu was also carried away by the paramedics. Below the stage, brother. Tang Wulin walked up to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin smiled and patted his head. Wulin, I'll leave the team battle to you and everyone else. Don't lose. Tang Wulin patted his chest. Don't worry, brother. I won't lose again. A few hours later, Long Yu, who had recovered from his injuries, stood up. Brother Long, Dai Yuan wanted to say something. Long Yu shook his head. Shrek, you really are the Shrek. You have so many experts. But without those two, we still have a chance of winning. Dai Yuner faltered slightly before turning to look at Tang Wulin in the distance. Tang Wulin seemed to have sensed her gaze as well, and turned to look at her. However, she only glanced at her briefly before walking away without looking back. Dai Yuner's eyes were a little lonely. He didn't say anything to me. It was a 7-on-17 battle. Long Yu, the Dragon King. Tiger King Dai Yuan, Fox King Su Mu, Wind King Lin San, Wolf King Hua Lantang, Tower King Yi, and Shadow King Tung Tung. Tang Wulin, the Shrek Academy team. Guyu, Yi Xinglan, Yuan and Yehue, Yu Jingyu, CS Sun, and Su Xiaoyan were the team members. Both teams had entered the stage. Tang Wulin stood at the front of Shrek's team. Guyu was behind him, and Yuan and Yehue and Yi Xinglan were behind her. Yu Jingyu was at the back, and Su Xiaoyan and CS Sun were in front of him. They formed a diamond-shaped formation. It looked a little strange. Long Yu stood at the front of the Monster Academy team. Dai Yuan and Hua Lantang stood behind him. Su Mu, the Control-type Soul Master, was in the middle, and 2 Agility-type Soul Masters were on either side of him. Yi Ji, the Tower King, was at the back. It was almost a triangular formation. The 2 teams looked at each other from a distance, their eyes shining brightly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The referee's excited voice announced the start of the battle. Tang Wulin's body flashed, and he was the first to rush out. 3 golden soul rings lit up under his feet as he activated Golden Dragon Body. Scales covered his body, and a pair of golden dragon claws stretched out. His whole body glowed with a dazzling golden light as he shot toward his opponent like a golden arrow. Guyu tapped the ground with the tips of her toes and followed closely behind. Her body was surrounded by green light, and she was not slow either. The rest of the team rushed out at the same time, maintaining a certain formation as they pressed toward the Monster Academy team. Long Yu strode out to meet Tang Wulin. He released his martial soul, his body swelled, and his double-tipped spear appeared in his hand. His eyes flashed as he fixed his gaze on Tang Wulin. Behind him, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shone, and beams of light shot out and fell on his teammates. It was the Tower King, Yi Ji. As a Soul King, Yi Ji was very good at controlling the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Beams of light fell on her teammates, and their cultivation soared, increasing their attributes by nearly 50%. For a moment, the Shrek Academy team was completely overwhelmed. Tiger King Dai Yueyin and Wolf King Hua Lantang, the 2 Assault-type Soul Masters, stepped out with her. They followed Long Yu and charged toward the Shrek Academy team. A ring of light flashed under their feet. It was Su Mu's halo. The Control-type Soul Master had also made his move. As long as the Shrek Academy team stepped into the range of the halo, they would be affected by Su Mu's halo. One was strengthening, and the other was weakening. Once the Control-type Soul Masters and the Auxiliary-type Soul Masters were fully utilized, the Shrek Academy team would be at an absolute disadvantage. Golden light flashed in Tang Wulin's right hand, and a golden double-pointed spear appeared in his hand. The spear seemed to be made of wood, but the sharp tip gave off a terrifying cold light. He closed his eyes and seemed to be comprehending something. He held the spear with one hand and pointed it at Long Yu. Long Yu took out his mountain dragon spear and thrust it toward Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin, who had closed his eyes, smiled and slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had already turned scarlet. The golden spear turned into a beam of golden light and stabbed toward the mountain dragon spear. Long Yu curled his lips in disdain. In his opinion, Tang Wulin's wooden spear would be destroyed in an instant by his mountain dragon spear. However, clang, crack, the mountain dragon's spear shattered. Long Yu was shocked. How is this possible? This golden wooden spear actually shattered my mountain dragon spear made of alloy. How is this possible? Tang Wulin hefted the golden spear and smiled. It was just as his brother had said. The golden dragon spear could restrain any metal. He closed his eyes, and Long Yu suddenly felt a sense of oppression. No, he couldn't let this continue. Everyone, attack Tang Wulin together. Hurry! Long Yu hurriedly yelled. However, the others, they were currently fighting against the other members of Shrek Academy. They were too busy. Tang Wulin smiled and opened his eyes. He assumed a bow stance, and his golden dragon spear shone with light. An illusory 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly appeared and surrounded Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin stomped his feet and rushed toward Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. Spear, like dragon, roar. The illusory golden dragon carried Long Yu and rushed toward the protective barrier in the distance. Boom! Long Yu was viciously slammed into the protective barrier, and the golden dragon spear had already pierced deep into his chest. Long Yu was astonished as he discovered that his soul power and life force were rapidly depleting. Tang Wulin pulled out his golden dragon spear and pressed the tip of the spear against Long Yu's neck. You're at a disadvantage now. Long Yu gritted his teeth. I don't believe this. How can I lose to someone I've already defeated? No, this can't be real. In the resting area, Tang Wulin, Tang Xiaoyuan, and Tang Xiaojia were all looking at Tang Wulin on the stage. Hey, Yuhao, who is Byakuya? Tang Xiaojia suddenly asked. Byakuya had already gone back to rest, and that was why she was asking this question. Byakuya, Tang Wulin was looking at the competition on the stage in a daze. Byakuya is Byakuya, not anyone else, he said in a very strange manner. The two women faltered slightly upon hearing this, and said, I know that you two don't like Byakuya, but she's only a child, so please don't be so against her. She needs friends, and she's already been alone for far too long. Tang Wulin spoke with a peculiar look in his eyes. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia glanced at one another. Oh, we understand. But can't you tell us who she really is? Tang Wulin shook his head. No, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. So be it. We don't want to know anyway. In the dark, Byakuya was leaning against the wall, and her cheeks were slightly flushed as tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Master, thank you. Long Yu crawled up from the ground, and a hint of brutality appeared in his eyes. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and his aura was beginning to become extremely chaotic. Tang Wulin took a few steps back with furrowed brows. He's going on a rampage again? Guyu. Tang Wulin's voice had only just trailed off when silver light flashed through the air. On the other side, Guyu disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already in midair. He stepped on a green ball of light and floated in the air. He waved his right hand in the air, and the 4 soul rings on his body alternately flickered. It was unknown which soul ring was activated, but an elemental staff appeared in his hand. At the tip of the staff, a 7-colored ball of light flickered. Boom! A blue fireball exploded on Long Yu's back. Long Yu, who had gone berserk, froze for a moment. Now, Tang Wulin took advantage of this opening to slash his golden dragon spear toward Long Yu. Long Yu had only just come to his senses when he was greeted by a flash of golden light. Boom! Long Yu was knocked back 10 meters by the golden dragon spear. The other students from a monster academy wanted to help Long Yu, but they had to deal with their opponents first. Xie Sun and Shadow King Tung Tung had already clashed over 100 times. Both were as fast as lightning, and a string of explosions rang out as they clashed. The two were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, a burst of starlight appeared, and Lin San felt his vision blur for a moment. Then, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness. Subconsciously, his footsteps became chaotic. Immediately afterward, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. Without hesitation, he released his battle armor and equipped himself with it. Boom! What the audience saw was a somewhat strange scene. In their eyes, Lin San was already very close to Su Xiaoyan, but in the instant that he approached, a golden ring appeared on the ground, and Lin San dodged smoothly. When they arrived here, everything was still normal. But immediately after, Lin San seemed to have gone mad as he turned around and ran. The wind blades that he had prepared in his hands were all released in the air. Almost without hesitation, he charged towards an empty space, and that empty space was precisely the place where the huge blue fireball had landed. In this moment of crisis, Lin San released his battle armor, but in the blink of an eye, his body was engulfed by the blue fireball. A violent explosion rang out, followed by a terrifying shockwave. The sound of the explosion rang out for a full 3 seconds before it gradually died down. Su Xiaoyan had already run far away when the blue fireball was about to land. She then ran in the direction of the main battlefield. She didn't even look at Lin San. What's going on? Could it be that the blue fireball wasn't a mistake at all? Was it meant to hit that spot? What kind of cooperation is this? As Long Yu crawled up from the ground, a trace of savagery appeared in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura became extremely chaotic. Tang Wulin took a few steps back, his brows furrowed. Is he going berserk again? Guyu, Tang Wulin said. In a flash of silver light, Guyu disappeared. When she reappeared, she was in midair. He stepped on a green ball of light and floated in the air. He waved his right hand in the air, and the 4 soul rings on his body alternately flickered. It was unknown which soul ring was activated, but an elemental staff appeared in his hand. At the tip of the staff, a rainbow ball of light flickered. Boom! A blue fireball exploded behind Long Yu. Long Yu, who had gone berserk, froze for a moment. Now, Tang Wulin took advantage of this opening and swung his golden dragon spear at Long Yu. Long Yu reacted and saw a flash of golden light. Boom! Long Yu was pushed back 10 meters by the spear. The other students of the Monster Academy wanted to help Long Yu, but they had to deal with their opponents first. Xie Sun and Shadow King Tung Tung had already clashed over 100 times. Both were as fast as lightning, and a series of explosions rang out. They were locked in a stalemate. Su Xiaoyan faced the Wind King, Lin San. Starlight instantly bloomed, and Lin San felt his vision blur. Then, a dazzling feeling appeared in his mind. Unconsciously, his footsteps became disordered. Then, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. Without hesitation, he released his battle armor and covered himself with it. Boom! What the audience saw was a somewhat strange scene. In their eyes, Lin San was very close to Su Xiaoyan, but as soon as he got close, a golden ring appeared on the ground, and Lin San dodged smoothly. When they arrived here, everything was still normal. But immediately after, Lin San seemed to have gone mad as he turned around and ran. The wind blades that he had prepared in his hands were all released in the air. Almost without any hesitation, he rushed towards an empty space, and that empty space was exactly where the huge blue fireball had landed. In this moment of crisis, Lin San released his battle armor, but in the blink of an eye, his body was engulfed by the blue fireball. There was a violent explosion, followed by a terrifying shockwave. The sound of the explosion lasted for 3 full seconds before it gradually faded away. Su Xiaoyan had already run far away when the blue fireball was about to land. She then ran in the direction of the main battlefield. She didn't even look at Lin San. What's going on? Could it be that the blue fireball wasn't a mistake at all? Instead, it had been prepared to hit that spot? What kind of teamwork is this? Now, the situation has changed. The Monster Academy is at a disadvantage. As long as there are no accidents, they will win the team competition. Long Yu's eyes flashed, and his aura suddenly changed. He stomped his right foot on the ground and shouted, "Mountains!" Suddenly, the whole stage shook violently. Boulders in the shape of mountains and rivers rose up, and powerful spiritual fluctuations swept across the field. Yuan and Yehui and Yi Xinglan had only just landed when they were struck by a barrage of boulders, and there were even massive mountains that rose up from the ground and hurtled toward Yu Jingyu and Guyu. Su Xiaoyan, who was running in the distance, was no exception. However, just as he was about to unleash his martial soul, Tang Wulin suddenly descended from the sky, and his bloodline aura surged as a thunderous dragon's roar rang out. The mountains and rivers slowed. Tang Wulin raised his golden dragon spear and smashed it toward Long Yu's head. Everyone in Shrek's team took advantage of the moment when the mountains and rivers eased up to evade, but their previous advantage was greatly reduced by this impact. Guyu's body floated in the air. No one knew what she was muttering. Suddenly, she raised her elemental staff high in the air, and her low incantation suddenly became loud and resounding. Some kind of elemental fluctuation in the air suddenly became violent. Even the mountains and rivers began to tremble. This is... Long Yu looked up at Guyu in shock, and he felt a faint sense of threat. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face as he crushed the lollipop in his mouth. Is Guyu finally going to get serious? Isn't that elemental seal? Tang Xiaoyuan asked. It really is elemental seal. It's not as powerful as Big Sister Elemental Seal, but it's still very good, Tang Xiaojia said with a smile. But if I recall correctly, Elemental Seal is a taboo technique that requires a very long time to accumulate power, right? Tang Xiaoyuan pointed out the drawbacks. Tang Wulin nodded and said, "Now it's up to Wulin to buy us some time." Tang Wulin turned around and pointed his golden dragon spear directly at Long Yu. A streak of golden light flashed through the air, and it was about to strike Long Yu's body. I can't let him hit me. A strong thought instantly appeared in Long Yu's mind. It was also right at this moment that a streak of azure light flashed through the air. It just so happened to be right in front of Long Yu. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the streak of azure light let loose a muffled groan before crashing into Long Yu's body. It was none other than Wind King Lin San. He had used his battle armor to struggle out of the blue fireball. He wasn't good at defense, and his battle armor was already charred black in many places. However, his speed was still there, and in that instant, he had clearly sensed Long Yu's awkwardness. As such, he took the most opportune moment to stand in front of Tang Wulin's golden dragon spear. However, This strike was extremely unbearable. The golden dragon spear seemed to be imbued with boundless power, and in the instant of the collision, Lin San felt as if he had been devoured by a giant golden dragon. The pain was indescribable with words. He threw up a mouthful of blood. One had to realize that he was a soul king in a full set of one-word battle armor. Even though he had blocked Tang Wulin's spear in a hurry, he had still sustained significant injuries. Tang Wulin didn't let him off the hook. He didn't withdraw his golden dragon spear. Instead, a dragon's roar rang out, and a small golden dragon was released from the tip of the spear. The dragon's head opened wide as it pounced toward Lin San. However, at this moment, the astral chain's 1-second duration had already disappeared. Long Yu's body flashed, and he used his shoulder to block the impact. Boom! Long Yu was sent flying by the golden dragon shocks the heavens unleashed by Tang Wulin's golden dragon spear. And just as he was about to unleash his soul skill, a vast expanse of starlight shone toward him from behind. Lin San, Dai Yueyin, and Hua Lantang were also struck, and all 4 of them stiffened. Dazzling light shone from the Star Wheel Ice Staff. For the first time in the Xianra Empire, Su Xiaoyan's control ability was on full display. She was using her 3rd soul skill, Dazzling Starlight. It was a wide-area control soul skill. Boom! Yuan and Yehui swung her arm, and a giant hammer appeared in her right hand. She wielded the Demon Titan and swung it horizontally. When Dai Yueyin recovered from Dazzling Starlight, he could only watch as the giant hammer arrived in front of him. He had no choice but to push his battle armor to the limit. Boom! Dai Yueyin was sent flying. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Xinglan's long sword shone with dazzling starlight as it shattered one halo after another. This battle scene is really hard to write. Let's skip a bit. Dense light instantly rose from the 2 of them. Tang Wulin's body was covered in dazzling golden flames, while Gu Yu's was covered in a rainbow halo. The golden and rainbow halos instantly overlapped, and a strange aura burst forth from their bodies. Long Yu was already rushing toward Tang Wulin, but in the instant that he sensed this aura, he suddenly stumbled forward a few steps in quick succession, and only then was he able to stabilize himself by using his spear to support himself against the ground. His crimson eyes regained their clarity, and a hint of disbelief appeared in them. A soul fusion skill? A shocked voice rang out from the rostrum. A pair of rainbow wings unfurled from her back. Gu Yu disappeared, and Tang Wulin's body swelled to 3 meters tall. Rainbow scales replaced his golden scales, and his golden dragon spear glowed with rainbow colors. The spear projection expanded to over a meter in length. This aura is, after regaining consciousness, Long Yu suddenly discovered that he couldn't straighten his back. His martial soul and his heart were trembling like never before. It was as if only by prostrating on the ground and worshipping the existence in front of him could he relax. No, this is impossible. Impossible. How can a human possess this legendary bloodline? This is impossible. Long Yu threw his head back and roared with all his might. He abruptly thrust his spear into the ground and forced himself to stand upright. He then rushed toward Tang Wulin in large strides. Tang Wulin looked down at himself to find that all of his astral chains had been severed in the instant that he and Gu Yu had fused with one another. His entire body was shrouded in rainbow scales, and it was as if they could absorb everything in this world. Countless energy particles in the air were surging toward his body in a frenzy. A sense of fury suddenly welled up in his heart at the sight of Long Yu rushing toward him. It was as if his own people dared to offend his majesty as an emperor. Roar! A loud dragon's roar suddenly erupted from Tang Wulin's mouth. This wasn't his golden dragon roar, and he didn't have any soul rings either. However, his enraged roar caused Long Yu to suddenly drop to his knees. Rainbow light flashed, and Tang Wulin's golden dragon spear struck Long Yu viciously, puncturing his right shoulder and nailing him to the ground. Long Yu was greeted by the sight of a pair of rainbow eyes. There were no emotions in those eyes, only boundless might. If you're facing another 2-word battle armor master, perhaps his divine dragon transformation wouldn't be so effective. However, Long Yu possessed a dragon-type martial soul. After initiating his divine dragon transformation, even his mountain dragon king martial soul wouldn't be able to withstand such immense pressure. The fear in Long Yu's heart suddenly transformed into submission, and he almost blurted out in a hoarse voice, I concede." Tang Wulin stood on Long Yu's chest, then abruptly pulled out his golden dragon spear before throwing his head back and letting loose a long roar. Amid the thunderous dragon's roar, the indistinct figure of a giant rainbow dragon appeared behind him. Dragon God, a hint of nostalgia, flashed through Tang Wulin's eyes. Millions of years have passed, and I'm still me. But are you still you? He murmured to himself. Can you speak properly? Tang Xiaojia rolled his eyes at him. The current dragon god is no longer the dragon god of the past. Is that enough? Tang Wulin asked. I still don't understand. Tang Xiaoyuan shook his head. It doesn't matter whether you understand or not. Now it's time to celebrate. Our Shrek has won. Tang Wulin looked on with a gratified expression at the sight of Tang Wulin and Guyu, who were so exhausted that they couldn't even stand up straight. Wulin, Guyu, thank you for your hard work. In the shadows, we have won. At this moment, Byakuya felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was a feeling of pride. How long has it been since I've felt this? It feels like a very, very long time, right? Tang Wulin looked at Byakuya and laughed. He already knew that Byakuya hadn't gone back to rest. However, it didn't matter what he said now. The team round had ended, and the three most exciting matches had ended. The remaining matches of the Continental Elite Youth Soul Master Tournament were a lot less watched. The name Shrek Academy was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen of the Xianra Empire. Suddenly, this name, which had once shocked the entire empire before the Xianra Empire came to the Xingluo continent, became familiar to everyone. This morning, Tang Wulin opened his eyes in a daze. However, what's pressing on my chest? He subconsciously reached out with his right hand to touch it. With a groan, Tang Wulin suddenly woke up. Tang Wulin looked at the two white peaks pressing on his chest. Not only that, there were two other peaks pressing on his left arm. Tang Wulin looked at the naked Tang Xiaojia on his body, and then at the naked Tang Xiaoyuan on his left. His face gradually turned red. Can someone tell me what happened last night? I'm so naive that I don't know what happened. Tang Wulin screamed at his heart. He wanted to get up quickly, but Tang Xiaojia was pressing on him, and Tang Xiaoyuan was pestering him. It was very difficult for him to get away. What happened last night? Why do I have no recollection of it? Yini-chan? Tang Xiaoyuan was drooling in her sleep, which gave Tang Wulin a headache because her saliva was dripping on his arm. Just as Tang Wulin was about to do something, don't run. Tang Xiaojia suddenly hugged Tang Wulin tightly. Her twin peaks pressed against Tang Wulin's face, making Tang Wulin feel suffocated. This time, I won't let you run away. Prey should be used for hunters to hunt. So. Tang Wulin's face turned purple. He hurriedly used the substitution technique, and then he disappeared. The two women hugged a pillow. Tang Wulin had already put on his clothes and was sitting on the bed. These two guys, did they do it to me again last night? But why don't I have any memory of it? Tang Wulin fell silent for a moment and didn't say anything further. He didn't want to wake up the two of them, and he still had something to do. However, before that, he took out a piece of paper and a pen. He had to leave a letter, right? Well, that was it, He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Oni Ai-chan is gone. Tang Xiaoyuan seemed to have gone crazy. She looked dispirited. Tang Xiaojia patted her to calm her down. Then she looked around. Let's take a look first. That bastard might have left something behind. However, when she looked at Tang Xiaoyuan again, Tang Xiaoyuan was already squatting in the corner. The background was very dark. Brother is gone. Brother is gone. Brother is gone. Brother is gone. She kept repeating this sentence. Tang Xiaojia was speechless. Brother complex is really scary. She whispered. She found 2 plates of grilled fish, 2 glasses of milk, and a letter on the table. She opened the letter, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Xiaoyuan, Xiaojia, when you see this letter, it means that you've woken up. Let me guess. Xiao Yuan must be in a dispirited state now. Let me guess again. Well, with your calm personality, Xiao Jia, you must have found the letter I left behind. When you see this letter, you must be very angry, right? You can't even wait for me to not come back. But don't worry, I'll only be away for 3 years this time. There's something I need to deal with, so you could go back first. Also, don't try to find me. Also, most importantly, don't bully Byakuya. That child is still young and doesn't know any better. That's all. Hurry up and finish the breakfast I prepared for you. It's still warm. Tang Xiaojia's head was now full of red crossroads. Bastard! Bastard! Don't come back. She tore the letter and threw on the ground. She grabbed a grilled fish and bit it hard, as if she had mistaken it for someone. Grilled fish? What sin have I committed? She drank another glass of milk to calm herself down. Brother is gone. Brother is gone. Brother is gone. Tang Xiaoyuan's world seemed to have returned to darkness again. Wake up, Xiaoyuan. Tang Xiaojia shook her hard, and Tang Xiaoyuan finally woke up a little. Your brother prepared grilled fish for you. Hurry up and eat it. Also, drink that milk. It's good for you. Tang Xiaojia pointed at the grilled fish on the table. Tang Xiaoyuan sniffed it, and a trace of color appeared in her eyes again. Brothers smell. Brothers smell. She swallowed the grilled fish without spitting out the fish bones. She drank another glass of milk and took a deep breath. Phew! Finally, I'm alive. Tang Xiaoyuan finally returned to normal. She asked Tang Xiaojia, Xiaojia, do you know where my brother went? Tang Xiaojia shook his head. I don't know. He didn't say, but he told us not to bully Byakuya. Am I that bored? Tang Xiaoyuan said indifferently. Hey, Xiaoyuan, what are you holding in your hand? Wait, why are you holding an axe? Calm down. Chapter 83. What? Are you going to act alone? Wu Zhangkong's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin nodded. That's right. It's a Tangmin mission from the battle hall. It seems like we're going to explore a place. Wu Zhangkong suddenly raised a hand to stop Tang Wulin from saying anything further. Remember this, Wulin. No matter what your relationship is, even if it's me or your friends, you can't reveal the secrets of the Tang sect to anyone. This is a rule. Since it's a mission from the battle hall, you should go. Do you know how long it'll take? Tang Wulin shook his head. It shouldn't be too short. Since it was an exploration-type mission, he would have to go to another place. It would probably take some time. Wu Zhangkong nodded. How about this? I'll go back and buy some soul communicators. Let us know when you're done. We won't be staying in Xingluo for long. We'll travel to other parts of the Xianra Empire. When you're done, you can meet up with us. All right. Tang Wulin nodded. What? You're going alone? Gu Yu, Xie Sun, and the others were shocked. Aside from Tang Xiyun, Tang Xiaojia, and Byakuya, who were eating breakfast with a calm expression, everyone else was shocked. Captain, don't you want to tour the Xingluo continent with us? Tang Wulin nodded. That's right. This is a Tangmin mission. I won't go into the details. It's a Xianra Empire mission. I have to go. I've already asked Teacher Wu for a leave of absence. Guyu will be the captain while I'm gone. Once I'm done, I'll meet up with everyone. Guyu wiped her mouth with a napkin, stood up, and said, I'm done. I'll go back first. Just as she was about to leave, Tang Wulin suddenly grabbed her hand. Don't you want to know what mission I'm going on? Guyu did not struggle. She just looked at him calmly. If you're willing to tell me, you'll tell me. If you don't want to tell me, what's the point of me asking? Tang Wulin's expression changed slightly. Guyu, I don't like your indifferent look. Guyu pulled her hand back. Go ahead. We'll wait for you to come back. With that, she turned and walked quickly out of the restaurant. Guyu! Tang Wulin stood up abruptly and shouted at her back. Guyu stopped, but she didn't turn around. She only said indifferently, Is there anything else? Tang Wulin took a deep breath. I don't want to hear you wait for me to come back. I want to hear you wait for me to come back. Guyu's body stiffened, but she still didn't turn around. She only raised her hand and waved at Tang Wulin before quickly walking out. Tang Wulin stood there, looking somewhat desolate. His brows were slightly furrowed. No, this isn't right. This feeling isn't right. On the stage, when I grabbed her hand at the last moment, I could feel her heart. But why did she change? Why? He couldn't see that her delicate face was already wet with tears. Tang Xiaoyuan finished a fried prawn and glanced indifferently at Gu Yu's departing figure. Tang Xiaojia drank a glass of wine. You don't mean what you say. He said indifferently. Byakuya ate the mutton and drank the mutton soup. She said, what happened to them has nothing to do with me. By the way, why didn't I see my brother? Tang Wulin suddenly asked. Ahem ahem. Tang Xiaojia coughed and started to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Dancing Spirit went to save the world. Because of the ecological damage caused by excessive deforestation, a large hole was created in the atmosphere, causing the climate of 13 Deloa to warm up. The glaciers in the extreme north began to melt, causing the sea level to rise and submerge many small islands. One day, the mainland of Doluo will also be submerged. Moreover, there will be many terrible natural disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, epidemics, continental drift, and so on. So, in order to save the world, Dancing Spirit shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the world. He's not here now because he wants to save the world. Oh, what's with that look? Don't tell me you don't believe me? Tang Wulin, Xie Sun, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. It was obvious. How could these things happen? Tang Xiaojia's mouth twitched. You dare doubt me? Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly stopped her. That's enough, Xiao Jia. Let's not talk about them. Even I don't believe you, she said quietly. You don't believe me? Tang Xiaojia said angrily. Yes, I don't believe you. Tang Xiaoyuan nodded. TCH, believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Tang Xiaojia's eyes flashed with anger. In fact, she wasn't lying. A long time later, these things did happen. It could be said to be 13 Doluo's greatest crisis, a crisis on the level of the apocalypse. Xingluo City, Tangmin headquarters. Tang Wulin stood calmly in the main hall of the battle hall, dressed as a white class agent. Today was the day for the mission report. A few days ago, the Shrek Academy students had followed the diplomatic mission to the next stop. According to Elder Kai's arrangements, Shrek and the others would leave the diplomatic mission and travel the Xingluo continent. They would gain experience and understand the local customs of the Xianra Empire. How could he not want to travel the continent with his friends? But Guyu, Tang Wulin sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was because everyone was too young that they couldn't see clearly what they wanted. They couldn't see through each other's hearts. Perhaps it would be better when they were older. Let's wait until we get back. Tang Wulin suddenly remembered a legend about the Shrek Academy. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Yo, hello. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, causing him to jump in fright. He looked behind him. Huh, why isn't there anyone here? He lowered his head again and saw a young man wearing a white robe and a strange golden butterfly mask. However, this young man was a head shorter than him, so he had decisively ignored him. Hello, White 3. I've heard your deeds. I'm Bai Lin. Nice to meet you. Bai Lin? Is there such a person? Tang Wulin was stunned. Bai Lin smiled. I'm a temporary member. I'm here to participate in this mission. Nice to meet you. Oh, nice to meet you, Tang Wulin replied. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Everyone gather. Get ready to go. Black One's voice rang out. Let's go. Bai Lin took the initiative to pull Tang Wulin into the group. Black One, who wasn't wearing a mask, raised his hand. A faint white halo enveloped the battle hall. All right, everyone is here. Before we set off, let's talk about this mission. He swept his dignified gaze over all the white class agents. Everyone subconsciously straightened their backs, except for Bai Lin, who was holding his head in his hands, looking lazy. Tang Wulin was a little embarrassed. This was an important announcement. Why was he so lazy? But what shocked him was that Black One wasn't angry at all when he saw Bai Lin's lazy look. He even had a feeling that he saw respect in Black One's eyes when he looked at Bai Lin. Who is this Bai Lin? Black One said in a deep voice. I'm sure many of you have heard about the legend of the Dragon Valley. However, it's unlikely that you know the details. Here, I want to remind you that no matter what you see or obtain in this mission, you're not allowed to reveal it to others. Otherwise, you will be stripped of all your gains or expelled from the sect. Hearing his stern voice, the white class agents couldn't help but feel nervous. A hint of interest appeared in Bai Lin's eyes. Tang Wulin immediately recalled Wu Zhangkong's warning. It looks like I really can't afford to be careless. Black One continued. Next, I'll give you a brief introduction about the Dragon Valley, as well as the details of this mission. This mission is known as a survival mission. In other words, you have to survive in the Dragon Valley for a long enough time to complete this mission. After completing this mission, you'll be rewarded with what you've obtained from the Dragon Valley. I can only tell you that the longer you stay in the Dragon Valley, the greater the benefits you'll reap. If you stay in the Dragon Valley for too short a period of time, there will be no punishment, but you'll miss out on the one and only opportunity to reap rewards from the Dragon Valley. Black One's words were a little ambiguous, but Tang Wulin could clearly sense that all the white class agents around him were excited to hear this. It looked like this Dragon Valley really was a good place. One thing you have to be aware of is that during this mission, your martial souls will be affected by the laws of the Dragon Valley and will be temporarily sealed. Only after you break through to the Soul Sage level will you be able to use your martial souls again. However, in that case, you'll also be teleported out of the Dragon Valley by the laws of the Dragon Valley. This is why the Dragon Valley can only be entered by white class agents at the Soul Sage level and below. As for what you'll be able to reap from the Dragon Valley, I can't go into detail here. These are the rules of the Tang Men. How much you'll reap will depend on your own hard work and luck. What I can remind you of is that as long as you can stay in the Dragon Valley for as long as you can, once the attacks you've endured reach a certain upper limit, you'll naturally be teleported out of the Dragon Valley. I'll be giving each of you a Dragon Ball in a moment, with the Dragon Balls close to your body, and you can connect them with your spiritual power. If you sense that your life is in danger, stimulate the Dragon Balls with your spiritual power, and you'll be teleported out of the Dragon Valley. When your vital signs weaken to a certain extent, the Dragon Balls will automatically teleport you out of the Dragon Valley. That's all for now, let's go. Tang Wulin followed by Lin and the others out of the battle hall, and they were quickly arranged onto a soul bus. On the bus, they began to distribute the Dragon Balls and their numbers. Just as Black One had said earlier, he received White 3's number, and Bai Lin was naturally Bai Lin. The soul bus could accommodate over 50 people, and the 31 of them sat at the front. According to Black One's arrangement, they sat in pairs. Tang Wulin's seat was close to the corridor, and there was a petite white class agent sitting there. Judging from her figure, she was a female white class agent. Her number was White 7. Bai Lin sat across from Tang Wulin. All right, the Dragon Balls and numbers have been distributed. You're not allowed to communicate on the road, and the people sitting next to you are your companions. After entering the Dragon Valley, you'll all be in pairs. Of course, you can form teams if you want. It's good to cooperate and take care of each other. Tang Wulin was slightly taken aback. Companions? This wasn't a solo mission. Hey, White 3, why don't we form a team? Don't worry, I won't hold you back. I'll take good care of you. Bai Lin patted her chest with a smile and said to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin didn't expect Bai Lin to be so enthusiastic. Anyway, I don't know any teammates at the moment, so it's just the two of us. After driving for a whole day, Tang Wulin vaguely felt that they had entered the mountains. Night had fallen, but the soul bus was still speeding along. No one asked how long it would take before they arrived. Every once in a while, they would put some food for everyone to eat. Tang Wulin was the most miserable one because he couldn't eat enough. For him, this situation would directly cause his bloodline to weaken. His bloodline needed a lot of energy, and at this moment, he was so hungry that his heart was sticking to his back. If he had known this would happen, he would have bought some food before joining the mission. He must remember this lesson. The next time he joined the mission, he would buy food first. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I miss Teacher Muyez's food so much. Here you are. An extra-large sandwich was handed to him. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Bai Lin. Here you are. You don't seem to be full, right? You can have mine. How can I do that? That's your dinner. Haha, it's okay. I have a big appetite, so I brought a lot of food and stored it in my soul ring. I can give you some. Bai Lin smiled. Tang Wuling hesitated for a moment, and then he took the sandwich. Thank you. You're welcome. Tang Wuling didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he felt that Bai Lin seemed to take care of him. What on earth was he? Only after midnight did the car exit the highway and continue along a small road. After making several twists and turns, it seemed to have entered a small town after another hour or so of driving. Finally, they stopped. There was a 3-story building where the car was parked. It seemed to be made of wood and looked very simple. There were Tang Men symbols everywhere in the town. This place actually belonged to the Tang Men. Everyone get out of the car and check in according to the arrangement. 2 people to a room. Don't tell me that men and women are different. Find your own way. Go to bed early and gather tomorrow morning. You could buy some necessities in the town. I suggest you buy more. Afternoon, we'll set out. Yes. The white class agents all agreed and got out of the car. They walked into the hotel and assigned rooms. Bai Qi took the key because she went in first. Tang Wuling hurriedly followed her and walked to the room together. On the second floor, Bai Qi stopped in front of room 315, opened the door with the key, and walked in. Tang Wuling was about to follow her in, but Bai Qi suddenly turned around. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. You know that, right? Bai Qi's voice was still very pleasant after being changed by the mask. She sounded young. Yes, don't worry. I won't have any improper thoughts, Tang Wuling hurriedly said. That's good. You can sleep in the corridor. As she spoke, Bai Qi walked in and closed the door with a bang. Tang Wuling stood outside the door with his mouth agape. He looked at the door that was blocking him and the number 315 and could not help but be speechless. This was too strange. He turned around and looked at the other rooms in the corridor. They all entered in pairs. There was no lack of men and women in pairs. Moreover, it was obvious that this small hotel was fully booked. Tang Wuling raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Bai Qi poked her head out. What are you doing? Tang Wuling said, How about this? You wash up first. I won't go in while you're washing up. I'll go in after you're done. There should be 2 beds. I'll just sit and meditate for a while. It was really too embarrassing to be in the corridor. How embarrassing. Bang. What answered him was the sound of the door closing. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Tang Wuling snorted in his heart. So what if it's a corridor? Hey, Bai San, what's wrong? A voice stopped him. He turned around. Wasn't that Bai Lin? He was a little embarrassed and couldn't speak. Bai Lin looked at him and then at Bai Qi's room. Were you kicked out? Tang Wuling scratched his head awkwardly and nodded. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Bai Lin laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Tang Wuling said helplessly. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Don't blame Bai Qi. That girl's like that. She has serious misophobia and princess syndrome. Since you don't have a place to sleep, you can sleep in my room. Although I live in a room alone, there are 2 beds in my room, said Bai Lin. Tang Wuling was stunned. Bai Lin, who are you? Why are you so nice to me? Bai Lin rolled her eyes at him. Are you going to stay or not? Yes, I'll stay. Okay, let's go. Bai Qi was taking a shower in the bathroom. Her long golden hair was wet and hanging down her back. Was I too much? It seems a little too much to let him sleep in the corridor. After taking a shower, she put on her pajamas and opened the door. Hey, I was wrong. I let you in reluctantly. She suddenly shut up. There was no one in the corridor. What? Humph. Bastard. I was kind enough to let him in. I didn't expect him to disappear. Humph. Forget it. I don't care about him. She closed the door with a bang. Bai Lin led Tang Wuling to a room. A luxurious room. Tang Wuling looked at the sign on the door, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It seemed that Byakuya had a powerful background. Tang Wuling opened the door and saw a very spacious room. There was an exquisite sofa in the living room and 2 beds. Huh, and a TV. No wonder it's a luxurious room, Tang Wuling thought. You sleep first. I'm going to take a shower. Bai Lin went into the bathroom after saying that. Tang Wuling lay on the bed and relaxed. It was more comfortable to lie on the bed. He sat up cross-legged and began to meditate. He began to cultivate. He hadn't cultivated seriously for a while. A large amount of soul power flowed in from the outside. Half an hour later, Tang Wuling felt that his bottleneck to rank 48 seemed to be loosening. He opened his eyes. If he worked harder, he could break through to rank 49. Crack! With the sound of the door opening, it was obvious that Bai Lin had finished her shower. Bai Lin came out in blue pajamas and a mask. His chest, which was fairer and more flawless than any girl's, was exposed. Tang Wulin swallowed subconsciously and quickly shook his head. Tang Wulin, you're a normal child. Not a boy, you know. How can you be seduced by him? Bai Lin had just taken a bath, so there was still the fragrance of the shower gel lingering on her body. There was also another unique fragrance in the shower gel fragrance, but when Tang Wulin smelled this fragrance, he was stunned. This? What a familiar fragrance. Isn't this Big Brother's fragrance? F*CK. Nose? You can even tell the fragrance from his body. He looked at Bai Lin again. Forget it. It must be an illusion. Brother shouldn't be the only one with this fragrance. Cultivate, cultivate. Bai Lin looked at Tang Wulin, who was sitting upright, and couldn't help but smile. He went to the windowsill and watched the starry sky. Tang Wulin opened his eyes and looked at Bai Lin. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he sleeping? Bai Lin looked at the starry sky in a daze. I wonder if third brother and the others are still here. Please don't be taken away by order. Bai Lin looked at Tang Wulin, who was lying down and sleeping. Now, I'd better protect him. Bai Lin got up very early in the morning and began to do morning exercises on the balcony. Bai Lin went back to the room and looked at Tang Wulin, who was sleeping. He pondered for a long time and then quietly went out. When he closed the door, Tang Wulin suddenly opened his eyes. Where is he going? In a delicatessen. Boss, do you have meat here? Bai Lin asked. The meat isn't cooked yet. Little brother, wait a moment. By the way, how much do you want? All of it. Oh, little brother, you have a big appetite. Not only for me, but also for my teammates. Okay, little brother, wait a moment. It'll be ready in a minute. Okay. In the corner, Tang Wulin watched the whole process in a daze. Bai Lin, you're not really, brother, are you? Back in front of the hotel, he found a place to sit down and waited for the departure. At this moment, Tang Wulin's eyes narrowed when he saw Bai Chi coming back with a glass of juice in her hand. Hey, where did you go last night? Bai Chi asked. I stayed in Bai Lin's room. You refused to let me in, so I met Bai Lin, Tang Wulin said lightly. Hey, do you know that last night She was about to say something, but she was interrupted. Hey, White 3. Bai Lin had appeared in front of them at some point. Bai Lin, I just woke up and found you were gone. I thought something had happened to you, Tang Wulin said. I want to buy some things. Maybe they'll be useful, Bai Lin said. You're Bai Lin? Bai Chi said. Bai Lin looked at her. Yes, I'm Bai Lin. I know what you want to say because it's impossible for me to have the code name Bai Lin. I joined this mission temporarily just to go there and have fun. After this mission is completed, I'll leave. Join temporarily? Bai Chi said blankly. Have we met somewhere before? Bai Chi had a feeling that she had seen him somewhere before. Bai Lin smiled. You're thinking too much. I don't know you. Bai Chi was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Under Black Yi's lead, they walked into the forest first and then went deeper. Bai Lin took a deep breath. The air in nature is still the best, he said with a smile. A strange fluctuation began to come out of his body, and this fluctuation made Bai Lin feel as if he had merged with the surrounding world. It seems that he's not just a Soul King, Bai Chi thought. But didn't they say that only people below the Soul King level could participate in this mission? How did he? Tang Wulin looked at Bai Lin, who was standing there, but didn't seem to be there. Yes, he must be brother. When evening was about to arrive, they had already crossed several mountains and arrived at the top of a tall mountain. There were fewer plants here, and the altitude was at least 2,000 meters above sea level. There was a faint layer of snow on the ground, and the temperature was obviously much lower. There was a small house on the top of the mountain made of stone. As if sensing their arrival, the door of the stone house opened and a person walked out. It was an old man who was tall, but a little stooped, holding an ebony cane in his hand. Elder Wu. Black Yi quickly stepped forward, walked up to the old man, and bowed respectfully. Tang Wulin was surprised. One had to know that Black Yi's status in the battle hall was very high. He was at least an 8-ring Contra and a 3-word battle armor master. but he was so respectful to this old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave. Obviously, this old man was not an ordinary person. Old Man Wu nodded to Hei-wan. His gaze swept over the 30 white class fighters behind him. In the end, his gaze is settled on Bai Lin, and a hint of reverence appeared in his eyes. After that, he adjusted his state of mind. Then let's get ready. Elder Wu walked to the top of the mountain beside the stone house. Black, he turned to the white class agents and said in a deep voice, I've already briefed you on the details of this mission. What you have to do is very simple. You have to stay in the Dragon Valley for as long as possible. This is the best opportunity for all of you, and it's also a benefit for the battle hall. Anyone who can stay in the Dragon Valley for 3 months or more will be promoted to a yellow agent. Those who can't stay in the Dragon Valley for more than a month will have their status revoked. Elder Wu had already walked to the edge of the cliff. He tapped his ebony cane on the ground for a moment. All of a sudden, a burst of powerful soul power erupted from his body. His soul rings also rose one after another. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. 9. There were 9 soul rings. 9 ring titled Doloa. All of the white class agents, except for Bai Lin, stood up straight subconsciously. A title Doloa was the pinnacle of the world of soul masters, and it was also the goal they worked hard to pursue. Tang Wulin's eyes shone with yearning. If your goal is only to become a title Doloa, then you're really stupid. Bai Lin's voice suddenly sounded in Wulin's mind. At the very least, my goal now is to become a title Doloa. In the future, I'll set my sights on becoming a limit Doloa and then a demigod. Tang Wulin replied to Bai Lin. Bai Lin shook her head. That's not enough. Wulin was stunned. What did she mean? Was being a demigod not enough? Did she mean he had to become a god? But how is that possible? Old Wu suddenly raised the ebony cane in his hand, and his originally stooped body suddenly straightened. In that instant, he seemed like a giant dragon that had just awakened. No soul rings flickered on his body, and his body started to expand. A pair of enormous wings unfurled behind his back, and very quickly, he became a giant dragon that was more than 15 meters long, and his entire body flickered with bluish-purple lightning. Was this his martial soul, true body? Old Wu's martial soul seemed to be the legendary blue, lightning, tyrant dragon. Roar! A dragon roar burst out from Old Wu's mouth. The white light on the ground suddenly fluctuated violently. White rose, and the halo turned into 7 colors. Suddenly, it turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. The sky was torn apart by the beam of light, and the 7-colored light spread out, revealing a huge gap. Looking at the pitch-black gap, all of the white class agents were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a strange scene. When you encounter an irresistible danger in the Dragon Valley, activate the Dragon Pearl and you'll be teleported out. Enter now. Black One shouted. His body flashed, and he appeared behind a white class agent. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and his companion with the other. Hold hands. The 2 white class agents hurriedly held each other's hands. In the next moment, Black One exerted force with his arms and threw them straight into the black gap. The 2 figures disappeared into the gap. The white class agents were thrown in one by one. In the end, only 3 remained, Tang Wulin, Bai Qi, and Bai Lin. But why 3? That was because, Senior Bai, I'll leave them to you. Black One suddenly bowed to Bai Lin. Bai Lin nodded. Before Tang Wulin and Bai Qi could react, Bai Lin picked them up by the waist. Be careful, you two. There's no gravity ahead. He said indifferently. With a leap, he easily jumped into the crevice. I didn't expect this master to come here. This master's strength is really unfathomable. Old Wu's eyes revealed a hint of yearning. This master went to the Tangmin Battle Hall in person and persuaded the Hall Master to give him a spot. I really don't know how this master convinced the Hall Master, Black One said. Martial soul. Martial soul can't be used? Bai Chi suddenly said in shock. Tang Wulin was stunned. He sensed it carefully. It was true. He really couldn't use his martial soul. But fortunately, his Golden Dragon King bloodline martial soul could still be used. Bai Lin hugged their waists tightly. We're landing. Hold me tight. Bai Lin spun in the air. Now, his feet were on the ground. The land was getting closer and closer. Boom! The ground caved in, and a huge pit and crack appeared. In the middle of the crater, Bai Lin was holding Tang Wulin and Bai Chi in both arms. Be careful. The Earthquake Bureau is already paying attention to you. Phew! We landed safely, Bai Lin said with a smile. Bai Chi and Tang Wulin's eyes were like mosquito coils, and they were almost foaming at the mouth. Hey, both of you wake up. Bai Lin patted them on the head, waking them up instantly. We were still alive? Isn't this hell? Bai Chi said, holding his dizzy head. Don't worry. With me here, even the Grim Reaper won't dare to come close to you, Bai Lin said with a smile. Tang Wulin paused. Can you tell me who you are? Bai Lin held his mask. Don't you already have a guess? Bai Lin said with a smile. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. However, he didn't rush over immediately. Wasn't there an outsider here? He looked around. I think we've been teleported to another space. Bai Chi looked at him in surprise. Didn't he know? This isn't another space. It's just a small world, Bai Lin said. A small world? Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment. He was obviously very confused. The so-called small world is a world attached to a large plane and independent of the large plane. A small world has its own ecosystem, but it's extremely fragile. It can only exist by attaching itself to a large plane. Anyone who has studied astronomy knows this common sense. Bai Lin turned on her lecturer mode. Oh, I see. Tang Wulin nodded and said, since this place repels soul power, it means that this is a world of divine remains. There must be some opportunities, Bai Lin said. World of divine remains? It was the first time they had heard of this. The world of divine remains, also known as the Forsaken Land of the Gods, is a broken plate left behind in the universe by the destruction of the legendary God realm. They have a certain level of divinity, so they can turn into a small planet or a small world. However, once they turn into a small world, they must attach themselves to a plane. Also, the world of divine remains has its own divine power, so it will automatically repel any energy that is lower than it, whether it's fighting power, demonic power, soul power, or spiritual power. As long as it's lower than it, it will automatically repel it. In this case, it's normal that you can't use soul power, Bai Lin said. Wait, why are you talking about us? Are you not affected? Bai Chi said in shock. Yes. Bai Lin looked at her. I said that divine power will automatically repel energy that's lower than it, but can't repel energy that's higher than it. On the contrary, it will take the initiative to get along with it, Bai Lin said lightly. You have divine power in your body. Impossible. That's impossible. The God realm has already. Bai Chi said in shock. The disappearance of the God realm doesn't mean that divine power will disappear. Although the God realm is gone, divine power is everywhere, Bai Lin said calmly. He raised his right hand, and a transparent vortex appeared in his palm. Tang Wulin and Bai Chi suddenly felt a very oppressive feeling. This feeling was something that even Tang Wulin, who had faced an ultimate powerhouse like Dalaw, had never felt before. This transcendent and superior aura seemed to be able to turn him and Bai Chi into ashes with just a trace of it. This is divine power. Bai Lin waved the divine power in his hand. How did you master this power? Bai Chi was shocked. Almost all demigod powerhouses can master a little bit of divine power. I've only mastered a trace of it. I'm fooling them, Bai Lin said indifferently. Hiss. Bai Chi gasped. Freak. No, not freak. It's a monster. Bai Lin smiled faintly. In the evening, it was time for dinner. Bai Qi was too arrogant, and Tang Wulin despised her. Even Bai Lin couldn't stand it anymore. This little girl is quite stubborn. Then Bai Qi said, I really don't know how the battle hall took you in. It's a miracle that you can join the battle hall with such a temperament. From now on, you are you, and we are us. Let's part ways here. Bai Lin pulled Tang Wulin and walked away. Hey, don't go. Don't. Bai Qi was the only one left in the quiet forest. Leave me. In the depths of the forest, Bai Lin was strangling a dead earth dragon. However, this earth dragon's body was illusory. Then, he threw the earth dragon to Tang Wulin, who was sitting cross-legged on the side. At this moment, the earth dragon turned into energy and entered his body. He instantly felt refreshed. This kind of thing is much more reliable than food, Bai Lin said. Tang Wulin opened his eyes. Brother, you're my brother, aren't you? Tang Wulin looked at Bai Lin and said. Bai Lin was stunned. Huh, it seems that you've known for a long time. Bai Lin smiled faintly and took off his mask. The face that Tang Wulin was familiar with was his brother, Tang Wulin. Brother. Tang Wulin was so excited that he got up and gave Bai Lin a bear hug. Be gentle. You become so strong. Tang Wulin said, but he also gave Bai Lin a bear hug. No, I didn't expect you to come with me. Tang Wulin hurriedly let go and said awkwardly, I was just worried about you, so I threatened the hall master of the battle hall to give me a place. But I didn't expect that guy to give it to me. The truth is that the hall master of the battle hall is a fan of Lingbing Dala. Then, I don't need to tell you. Tang Wulin put on his mask again and said, Huh, I thought I would have to do this alone. I didn't expect you to come. Finally, I won't be so lonely. The exit of the forest should be in front of us. Let's go, Tang Wulin said and pulled him forward. After leaving the forest, the two brothers came to a plain. Very low to the ground, about less than 100 meters away, there were pieces of clouds floating by. The most strange thing was that these clouds were of different colors. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. That's an attribute cloud, and it also has the appearance of a dragon, so that's most likely a dragon cloud, Tang Wulin said in an indifferent manner. Wulin now do, as I say, release the Golden Dragon King's bloodline and attract those clouds into your body. Don't worry, it'll be fine. It'll be good for you. Tang Wulin did the same. When the Golden Dragon King's bloodline was released, the clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by something and rushed toward Tang Wulin. The first was the red cloud that was closest to him. The red cloud descended from the sky, instantly descending upon his body, and powerful clouds and mist instantly swept forth to enshroud him within. Tang Wulin crossed his arms in front of himself in a protective manner, and when the red cloud had arrived, he hadn't felt any impact at all. The only thing he could feel was a scorching sensation surging into his body from his limbs and bones. This feeling was very strange. The red cloud contained strong fire elements. In addition, there were some other feelings. The red cloud's attack came quickly and left quickly. It was as if it had passed through his body and rose up again. When the red cloud rose, Tang Wulin only felt a burning sensation in his body. It was as if his limbs and bones had been ironed. It was an indescribable restraint. The red cloud rose to the sky with a touch of gold. It rose to its original height and violently twisted. It was unknown what it was doing. Tang Wulin didn't have time to observe the red cloud. A green cloud had already rushed into his body. Tang Wulin's body slowly floated up from the ground as the azure clouds and mist poured into his body. This time it was the wind element. The green cloud also drilled through and rose to the sky again. Next, it was the blue cloud with the water element. Then it was the brown cloud with the power of the earth element. In this way, the dozens of clouds nearby drilled into his body and rose to the sky again. Every cloud had a faint layer of gold compared to before it drilled into his body. As for Tang Wulin himself, he could clearly feel that the energy fluctuations that drilled into his body were nourishing him. All kinds of elements fused with his body affectionately. Fire, wind, water, earth, light, darkness, space. They're all the basic elements. Tang Wulin smiled indifferently. At this moment, he was lying on a reclining chair that came out of nowhere and looking at Tang Wulin in the sky. Many elemental clouds automatically surrounded him. Moreover, the colors were even more colorful. There were many other colors and special elements. Ah! A scream suddenly came into Tang Wulin's ears. The scream is so miserable. Could it be that there's a monster? Tang Wulin got up and looked into the distance. In the forest outside, a figure rushed out and ran toward him in a sorry state. She staggered, her clothes were torn in many places, and she was wearing a mask. Wasn't it Bai Qi? So it's this girl. Tang Wulin got up and looked at her indifferently. A low roar sounded, and a light figure drilled out of the forest and pounced on Bai Qi. It was an earth dragon with its feet on the ground and no wings on its back. Its head had a protruding small hill. However, the strange thing was that this earth dragon was not a physical body. Instead, it was transparent iron gray. It was clearly in the form of energy. Swollen dragon? Tang Wulin called out its name directly. She should be able to handle it, right? When the swollen dragon was getting closer and closer to Bai Qi suddenly turned around. Hey, you've been tricked, stupid dragon. Her powerful spiritual power directly pierced through the swollen dragon. The swollen dragon fell to the ground and then turned into light that entered her body. However, before she could catch her breath, 6 earth dragons that were about the size of an adult suddenly jumped out. Velociraptors. Tang Wulin frowned slightly. Velociraptors usually appear in groups. This girl is in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 velociraptors had already pounced on Bai Qi. Before Bai Qi could react, a velociraptor's claw suddenly scratched her buttocks. You bunch of perverted dragons. Bai Qi covered her buttocks and cursed at them. However, they ignored her and pounced on her collectively. Bai Qi gritted her teeth. Damn it, am I going to leave just like that? I'm so unwilling. Little girl, quickly step back. A very familiar voice rang out. Bai Qi suddenly looked toward the source of the voice, and Bai Lin appeared in front of her. 6 velociraptors already made you so embarrassed. If a more powerful one comes, won't you be scared to death? Bai Lin said mockingly. Why do you care? I don't need your help. Bai Qi said stubbornly. Oh, is that so? Then I'm leaving. Good luck. Tang Wulin really turned to leave after saying that. Hey, don't go. Bai Qi called out to him. Tang Wulin didn't even look back. He said indifferently, Is this how you beg? Okay, I got it. Please help me, okay? Bai Qi was finally willing to put down her pride and said. Tang Wulin turned around with a smile. That's more like it. Tisk, what a scheming guy, Bai Qi muttered in her heart. I can hear you. Tang Wulin narrowed his eyes and said with a kind smile. Bai Qi was shocked. He can actually hear what I'm thinking? Is this mind reading? Tang Wulin slowly walked in front of Bai Qi. Little girl, have you experienced absolute zero? Huh? What? Bai Qi didn't react. Tang Wulin didn't answer her. If you have, then please be careful because it will be colder than absolute zero. If not, then you should get as far away from here as possible. Cold. Now, the only thing Bai Qi felt was cold. Her body was trembling involuntarily. At this moment, she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. In a world of ice and snow, the 6 velociraptors that attacked her earlier had turned into ice sculptures. What surprised her was that although she was in this world of ice and snow, she didn't immediately turn into an ice sculpture. She just felt cold. Could it be? She looked at Bai Lin beside her. Is it because he's beside me? Then, can let the temperature recover? Bai Qi said with a trembling voice. Huh, I feel that this temperature is normal. Why do I feel cold? Bai Lin said. How can I be like you? Hurry up, I'm about to freeze to death. So what if you freeze to death? It's none of my business. Don't worry, I'll collect your corpse. Although Bai Lin said that, the surrounding temperature began to rise. Only then did Bai Qi feel a little warm. You can go now. I'm being merciful today. Bai Lin was about to leave after saying that. Hey, Wait, wait a minute. Bai Chi suddenly couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. The last thing she saw was his back as he left. She gradually regained consciousness. Bai Chi finally opened her eyes reluctantly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she suddenly smelled a fragrance. To make a delicious grilled fish, first of all, you have to pay attention to the heat. Don't be too hot. If it's too hot, the grilled fish will turn into charcoal. Don't be too cold either. If it's too cold, the grilled fish will become half-cooked. It's best if it's a moderate temperature. Next, you have to apply the special sauce, and then it's done. Bai Lin said as she held the 6 fragrant grilled fish. Wow, so good. It looks so delicious. As expected of Big Brother. Big Brother's culinary skills are amazing. Tang Wulin said with admiration in his eyes. Here, it's just out of the pot. Eat slowly. It's very hot. Bai Lin handed the grilled fish to Tang Wulin. When Tang Wulin reached out to take the grilled fish, a figure flashed by, and the grilled fish in Bai Lin's hand disappeared. Tang Wulin was petrified. Grilled fish. Grilled fish. Big Brother gave me the grilled fish. It's gone. Tang Wulin held his head and shouted to the sky with tears in his eyes. It's not gone. Look. Bai Lin pointed not far away. With tears in his eyes, Tang Wulin looked over there and saw Bai Chi lifting her mask a little to reveal her mouth. She was eating the grilled fish crazily, murmuring from time to time, hot, hot, hot. Soon, the 6 grilled fish turned into a pile of carcasses. Bai Lin shook his head helplessly when he saw her eating so fast. He poured a bowl of fish soup. Here, don't choke. He handed it to Bai Chi. Oh, thank you. Bai Chi took the fish soup and took off her mask without caring about her identity. She took a big gulp of the soup. Tang Wulin was instantly stunned. How could it be her? He never thought that he actually knew this unruly little girl. He also suddenly understood Bai Chi in an instant. It was normal for her to have princess syndrome, because she was a princess to begin with. That's right, the girl behind the mask was the Xianra Empire's most beloved princess, Dai Yuner, who had fought with Tang Wulin in the Continental Elite Youth Soul Master Tournament. She looked at her big brother again. He didn't seem surprised at all. Could it be that he already knew? However, now wasn't the time to think about this. You're eating that. That's my grilled fish and fish soup. Tang Wulin roared at her angrily. Don't you know that ladies go first? Dai Yuner wiped her mouth and said, I don't know. Besides, are you a lady? You're just an immature child. Tang Wulin said angrily. Dai Yuner wanted to say something, but she realized that she was in the wrong first. A good woman doesn't fight with a man. I won't argue with you. Don't worry, I won't eat your food for free. After we get out, I can give you whatever you want. Take it as repayment for saving me. Repayment, right? That's good. Give me 5,000 kilograms of rare metals, and we'll call it even. Tang Wulin said calmly. Rare metals? What do you want strategic resources for? And so much of it? Dai Yuner asked doubtfully. Don't worry about that. Are you giving it or not? Tang Wulin said. Oh, I remember. You're a blacksmith. I almost forgot. Okay, I'll give it to you. Dai Yuner nodded and said. Then, she said with a red face, Do you have healing medicine? If you want to heal, there's no need. Tang Wulin waved his hand. Senior Bai Lin has already cured you. Dai Yuner was stunned for a moment. She touched her, but subconsciously, and it really didn't hurt anymore. He healed me? Didn't that mean that he saw my butt? Her face couldn't be any redder. You're thinking too much, child. Don't you know that he has something called the spring return pill? That means you saw everything, right? Dai Yuner looked at Bai Lin and said shyly, Why would I look at your but for no reason? Don't worry. My healing medicine can heal injuries just by putting it in your mouth. You're thinking too much, child. Bai Lin shook her head. Is that so? I see. Bai Chi heaved a sigh of relief. However, why did she feel a little disappointed? Senior, I can't call him brother because there are outsiders here. How many days have we been here? Tang Wulin suddenly asked. Bai Lin counted with her fingers. 2 months, 7 days, 14 hours, 6 minutes, and 25 seconds. That's just now. Now, 3 seconds have passed. Do you want me to calculate more accurately? That's enough. Senior, you're really powerful. What kind of ultimate move is that? It's just a way to use fortune-telling, Bai Lin said with a faint smile. Fortune-telling? I've never heard of it. Diana shook her head. Tang Wulin was the same. Even he didn't know that his brother had such a magical ability. It would be strange if you knew. Senior, I know a good place called the Dragon's Tomb. It said that there are great opportunities there. It said that many dragon corpses are buried there. Since there are dragon corpses, there will naturally be true dragon soul bones. True dragon soul bones? Tang Wulin couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this name. He had personally experienced the benefits of a soul bone. Huh, Bai Lin smiled. True dragon soul bones. She happened to have 9 of them in her spiritual world, and they were the best of the best. They were Dragon King soul bones. However, because her soul bones were full, she could only keep those soul bones. Now, they were just decorations in her spiritual world. She didn't care about those dragon bones. Bai Lin suddenly looked in one direction and frowned slightly. What's wrong, Senior? Tang Wulin saw Bai Lin suddenly looking in one direction and thought that something had happened. No, it's nothing. Let's go and take a look at the dragon's tomb, Bai Lin said calmly. I didn't expect you to come here, Silver Dragon King. It seems that there's something incredible here. Even you're here, deep in the Dragon Valley. The dragon clouds in the sky were forced to disperse. An obvious pitch-black mark appeared there silently. It was as if the entire sky was going to be torn apart. The pitch-black mark gradually became longer and longer. Then, a pair of huge claws suddenly reached out from the crack. It was a pair of claws that were as black as ink and covered in scales. It slowly pulled to the sides, and a low roar was heard. After the dragon clouds in the Dragon Valley heard this low roar, they slowly descended and turned into their dragon forms. It was as if they were going to worship it. The crack that the pitch-black claws opened became bigger and bigger, but the entire space produced intense energy fluctuations. It was as if it was squeezing the crack and not letting it continue to open. At this moment, figures descended from the sky from the crack. They landed straight on the ground and landed with a loud crash. There were a total of 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was very tall. He was bald, had a fierce face, and was very muscular. The other man beside him had dry skin. He looked like a withered tree branch, but his eyes flickered with a faint green light and were filled with a demonic aura. The third man was also very muscular, but he wasn't as tall as the bald man. His red hair was slightly curly, and even his eyebrows and beard were red. His eyes were shining. His entire body seemed to be filled with explosive power. Both of the women were extremely beautiful. One of them had black hair and a black dress, but she had a pair of peculiar purple eyes. Her figure was extremely voluptuous, and her curves were on the verge of popping out. The other woman wore a long green dress, and she appeared to be a lot more normal. Her figure was very well proportioned, and she was extremely beautiful. She wore a gentle expression on her face, and she gave off a very warm and friendly feeling. After landing on the ground, the 5 of them raised their heads toward the crack in the sky in unison. Dense light rose up from their bodies, and it seemed that the soul power restriction of the Dragon Valley was completely ineffective against them. The 5 of them raised their hands in unison, and 10 streaks of light shot forth from their hands before striking the edge of the inky black crack. All of a sudden, the crack that was clashing with the giant pitch-black claws was stabilized. A low dragon's roar rang out from within the inky black crack. The pair of giant claws abruptly parted, and the crack was instantly expanded to twice its original size. A huge figure slowly crawled out of the crack. In the beginning, it was only a head. This was a massive, inky black dragon head, but its eyes were shimmering golden. The deep golden color of its eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world, and just the dragon head alone was several tens of meters tall. A pair of giant claws abruptly extended outward, and another pair of dragon claws appeared to prop up the crack. Its massive body finally squeezed through the crack. Roar! The black dragon threw its head back and let loose an enraged roar. All of the surrounding dragon clouds suddenly surged toward it in a frenzy before being absorbed into its body. The black dragon's aura instantly swelled drastically, and it struggled violently before finally emerging from the crack. Its gargantuan body was over 1,000 feet in length, and it spread open its wings, obscuring the entire sky. A layer of purplish-black light permeated through the air around the gargantuan black dragon's body, and all of the dragon clouds within a radius of several 100,000 square meters descended, clearly submitting to its aura. The gargantuan black dragon's body began to rapidly shrink before descending from the sky. By the time it landed on the ground, it had already transformed into a tall and handsome middle-aged man. A head of black hair flowed down the sides of his head, and the middle portion of his hair draped over his shoulders. There was also a lock of golden hair that hung to the left of the center. After landing, he stood together with the 5 people from before, and he also raised his hands into the air. 2 bursts of dark purple light erupted into the sky, also propping up the crack. The crack remained massive. A streak of silver light slowly appeared, and it descended from the sky. It was another figure. As soon as she emerged from the crack, the 6 people who had just landed on the ground yelled in unison, "Welcome back, my lord." The silver figure slowly descended to the ground. She wore a long silver dress, and a silver veil concealed her features, while her silver hair draped down her back. She drifted down without creating any energy fluctuations. The middle-aged man that the gargantuan black dragon had transformed into said in a respectful manner, "My lord, the 6 of us can just barely hold on for 7 days against this small world. You have to find what you want within 7 days." All right, I used a space-time formation to seal the time of this spatial crack, and the seal will last for around 3 hours, which corresponds to 7 days. When I get out, the flow of time outside should only be around 3 hours. You guys stabilize the situation here, and I'll be back soon. With that, the silver-haired woman looked in another direction. A familiar aura, Wooleen, and that person, her figure flashed, and she silently disappeared on the spot. In the next 12 days, under Lynn's lead, they were getting closer and closer to the dragon tomb, and the dragon souls they encountered along the way were getting stronger and stronger. In fact, just a day ago, they had encountered 3 true dragon souls. Not only that, but many alternative dragons had also surrounded them. At that time, the situation was critical, and Tang Wooleen directly exposed the Golden Dragon King bloodline without hesitation. However, although the 3 true dragon souls and wyverns were slightly suppressed by him, there were too many of them, and Tang Wooleen was at a disadvantage. After that, Tang Wooleen was forced into a corner, and she attacked again. And he even released his martial soul. And that martial soul was the golden dragon that Dai Yuner was very familiar with. Wasn't that Tang Wooleen's martial soul? Tang Wooleen's mask also fell during the battle, and Dai Yuner once again saw the figure that haunted her dreams, low-class lizard. "How dare you attack us? Go to hell." With Tang Wooleen attacking, was there anything that he couldn't handle? He successfully killed all the dragon souls and distributed their power to Tang Wooleen and Dai Yuner. Both of them had an amazing improvement. Dai Yuner stared blankly at Tang Wooleen and Tang Wooleen. "You know what you should know, and you know what you shouldn't know. Now, you only have 2 choices. 1, pretend that nothing happened, and 2, kill yourself." Tang Wooleen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "No need. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything." Dai Yuner said. Tang Wooleen opened his eyes. "That's more like it." In the next few days, the relationship between the 3 of them finally became good friends who could talk about anything. On this day, they arrived at the peak of the side of a valley. The valley completely collapsed inward. Although it was called a valley, it was more like a basin. When the 3 of them looked down at the scene below, they were all shocked. Tang Wooleen slowed down and clenched his right hand. His eyes were filled with anger. In his spiritual world, Golden Flash's entire body was trembling violently. "Let me out. Let me out, Yuhao. Let me out." "Calm down, Golden Dragon King." Tang Wooling's spiritual doppelganger punched him, and Gold Flash covered his face. I'm sorry." I don't say any more. I'll take care of it, Tang Wuling's spiritual doppelganger said. The scene they saw was that the valley stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, there was a faint mist, and there was a faint mist. In a 1,000-meter deep valley, countless huge bones covered every corner of the valley. When Tang Wulin arrived at the edge of the valley and looked inside, he felt an indescribable pain. An indescribable sadness instantly welled up in his heart. He couldn't control his emotions at all, and he roared at the sky. The impassioned dragon's roar rang out, and the echo echoed throughout the valley. Tang Wulin patted Tang Wulin's shoulder and pressed down. A strange energy entered Tang Wulin's body, calming him down. "Brother, don't be angry. Calm down," Tang Wulin said calmly. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look." Tang Wulin picked up the two of them and jumped down into the valley. When the three of them entered the valley, Tang Wulin and Dai Yuner were stunned by the sight of so many dragon skeletons. The smallest dragon skeletons were dozens of meters tall, and the largest ones were even hundreds of meters tall. These dragon skeletons all exuded faint energy fluctuations. These skeletons were like hibernating beasts. If they were still alive, just how powerful would they be? Tang Wulin took a deep breath and slowly walked over to the dragon skeleton closest to him. He slowly placed his hand on it and touched it. The desolate aura instantly infected his emotions. He felt as if he could hear the mournful cry of this dragon before it died. There were faint patterns on the dragon bones, faintly discernible. Terrifying energy fluctuations lingered in the air. Dai Yuner didn't dare to touch these dragon skeletons. Tang Wulin ignored the dragon skeletons around him and walked straight into the depths, occasionally glancing at the dragon skeletons around him. Everyone, Tang Wulin suddenly seemed to be distracted, and his memories were pulled back to a time long ago, 50,000 years after the Dragon God War. Countless meteors fell from the sky, and one dragon after another fell. High up in the sky, there was a group of humans with powerful auras. Behind each of these people, there were 7 light wheels. Everyone, don't admit defeat. You must hold on. A dragon roared into the sky. Once we arrive, we must protect Master Emotion's soul. For the dragons. For Master Emotion. The dragons all fought back, but in the end, a small number of them finally broke through the encirclement and escaped. One of the deep purple dragons was protecting a white-haired youth whose body was extremely illusory and in deep slumber. "My lord, I will definitely protect your soul. There's still 1 more year. My lord, you can reincarnate." Tang Wulin looked at these dragon skeletons, and an indescribable sense of grief welled up in his heart. In the end, he made his way over to an extremely massive dragon skeleton. This skeleton was over 1 kilometer tall, and its entire skeleton was brown in color. It was completely different from the other dragon valleys, and it exuded an extremely heavy aura, causing the gravity in the area with a radius of several kilometers to be significantly heavier than in other places. It didn't have wings, but its body was extremely thick, and its 4 limbs were as thick as pillars supporting the heavens. There was a very long gash on its back, the second mountain dragon king. Tang Wulin murmured with a blank expression. His memories began to return to that moment. Shura's crimson sword fell from the sky, and the white-haired youth was within range of its attack. Boom! A brown dragon over 1 kilometer in length, without wings, shielded the youth beneath its body, and Shura's crimson sword struck its back. Roar! Damn it! Could it be that the bugs of the heavenly realm didn't even care about the safety of their master? Infernal demonic dragon! Take Master Emotion away. Tang Wulin clenched his fists tightly. Is that the mountain dragon king? Tang Wulin and Dai Yuner suddenly appeared behind him. Such a powerful group of dragons. Who could have killed them all? Dai Yuner asked in shock. It was a god. Tang Wulin replied in an indifferent voice. A god. Tang Wulin and Dai Yuner were both astonished to hear this. Dragons once enjoyed a glorious era. At the time, dragons could be said to be the most powerful race in the entire universe. However, the glory of the dragons came to an end after a large-scale war. That was the war between the gods and the divine beasts led by dragons, and that was the Dragon God War. After that war, the dragons fell into a state of desolation. The surviving dragons lived in seclusion, but the gods had no intention of letting the dragons off the hook. They launched another operation with the goal of slaughtering the remaining dragons, and that was the dragon sacrifice. Tang Wulin stroked the skull of the second mountain dragon king as he spoke. These dragons were most likely the victims of the dragon sacrifice. Tang Wulin and Dai Yuner didn't say anything. Tang Wulin's words were already beyond their comprehension. "All right, come here. There seems to be a valley here." Tang Wulin turned toward the back of the mountain dragon king's skull. The ground behind the mountain dragon king had caved in, revealing a massive crater with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin suddenly felt as if something within the valley was calling out to them. The valley was over a kilometer deep, and there seemed to be a massive ball of light shimmering within it. The ball of light was of a rainbow color, and it existed in the form of mist. It made it impossible to see what was going on within the valley. This aura, a hint of astonishment, suddenly appeared in Tang Wulin's eyes. "What is it, big brother? Could it be that you already know what it is?" Tang Wulin asked. Tang Wulin paused for a moment before replying. "That's right." Also, a hint of nostalgia flashed through his eyes. They were old friends. After passing through the rainbow mist, the three of them were astonished by what they saw. Tang Wulin wasn't too surprised, but Tang Wulin and Dai Yuner were completely different. Tang Wulin and Dai Yuner felt as if their vision had blurred, following which they were greeted by the sight of a massive dragon. To put it more accurately, this was a massive dragon soul that was over a kilometer in length. Its entire body was shimmering with rainbow light, and even its scales were of a rainbow color. The scales on its body weren't uniform, and each piece had a different shape. However, they were so coordinated that it was as if they were inlaid with countless gemstones. It raised its head proudly, and its entire body exuded an indescribable aura. The moment Tang Wulin saw it, the Golden Dragon King bloodline within his body suddenly fluctuated violently. Tang Wulin felt as if the bloodline aura within his body was about to explode. Even the remaining 12 Golden Dragon King seals within his body trembled slightly. This is the Dragon God." Tang Wulin looked at the massive dragon soul with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Tang Wulin took a deep breath. This was simply too shocking. He was actually able to see the legendary Dragon God. Although it was only a dragon's soul, that imposing aura that looked down upon the world made Tang Wulin extremely shocked. Dai Yuner, who was at the side, had already fainted from the pressure of the Dragon God. Tang Wulin supported her, took out her dragon orb, and pinched it. "Now, this is no longer something that you can meddle in. Go back." Dai Yuner then disappeared from the Dragon Valley. "Big brother, I feel," Tang Wulin said to Tang Wulin with a pained expression. Tang Wulin hurriedly stood in front of him. An invisible aura burst forth, and the pressure of the Dragon God was instantly neutralized. It was also at this moment that the Dragon God roared towards the sky. The roar instantly spread throughout the entire Dragon Valley. When all the dragon souls heard this roar, they all prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping their king. When Tang Wulin opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a rainbow-colored world. Everything in front of him had changed. In his mind, a blood-red figure appeared. There was also a white figure. The white figure was the first to bear the brunt. His body ignited with rainbow-colored flames as he rushed towards him and hugged him. Tang Wulin instantly felt that his emotions were greatly affected. For a moment, he was alternating between joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Then, he saw that the blood-red figure pointed towards the sky, and a huge blood-red sword that seemed to connect heaven and earth slashed towards him. Could this be a fragment of the Dragon God's memory? Furthermore, right now, he was experiencing this fragment of memory from the perspective of the Dragon God. The blood-red sword fell, and in the next moment, everything turned blood-red. His body seemed to have been torn apart in an instant, along with the white figure. However, in the end, he seemed to have seen the white figure smile at him. I won't let you die like this, old friend. These 2 lives of yours were exchanged with my own life. Golden Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, you must cherish your lives well. Then, he began to slowly disappear. Tang Wuling felt that he did not seem to have died. Instead, he seemed to have split apart. He looked at his side and saw that there was an additional huge silver dragon. He then looked at his current appearance and saw that he was a huge golden dragon. When the white figure disappeared, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain. It was as if he knew it should be that the most important person to the dragon god had died. Ah! Tang Wuling roared towards the sky, and tears began to flow. In reality, Tang Wuling looked at Tang Wuling's pained expression and frowned slightly. He turned to look at the soul of the dragon god. You want to help him break the remaining 12 seals, right, old friend? Yes, that's right. Furthermore, I have also given him a part of my memory. That is, I was killed by the god Shura, and the part where you helped me. The soul of the dragon god suddenly spoke. You. Tang Wuling wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped. Because a silver figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Guyu, Yuhao. The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Guyu looked at the pained Tang Wuling. Fate really makes fools of people. She laughed bitterly. Why did you blame little sister creation? She did not do it on purpose. She was sincere. Tang Wuling thought to himself. Little sister creation, you blame me? Chapter 84. Today, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, an inky black spatial rift suddenly tore open in the air, and 2 people emerged from the boundless darkness. One of them was over 9 meters tall, and the other, air. Forget it, there's no point in comparing them to each other. Weren't those 2 Tang Wuling and Tang Wuling? Amazing. Is this a space tunnel? Big brother, you're amazing. Tang Wuling lowered his head and looked at Tang Wuling with dazed eyes. With such a godly skill, why would he need those transportation tools? He was a little envious of his big brother's skill. If you're envious, hurry up and improve your strength. When you reach level 99, maybe you can do it. Damn. Tang Wuling raised his foot and wanted to touch Tang Wuling's head. But even if he raised his foot, he couldn't reach Tang Wuling's head. He threw the bag of salt in his hand to the ground and stepped on it. Don't ask me where I got it from. Okay. I'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Tang Wuling blushed with shame. Finally, he squatted down so that Tang Wuling could touch his head. Okay, then do your best. You're going to participate in that event in the next few days, right? What event? Hee. You'll know when you get back. After the 2 finished talking, they looked at the main entrance of Shrek Academy and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. He quickly rushed to the front of Shrek City Gate and kissed the wall hard. The feeling of returning home filled his body with heat. Tang Wuling blushed with shame. He hadn't been so exaggerated in the past. At most, he would kneel, but this kid actually kissed it directly. After entering Shrek City, Tang Wuling and Tang Wuling went to the familiar noodle shop that Su Lizzie had brought him to before. They first ordered 10 big bowls of noodles and ate heartily. Tang Wuling also asked for 10 bowls. The 2 of them competed to see who could eat faster. Of course, the final winner was Tang Wuling. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Wuling, you still need to improve your eating speed. Tang Wuling was depressed. He had never lost in a food competition. This time, he really lost. Why does brother eat so fast? I can't accept this. Also, since you're back, you have to train hard. You've wasted 3 years of your time, but your physical strength has been greatly enhanced. Your current strength is equivalent to the full strength strike of a strength-type titled battle pet warrior, Doloa. That's why you have to cultivate properly. Isn't your soul power already at rank 49? This time, you have to reach 5 rings as soon as possible. When you reach 5 rings, don't be in a hurry to find a spirit soul. Compress your cultivation for a period of time. After a period of time, a very suitable 5th soul ring will be waiting for you. Tang Wuling smiled mysteriously at the end. A suitable 5th soul ring for me. Waiting for me? What? What does that mean? Tang Wuling was perplexed. It means what it means. Tang Wuling hugged his head and walked towards Shrek's inner courtyard with him. When the two of them reached the entrance of Shrek's inner courtyard, they realized that they couldn't enter. There were two more guards at the entrance of the inner courtyard. They were both disciples of the inner courtyard. Without an identity card from the inner courtyard, they couldn't enter the inner courtyard as they pleased. Tang Wuling shook her head in an awkward manner. She'd forgotten that she didn't have an inner court badge, nor did she have a Sea God's Pavilion badge. In the past, she'd been able to enter and leave as she pleased, but it looked like the academy had strengthened its management. Of course, if he wanted to enter, these two Soul Kings wouldn't be able to stop him. Not to mention Soul Kings, even demigods wouldn't be able to. Wuling, if you want to go in, do you need Big Brother to help you? Tang Wuling looked at Tang Wuling and asked. Tang Wuling shook his head and took out his communication device. Let me inform Na first. The phone rang for a while before it was picked up. There was no sound. After the call was picked up, there was no sound from the other side at all. Na Tang Wuling tried to call out. Following that, Tang Wuling felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. A scream came from the other side of the phone. Tang Wuling jumped in fright and almost dropped the communication device in his hand. Even the two inner courtyard guards heard the shrill voice coming from a phone. Big Brother, is that you? Is that you? Na-er's excited voice instantly sounded. Tang Wuling couldn't help but feel as if his blood was about to burst. Hearing that familiar voice, he almost cried. It's me, Na-er. It's me. I'm back. Tang Wuling said hurriedly. Your big brother is here too. Tang Wuling said loudly. Big Brotherling is here too. Wait, I'll come and find you immediately. Do. The other side hurriedly hung up the phone. Poseidon Island. Whoosh. A silver light shot into the sky and went straight for the entrance of the inner courtyard. Isn't that? No. A cute little girl with long white hair, who wasn't even 14 years old, looked at the silver light in the sky. She was Byakuya. She had been a disciple of the inner courtyard for a long time, and now she was a member of the Poseidon Pavilion. She had a cold personality and didn't like to get close to people she didn't know. Even if she knew someone, she wouldn't necessarily talk to them. Moreover, her martial soul was a wolf, and it seemed to be an extremely powerful king of wolves. Many people had tried to pursue her, but in the end, they all came back with claw marks on their faces. Since then, she had been called the Greedy Wolf Queen. Next to her, there were two other girls sitting cross-legged in cultivation. The two girls were extremely beautiful, and they looked very similar. One had long blonde hair and a black dress, while the other had long white hair and a white dress. They were Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. The two girls came to the Shrek Academy 3 years ago. They directly dropped out of the Monster Academy and came back with the exchange team at that time. Moreover, when they arrived at the Shrek Academy, the Pavilion Master made an exception and allowed them to enter the Poseidon Pavilion and become members of the Poseidon Pavilion. Of course, this made many students of the inner courtyard unhappy. During the 3 years, the two girls were challenged many times. Some were Soul Emperors, some were Soul Sages Contra, and some were even titled Doa seniors who hadn't entered the Poseidon Pavilion. However, after a year's worth of challenges, the inner court disciples were all convinced of their abilities. They couldn't help but be convinced. The two people's strength was seriously too terrifying. They didn't even need to use their martial souls to defeat anyone who dared to challenge them. Moreover, it was pure physical strength. They didn't even use a trace of soul power. With such terrifying strength, they wouldn't complain even if they were the Pavilion Master. In addition, the two girls were beautiful to begin with. They quickly captured the hearts of many male students and many female students. Today, there was no one in the entire Shrek Academy who didn't know about the two beautiful sisters. The students gave the two girls a nickname, the Beautiful Sisters of Light and Darkness. The two girls were the goddesses in the hearts of both male and female students. In the past 2 years, many people had confessed to the two girls. Among them, there were contra or titled Doloy young men and even women. Of course, all of them were rejected. At the same time, those people all knew one thing, and that was they already had boyfriends. And it was the same person. Immediately, a huge uproar arose. Many male students urged the two girls to tell them who their boyfriends were. They said they wanted to compete with him. In the end, forget about competing. You'll only piss him off. My sister's boyfriend is someone you will never be able to defeat. His name is Tang Wulin. Once they heard the name Tang Wulin, a huge uproar arose again. Tang Wulin, Tang Wulin. It was the Tang Wulin who could freely enter and leave the Shrek Academy's inner and outer courtyards. It was said that even the pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. It could be said that his status was even higher than the pavilion master's. No one knew where he came from. If Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia were goddesses, then Tang Wulin must be the Prince Charming in everyone's hearts. Although his whereabouts were unknown, some people had seen him in a dessert shop in the outer courtyard. He was the manager of that dessert shop. Because of this, the dessert shop's business became more and more prosperous. Those who pursued Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia thought that the lovers of the two beautiful sisters were pushovers. But in the end, there was no hope. The pursuers knew in their hearts that they couldn't compare with Senior Tang, so they took the initiative to give up. The above seems to have deviated from the topic. Let's get back to the topic now. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia opened their eyes at the same time. Brother is back, the two of them said in unison. Senior is back? Seniors, I'm going to find Senior first. Goodbye. Byakuya instantly turned into white light and disappeared. Tang Xiaojia patted his head and said, Sigh. Tan Lang has fallen in, and she's fallen in very, very deep and can't extricate herself. Tang Xiaoyuan added Tang Xiaojia's last words. She looked at Tang Xiaojia and said, But we're not qualified to talk about her, are we? We're in deeper than her. Let's not talk about it. Let's go. Let's go and see our husband. Tang Xiaojia pulled Tang Xiaoyuan and said. Tang Xiaoyuan's face was slightly red. What's wrong? You're not ready yet? Tang Xiaojia smiled. No, I'm not. Let's go. Tang Xiaoyuan's mouth pouted. She was obviously a little angry. Hee. If you're not ready, I'll be one step ahead of you and have a child with him. Tang Xiaojia teased Tang Xiaoyuan. WH. What? Have a child? No, absolutely not. Only I can have a child with brother. Tang Xiaoyuan looked at Tang Xiaojia very seriously. Aren't you siblings with him? Tang Xiaojia smiled slightly. No, you're wrong. I evolved from brother's power. So, strictly speaking, I'm not brother's sister. So, I'm a capable sister. Tang Xiaoyuan said solemnly with her hands on her hips. Oh, so it's like that. Tang Xiaojia smiled and suddenly disappeared. Then let's see who gets there first. Wah, you cheater. Wait for me. Tang Xiaoyuan also disappeared. At the entrance to the inner court, Tang Wulin saw a silver light shoot toward him from the inner court like lightning. Before he could react, the silver light had already rushed into his arms. A fragrant scent filled his nose. That soft and supple body was tightly pressed against his chest. His eyes were filled with long silver hair. Tang Wulin's heart trembled. He didn't need to ask to know who had jumped into his arms. Nar had grown taller, and her figure had become more plump. She was already a big girl. She was very tall. She was only half a head shorter than Tang Wulin, who was already more than 9 meters tall. Dance spirit, don't worry about me. I want some peace and quiet. At this moment, she had jumped up and coiled her legs around Tang Wulin's waist. Her arms were tightly wrapped around his neck. Tang Wulin pulled down her dress with all his might to prevent her from exposing herself. The two inner court disciples standing at the entrance to the inner court were already rooted to the spot. This person was Dragon Spear Goddess Nar. She was a goddess who stood shoulder to shoulder with the twin sisters of light and shadow. My God, one of the 4 goddesses of the inner court had appeared before their eyes. Furthermore, the Dragon Spear Goddess was hugging Tang Wulin in an extremely vulgar manner. Who were they? Big brother. Nar, I miss you so much. And big brother. Nar, I'll hug Tang Wulin again. However, it wasn't as vulgar as hugging Tang Wuling. Furthermore, she had to squat down to hug him. I changed the height of dance spirit to 6 meters. Big brother? Big brother? The two guards were shocked. These two were the dragon spear goddess brothers? My God, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have dared to stop you. Also, why did it feel like Naer's big brother was very tall here? The two of them suddenly sensed that Tang Wuling was glaring at them with a murderous gaze, as if he had heard what they were thinking. He was warning them that if they dared to say anything, he would teach them a lesson. The two of them immediately stopped imagining things. Only then did Tang Wuling withdraw his gaze. Just what kind of gaze was this? It was just a casual glance, but it was imbued with the power to strike fear into their hearts. Before the two guards had a chance to recover from their shock, 3 more figures instantly appeared before them. All of them rushed directly toward Tang Wuling, who was even shorter than them. Immediately pulled Tang Wuling aside at the sight of these 3 people who were even crazier than her. Then boom, the 3 figures collided directly with Tang Wuling, and the dust settled. The 2 guards saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw a girl with long white hair and 2 girls who looked exactly the same, except for their hair color and clothes, pressing the pitiful Tang Wuling to the ground. These 3 people. What were they looking at? The Light and Shadow sisters, as well as her Grace, were pinning down a boy who appeared to be no more than 16 years of age and was only 6 meters tall. He appeared to be very, very weak. Senior, you're finally back. The white-haired girl was the first to hug him. That was Greedy Wolf Queen Byakuya. Cough, cough. All right, Byakuya. Let go of me. Tang Wuling seemed to be about to suffocate. Get out of the way. Big brother is about to die. I want to give big brother oxygen. The white-haired girl pushed Byakuya away. Instead, she pounced on him with stars in her eyes. Big brother, I'm coming. There was even a trace of saliva at the corner of her mouth. She took a breath and was about to kiss Tang Wuling. Yummy! Tang Wuling screamed and hurriedly covered his mouth. At the critical moment, the blonde girl, Tang Xiaojia, instantly grabbed Tang Xiaoyuan's collar. Tang Xiaoyuan's mouth was only 10 centimeters away from Tang Wuling. Tang Wuling finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was saved. However, things were not as simple as he thought. This bastard is mine. Don't fight with me. Get out of the way. I want to make children with him. She lifted Tang Xiaoyuan and threw him aside. She sat directly on Tang Wuling's body, declaring her sovereignty very coldly. An invisible aura began to gather around her. Tang Xiaoyuan got up. It's not fair. It's not fair. Big brother is mine. He's mine, he's mine, he's mine. No one can take him away from me. Even big sister, you can't fight with me. Only I can have children with big brother. Tang Xiaoyuan seemed to be starting to get angry. Her aura collided with Tang Xiaojia's aura. Cracks began to appear in the air. The 2 girls each grabbed one of Tang Wuling's arms and began a tug of war for Tang Wuling. Stop, stop, stop. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, let go, let go. I'm going to be torn apart. It was hard to imagine how painful it was just by listening to the screams. Looking at Tang Wuling's pitiful appearance with his eyes closed, it was obvious that he was in a lot of pain. Oh God. The beautiful sisters of light and darkness were actually fighting over this little boy. The 2 bodyguards felt that their worldview was completely destroyed. Oh, so strong. No, I can't lose to senior sister and the others. Byakuya got up from the ground. She made a heart gesture with both hands. Immortal fall to the mortal world. 2 huge hearts instantly hit Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. The 2 girls instantly felt their strength disappear. All of their strength disappeared, including their physical strength. Very good. Success. Byakuya was overjoyed. Immortal Fall was the unique secret technique of the 9-tailed fox with golden fur and a jade-like fur in her 3rd life. It had the magical power to make anyone's strength disappear temporarily. Although it could only last for a short while, it was enough to turn a powerful person into a mortal in an instant. What kind of terrifying secret technique was this? Although it could only be used again the next day, this secret technique was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, this secret technique could be divided into individual and group attacks. Now, Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia had been hit by a mortal fall. They were now mortals. Now, Byakuya immediately rescued the poor Tang Wulin from the two girls. What kind of sin have I committed? Why are you torturing me like this? Tang Wulin was still screaming miserably with his eyes closed. He might not have realized that he was already saved. Senior, it's fine now. Byakuya shook Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin opened his eyes. It's true. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. How do you this? Could it be? Tang Wulin was shocked. He thought of a possibility and looked at Byakuya. Byakuya lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Byakuya, Tang Wulin suddenly looked at her very seriously. Byakuya lowered her head even more. She was ready to be reprimanded by Tang Wulin. However, after waiting for a full 10 seconds, Tang Wulin did not reprimand her. Tang Wulin suddenly patted her on the shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. He even shed tears of gratitude. You did well. You saved Senior's life. Byakuya was stunned. What? Nanny, Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia, who had temporarily become mortals, were in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that Tang Wulin would give such an answer. However, when the two of them thought about it, it seemed that they had indeed gone overboard. Senior, you don't blame me? Byakuya asked tentatively. Why would I? All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go back first. Tang Wulin pulled her into the inner courtyard. Stinky bastard. Bad brother. Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan suddenly cursed loudly. Tang Wulin suddenly returned and carried the two girls on his shoulders. The two girls had temporarily become mortals after being poisoned by a mortal's fall to the mortal world. Of course, their weight was only that of a mortal. Tang Wulin could carry the two girls easily. Oh, I almost forgot about you too. After saying that, he directly entered the inner courtyard with Byakuya. Looking at Tang Wulin carrying the two beautiful sisters away, the two guards were stunned and felt the cold wind. Big brother, let's go too. Nar also directly pulled Tang Wulin away. Hey, aren't we lucky today? The two of us bumped into the four great beauties. We'll have something to brag about in the future, said one of the guards. Even if we tell others, who'll believe us? The other guard rolled his eyes. In a vast starry sky, a ridiculously huge battleship floated above the moon. From afar, it looked especially majestic. It was equipped with majestic super ion cannons. It was heading toward 13 Dola and finally stopped above 13 Dola. 6 figures suddenly appeared in front of the battleship and directly entered the battleship. Then, 7 more figures appeared out of thin air and followed the 6 figures into the battleship. In the battleship's command room, the 6 people who came in first took off their black robes. Yo, boss, the 6 people said to the young man sitting on the chair. The 6 people were all women. Thank you for your hard work. You must be tired to keep an eye on 13 Dola, right? The young man handed them 6 oranges and said. The 6 women did not hesitate and immediately ate the oranges in one mouthful. They immediately felt refreshed. Hee. After eating boss's oranges, we're not tired anymore, said the 6 people. You're the Godslayer? The leader of the 7 deity killers? The 7 voices that came out of nowhere startled the 6 women. At this time, 7 masked black-robed people appeared in front of them. However, from the voices just now, they seemed to be all women. The young man did not seem surprised at all. First-generation god of 7 sins, nice to meet you. The young man cupped his hands and said, You're too kind. Godslayer, you look so young. You must have become a god less than 50,000 years ago, right? You're really a young hero, said the woman in the clown mask, standing in the middle of the 7 people. You must be the leader of the first-generation god of 7 sins, Senior Avarice? The young man said with a smile. That's right. Now let's cut to the chase. We'll leave 13 Dola immediately after we capture the target. Of course. How can we let him escape again? The young man smirked. At the Poseidon Pavilion. Huh? You want me to go watch the Poseidon blind date? Tang Wilin looked at Yun Ming in surprise. Yun Ming, you should know, right? I already have a wife. You want me to? Wait. Senior, you misunderstood. What I meant was that you can sit on the Poseidon Pavilion's boat and watch. Yun Ming hurriedly explained. Oh, what do you think? Tang Wilin looked at Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojia, and Byakuya. I don't care. If you want to watch, I'll go with you. Tang Xiaojia said. Hee hee. That's the blind date 10,000 years later. It's such a lively scene. Of course I have to go watch. Tang Xiaoyuan said excitedly. Byakuya was silent for a long time. If Senior's going, I'll go too. Tang Wulin sighed. Sigh. I'll go and watch. I'll also see how Wulin and that person develop their relationship. Many outer court students gathered at the Poseidon Lake. Why were they all gathered here? It was because they were going to watch the Poseidon blind date, which was held every 5 years. And this year's event was particularly eye-catching. According to rumors, one of the 4 goddesses of the inner court, the Dragon Spear Goddess, will be participating in this event. As for the other 3 goddesses, although they wouldn't be participating, it was said that they would show up. Moreover, the teachers of the inner court also said that the senior would come to watch. In order to see the 4 goddesses and the senior, almost all the students came this time. The Poseidon blind date had been around for more than 10,000 years, and the rules were constantly being adjusted. However, the principle was still the same. In the end, it was still to test the strength of the inner court students and help them find their true love. Without enough strength, it was impossible to succeed in the blind date. This was the fundamental principle. In this regard, the Shrek Academy was unreasonable. How could one find a partner without strength? Go back and train for a few more years. Although it looked like a simple blind date, it was a huge stimulation and motivation for the students of the inner court. This was especially true when the students already had someone in their heart and wanted to express their feelings during the blind date. All the more they had to work hard to cultivate. According to the statistics of the Shrek Academy, the stronger one was, the higher the chance of success at the Poseidon blind date. This was an ironclad fact. Yu Jingyu and Xiesun walked side by side out of the inner court's teaching building. As they walked, their appearance attracted many people's attention. Yu Jingyu was wearing his habitual white tuxedo. The white tuxedo had a golden feather-shaped pattern on it. It was elegant, sacred, and dazzling. Noble, sacred, and not at all like a nouveau riche. This was the traditional pattern of the holy angels, and it was very unique. Xiesun, who was walking side by side with him, wasn't much inferior to him. His black tuxedo had a silver pattern on it, and the pattern was in the shape of a dragon. If Yu Jingyu was the holy sun, then at this moment, he was like a ghost walking in the night. The two of them, one in black and one in white, were both handsome. How could they not attract attention when they walked together? Hey, you two inhumane people, wait for me. The rotund Su Lizzie ran over from behind. Fatso, what are you doing here? Don't lower our standards. Yu Jingyu said with some disdain. Su Lizzie was still in his school uniform, but the uniform of the inner court was different from that of the outer court. The uniform of the inner court was orange, and it was made with excellent craftsmanship. However, with Su Lizzie's rotund figure, it didn't matter what he wore. Su Lizzie wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled as he squeezed past the two of them. Look, don't you want boss to walk with 2 bodyguards? Damn fatso, Xiesun and Yu Jingyu said in unison. They then glared at each other and said in unison, Can you not be so tacit with me? Are you two participating in this matchmaking convention to confess to each other? Su Lizzie chuckled. It's fine, I understand, but I'm leaving now. With that, Fatso left like a gust of wind. Although his weight had been increasing, the speed was also getting faster and faster. Yu Jingyu and Xiesun glanced at each other and harumphed in unison. Do you really think I can do this? What if Yuanin gets angry? Xiesun asked Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu said angrily. Can you not be so timid? Why don't you go back and reflect on your past? I've never seen someone like you. Is Yuanin a scourge or something? Who are you calling a scourge or something? A calm voice sounded from behind them. Xiesun and Yu Jingyu abruptly turned around. Yuan and Yehue, who still looked ordinary and was dressed in men's clothing, was standing behind the two of them. I didn't say that. That was Xie Sun's thought. You two talk. I'm going to take my leave. Yu Jingyu turned around and fled. He knew that he was no match for Yuan and Yehue. Yuan and Xie Sun didn't know why, but the courage that he had mustered up earlier had disappeared in the face of Yuan and Yehue. He rubbed his hands together nervously. Yuan and Yehue looked him up and down, then turned around and left with a cold expression. She hadn't said a single word to him this entire time. Xie Sun watched as Yuan and Yehue left, and he couldn't help but feel dejected. It still didn't look like she was getting any better. There's no way she'll agree. Otherwise, why would she still be dressed as a man when the matchmaking convention is about to begin? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I'm so looking forward to it. I'm finally 18 years old, and I can finally attend the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention. I've always heard my seniors talk about it like it's a miracle. I wonder what kind of spectacular scenes we'll see at the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention. Of course it's going to be spectacular. I heard that one of the 4 goddesses of the inner court, the Dragon Spear goddess, is going to be participating as well. She might not choose a partner, but if she were to come, she'd be no different from a real goddess in the presence of the sea god's fate on the sea god lake. Apparently, the other 3 goddesses will also be attending the convention. There's also news that our senior will be attending. You're making it sound like you've seen the 4 goddesses and that's senior. Of course I've seen them. I've seen their side profiles from afar, and they're so beautiful. As for that senior, I've seen him with my own eyes, and I feel like he's not a mortal. He's the most exquisite creation of the heavens. Really? Then we'll have to take a look later. It said that the 4 goddesses are not only beautiful, but they're also extremely powerful. That senior's cultivation is unfathomably powerful. You guys keep talking about that senior. Who's that senior? I can tell you're a new student at a glance, right? You don't even know who Senior Tang is. Senior Tang entered the inner court of Shrek Academy when he was 10 years old. In just 5 years, Senior Tang displayed astonishing talent in cultivation, and it seems that he's already entered the Poseidon Pavilion and is known as the honorary Pavilion Master. I heard that even the Pavilion Master has to be courteous to him. He's that powerful? By the way, have you guys heard that 2 exchange students from the Xingluo continent have been specially approved to enter our inner court? They seem to be attending today's matchmaking convention as well. I don't know if that's true or not. It seems to be true. I've also heard about it. Don't let our inner court seniors get together with them. I heard that one of the 2 students is particularly powerful. He's only 23 years old, but he's already a 2-word battle armor master. He's that strong? Yes, that's not all. I heard that some of his battle armor has already reached the 3-word level. The outer court students were all whispering to one another. The sky had already completely darkened. This also meant that the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention was about to begin. In the distance, a ship slowly sailed over the Poseidon Lake. The ship was brightly lit, and the outer court students all bowed in unison at the sight of the ship. Those who were able to board the ship were the most powerful existences in the Shrek Academy. They were the true rulers of Shrek City, and even the Federation had to respect them. They were the elders of the Shrek Academy's Poseidon Pavilion. On the ship, the chief seat was empty, and there were 3 empty seats next to the chief seat. These 4 seats seemed to have been specially reserved for someone. The second seat to the left of the chief seat was occupied by a young man in white robes. He wore a faint smile on his face, and his long black hair draped down his back. His entire being gave off a feeling of being at ease. The one sitting next to him was none other than the inner court headmaster of the Shrek Academy, Holy Spirit Doa. Beside Holy Spirit Doa was the outer court headmaster, Silver Moon Doa. Beside Elder Kai were the 2 holy dragons, Crimson Dragon Doa Zhuashur and Blazing Dragon Doa Feng Wuyu. Feng Wuyu's expression was clearly different from usual. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his head was lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. Aside from them, there were also several elderly titled Doa seated on the ship. In other words, those who could board the ship were all titled Doa above rank 90, and they were at least 3-word battle armor masters. Hey, look, who's that guy on the ship? He's so young. How can he board this ship? Don't talk nonsense. If I'm not wrong, that person should be the #1 person in our academy, or even the #1 person in the entire continent. He's the current master of the Sea God's Pavilion, who shook the entire continent 100 years ago. He's the true strongest person. He's a demigod and a 4-word battle armor master. He's the spiritual leader of our Shrek Academy. Huh? You're saying that's him? He's so young? That's impossible. Heavens! I didn't know he looked so young. Yeah, I heard Holy Spirit Doloa is his wife. Don't call him old. The Pavilion Master looks so young. How can you call him old? By the way, do any of you know what his Doloa title is? He must be very domineering, right? Of course. The Pavilion Master's title was Atlas Doloa Yun Ming, the Atlas Doloa. His martial soul is the Atlas Spear. It said that he once pierced the heavens with his spear and shocked the entire Sun-Moon Federation. He's recognized as the strongest person on the continent. 100 years ago, he was the leader of the Shrek 7 Academy. He was known as the most likely person in the Shrek Academy to reach the God Realm. He's a true demigod. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't feel the aura of the God Realm, he would have already surpassed the limit and reached that level. If he became a god, he might not be any worse than those 2 legendary figures. Tang San and Yuhao. I'm silently watching you show off. Tang San, the strongest person on the continent, right? I'm the strongest person in the God Realm, although it's only on the surface. Yuhao, the Sun-Moon Federation? I've even blown it up before. Everyone who recognized that person's identity was excited. Not to mention outsiders. Even Shrek Academy disciples like them rarely had the chance to see this person. But why isn't such a strong person the chief seat? I don't know. Yun Ming looked at the 4 seats in the chief seats. That senior isn't here yet? Yes, that senior said that he had to investigate some things and left in a hurry. With that senior's strength, I don't think he'll take long, right? Yari said, then let's wait a little longer. Yin Ming said. As soon as he said that, a voice sounded. Sorry. We're late. I went to prepare some supper. A 16-year-old youth wearing a blue trench coat, with long white hair and peerless looks that could topple the world and yet not lose his handsomeness, sat in the center position. He was hugging a large pile of potato chips and drinks. There was a young girl sitting in each of the other 3 seats. All 3 of them were peerless beauties who could topple the world. Weren't they Tang Wulin, Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojia, and Baiakuya? As soon as they appeared, Yun Ming and all of the elders stood up in unison before extending a respectful salute toward them. Senior, no need. Sit down. How many times have I told you? You don't have to bow to me. Tang Wulin waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. Thank you, Senior. Yin Ming and the others bowed respectfully and sat down. Of course, this scene was also seen by the outer court students. Oh my God, what did we just see? Why is there a kid sitting in the chief seat? Who are those kids? Why are the pavilion master and the elders so polite to him? They even gave the chief's seat to him. But the one sitting in the chief's seat is so beautiful. Look, aren't the 3 girls beside that person the other 3 of the 4 great goddesses of Shrek's inner court? What? That's the other 3 goddesses? So beautiful. Also, they look like that person's girlfriends. Girlfriends? If that's the case, that person's sitting in the chief's seat. Could that person be Tang? Tang. Senior Tang. It's Senior Tang. Senior Tang Wulin. It's the legendary Senior Tang Wulin. Senior Tang. It's actually Senior Tang. Senior Tang, we love you. He's so handsome and beautiful. Why is Senior Tang so handsome and beautiful? I think I've fallen in love with Senior Tang. Hey. It's fine if a girl like me falls in love with Senior Tang, but how can a man like you fall in love with Senior Tang? So what? Is there a difference between a man and a woman when it comes to love? I didn't expect that you're actually, Shut up. Don't say it out loud. Otherwise, we're done. Okay, I won't say you're gay. Tang Wulin and the others, as well as Yun Ming, could hear the voices of the students. Tang Wulin laughed dryly and shook his head. Sigh, I have a face that attracts both men and women. I'm in despair. He sighed. Yun Ming and the others couldn't help but laugh. Tang Wulin opened a bag of potato chips. Do you guys want some? He looked at Yun Ming and the others, as well as Tang Xiaoyuan and the others. Yun Ming and the others shook their heads. They were the top powerhouses of the continent of Doluo, and they could go without food for a long time. Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojia, and Baiakia all shook their heads. We know you like to eat this, so you should eat it yourself. Is that so? Thank you. Tang Wulin took the open bag of potato chips and poured them into his mouth without hesitation. He didn't look like a powerhouse at all. The elders shook their heads helplessly. The ancestor Yuhao in their hearts was not like this. Yun Ming and Yari looked at each other and smiled helplessly at the same time. Indeed, this was a far cry from the majestic ancestor Yuhao in their hearts. Or perhaps this was the real him. The two of them held each other's hands. I'll congratulate the two of you first. At this moment, Tang Wulin suddenly said, What do you mean by this, senior? Yun Ming was completely perplexed by this. Tang Wulin took a sip of his drink and smiled. You should ask your wife yourself. Yun Ming looked at Yari. Yari's face was a little red. She touched her stomach, then whispered something in Yun Ming's ear. Yun Ming didn't react for a while. 30 seconds later, he exclaimed, Oh, really? Yari, you've really... He was so excited that he couldn't finish his sentence. Yari's face was bright red as she nodded slightly. However, she also smiled blissfully. The elders were stunned, but they weren't stupid. They immediately connected the dots and sent their blessings to Yun Ming. Dean Kai's eyes flashed with envy and blessings. This is just an interlude. Let's get back to the main topic. Our Poseidon blind date has just begun. The water of the sea god's lake was clear, and when the lights bloomed like flowers, the lake water reflected a faint blue color, like a huge sapphire. There was also a halo that flickered, and it was extremely dazzling and moving. The lights were scattered all around the lake, and upon closer inspection, one would discover that all of these lights were underwater. Their light was filtered through the waves of the lake, and it was as if the lake itself were glowing. It was a warm and romantic sight, as well as an aura of life. Immediately thereafter, 2 pillars of golden light erupted in the distance, and 2 people stood within them. Both of them wore smiles on their faces, and one of them was a man, while the other was a woman. The man appeared to be around 30 years of age, and he had a tall and slender figure and a set of handsome facial features. He was slightly younger than Wu Zhangkong, but there wasn't much of a difference. He was wearing the Shrek Academy inner court uniform, and there was a faint smile on his face. The woman beside him was around 7 meters tall, and she appeared to be around 27 to 28 years of age. Her features were average, but she was very approachable. When she smiled, it was very easy for one to sense the goodwill that she was radiating. Welcome to this year's Poseidon Lake, the fate of Poseidon Lake. Let's introduce ourselves first. I am Inner Court Disciple Lan Yuzi, and the woman beside me is Inner Court Disciple Tang Yinming. We will be hosting today's fate of Poseidon Lake. Tang Yinming smiled and said, I'm very honored to be the host for today's event. The reason for this is because the two of us are most likely the oldest students in the inner court. I really want to become a teaching assistant, but I don't want to be seen as a young student, so we're still here. I'm sure there will always be some juniors who aren't aware of the rules of our event. The Poseidon Fate of Matchmaking Convention is not just a day to find a partner. It's also an opportunity to display one's abilities. Hence, during this event, all of the male and female students will have to stand on lotus leaves that are around 100 meters away from each other. If anyone falls into the water during this process, then I'm sorry, but they won't be able to continue participating in this event. Before the first segment begins, whoever can secure a good spot will be the best proof of their abilities. Hence, we'll begin with the next segment. Junior brothers and sisters of both genders, please start fighting for your spots. Begin. Following Tang Yinming's announcement, the Poseidon Lake Fate of Poseidon Lake officially began. Chapter 85. During the military training on the demonic island, the chief of staff of the Federation Army, Tang Wulin, asked, "Boy number 2, would you like to remove your mask?" Boy number 2 also removed his mask without any hesitation, and at the same time, he removed his cloak to reveal his clean body. He was wearing a white ruchua suit, and his golden hair was flowing behind him. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face, and he placed his right hand on his chest as he extended a curtsy toward the female voice across from him. He was standing on the left side of the first row, so the female voice across from him could see him more clearly. "Hello, seniors and juniors. My name is Yu Jingyu, and I've just entered the inner court not long ago. Please allow me to remove your veils." That's right, boy number 2 was none other than Yu Jingyu. It was undoubtedly the case that his handsome appearance, well-ironed suit, and refined demeanor had left a very good impression on all of the female students. On top of that, almost all of the inner court students were aware of Yu Jingyu's name. He was one of the current Shrek 7. Tang Yimeng smiled and said, "You're very handsome, junior disciple. Thank you for your support, senior sister." Yu Jingyu replied with a smile, and a series of soul rings rose up from beneath his feet. 5 soul rings, for purple and 1 black, appeared, and just the color of the soul rings alone was far more dazzling than that of boy number 1. He then flipped his hands over in front of his chest, and specks of golden light rose up from his palms before quickly fusing together. The specks of golden light then gradually took shape. What was that? At the center of Yu Jingyu's palms was a shimmering golden little angel with her wings spread open in a lazy manner. She was only around half a foot tall, and the wings on her back were white. There was also a golden halo above her head, and she was indescribably adorable. Her chubby little face pouted, and she seemed to be grumbling to Yu Jingyu in a displeased manner. "Go on, baby. Help me remove my conical bamboo hats." Yu Jingyu gently propped her up, and at the same time, a speck of golden light appeared on his right hand, which he stuffed into the little angel's mouth. The little angel smacked her lips before flying away in a reluctant manner. On the boat, Tang Wulin opened another bag of potato chips. "Hee, I was just kidding. Don't be mad, don't be mad." Tang Wulin's brows furrowed, and he reached out a hand to pat her little head in a perfunctory manner. "Really?" the little girl asked as she stared at Tang Wulin. "Yes, yes." Tang Wulin forced a smile onto his face. The little guy finally revealed a smile. "That's good. Daddy, you can only praise the Snow Lady for being cute. You can't praise anyone else for being cuter than her." Tang Yu Jingyu's eyes, Tang Wulin's eyes, of Tang of the Tang of Tang, Yu Tang Yu and Tang. Tang Yu's eyes, Tang, and Fairy's Anner, and Tang of course, and Tang's Tang. However, the scene just now made people feel that it was a daughter acting coquettishly toward her father. Could that be the first spirit soul created by Yuhao's ancestor, the Snow Empress of Ice, who was ranked 3rd among the 10 great savage beasts with 800,000 years of cultivation 10,000 years ago? Who would have thought that the legendary Snow Empress of Ice was actually a little girl who wasn't even 6 years old? Phew. Tang Wulin heaved a sigh of relief. Why did that little girl come out at this time? Snow Empress. Is she jealous? Tang Xiaojie asked as he looked at Tang Wulin. Probably. The Snow Empress doesn't like to revert to her true form and prefers to stay in her young girl form. I really don't know what she's thinking, but now that I think about it, she probably... Tang Wulin didn't continue. She likes you? Tang Xiaoyuan continued Tang Wulin's words. Tang Wulin fell silent for a moment and then nodded. It's not just the Snow Empress. Lia seems to be the same. As for the Ice Empress, she has brother Skydream, so I'm not worried. But the 8 female dragons, the 4 oddballs, and that appendage. He didn't look too good. Hee. As expected of you, brother. No matter where you go, you're a magnet. Oh no, you're a magnet that attracts girls. Hee. Tang Xiaoyuan laughed unkindly. Can't you cure this kind of physique? Tang Xiaojie rolled his eyes at him. If I could, I would have done it a long time ago. Tang Wulin shrugged helplessly. Sigh, you're on your own now. Now, even your descendants won't let you go. Tang Xiaojie ended the spiritual conversation after he finished speaking. Tang Wuling was in an extremely perplexed state. What can I do? I'm in despair too. Yu Jingyu relied on the cute little angel to successfully remove the bamboo hats of many female students. He couldn't help but admire his own intelligence. I'm so king smart. Hui Yuhao mother Ker. I'm the progenitor of this technique. How dare you steal it? I'm going to sue you. Of course, his target for the night was Su Xiaoyan. He had passed the first segment of the Poseidon matchmaking convention, mutual appreciation. Next up was naturally Xie Sun. He had also passed for the first time ever. After Xie Sun, it was naturally Su Lizzie's turn, but he immediately gave up. Next up were some unimportant walk-ons. Lan Yu was one of them. Contestant number 51, you may begin. Lan Muzi made an inviting hand gesture toward the final male student. Contestant number 51 stood in the center of the first row. Beside him was contestant number 50, Long Yu. Contestant number 51 shook his head slightly, indicating that he wasn't going to remove his mask. He then rose up into the air and pounced toward the other contestant. On the boat, Tang Wulin was feeling a little sleepy, but he was suddenly reinvigorated, and he was appraising contestant number 51 with special attention. You're finally here. I thought you were hiding at the back. Yin Ming was also quite surprised to see Tang Wulin suddenly paying so much attention to contestant number 51. In the past, he had always ignored contestant number 51, but now he was paying so much attention to contestant number 51. This indicated that there had to be something special about this contestant number 51. The male student flew through the air, and due to Long Yu's appearance, all of the female students were extremely wary. However, right at this moment, the male student suddenly pressed his hands downward. A burst of rich soul power pressed down onto the surface of the sea god's lake, immediately following which waves of water were repelled. He made a circle with his hands before pushing them forward, and in the instant that he did so, a pair of jade-white palms were revealed. Instantly, the water droplets shot out in all directions, some in straight lines, some in curved lines, and some in parabolas. For a moment, the disorderly water droplets seemed to have transformed into a large curtain of water, flying toward the female students on the other side. What was even more bizarre was that after the water droplets shot out, they all turned golden, and in the night sky above Poseidon Lake, they looked exceptionally magnificent. After doing all this, contestant number 51 turned around and retreated toward the lotus leaf where he had been standing. This is similar to what Long Yu did. What is this? Ding Xiaoling was a little surprised, but she didn't make a move this time. There were only 2 people from the Monster Academy, 1 male and 1 female. There couldn't be anyone from the Monster Academy on the male student's side, so naturally, she didn't need to pay too much attention to him. However, when the water droplets flew past her, Ding Xiaoling's expression suddenly changed slightly, because she was surprised to find that the water droplets didn't have the slightest aura of soul power fluctuations. However, the water droplets were so fast that they couldn't be compared to ordinary sprinkling water. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the water droplets were endowed with energy that was completely contained within them. Sisters, be careful, Ding Xiaoling shouted. It's too late. Tang Wulin shook his head with a smile. Yin Ming was taken aback, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. That was the Tongman's hidden weapon technique. The golden water droplets scattered in all directions like a peacock spreading its tail, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. At the same time, the faint roar of a dragon could be vaguely heard. The girls of the inner court of Shrek Academy were all very strong. Although the situation had taken turn for the worse, they all reacted quickly. For a moment, soul power of various colors burst forth. The golden water droplets in the air shattered one after another, and few of them could get close to the girls. The girls had already extinguished all the golden water droplets. However, at that moment, A series of water arrows shot out from the water below the 10 girls who still had bamboo hats. These water arrows came very suddenly. However, the timing was perfect. It happened to be the moment when the girls relaxed after destroying the peacock's tail. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. One bamboo hat after another was sent flying, revealing a series of astonished expressions. Only 2 silhouettes reacted. One of them quickly leaped up and dodged the water arrow, while the other one's body flashed with silver light. The moment the water arrow arrived, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared after the water arrow passed by. The bamboo hats of the other 8 girls were also sent flying one after another. His timing is very good. Looks like he didn't slack off. Tang Wulin nodded with a smile. Number 51 had passed as well. After returning to his own lotus leaf, he took a glance at the main seat on the boat. He had already noticed that his big brother was sitting there. He was sitting with the elders and the legendary pavilion master. His big brother was becoming more and more mysterious. Next up is the second segment. Tang Yinmeng said in a clear voice. After the first segment, it's time for the girls to express who they like. Hence, this second segment is called Love at First Sight. The rules are very simple. All of the female students will be given a switch to control the soul lights beneath them. They will turn on their lights for each of the male students. As long as a male student receives a switch from one of the female students, they can continue to participate in the next segment. However, if none of the female students turn on their lights for them, then it's a pity that they'll have to leave this event. The second segment began. Yu Jingyu was the first to face this segment, and he was the first to be tested. This was because the first male student had already fallen into the water and been eliminated. All of you Poseidon fairies, please consider this carefully. You have 1 minute to decide. Make sure to think this through carefully. On top of that, I have to emphasize that if you don't turn on your lights for any of the 50 male students, then that means that you'll have to give up on this matchmaking convention and leave the Poseidon Lake. Lon Musi cautioned in a serious manner so that the girls who were participating in the Poseidon Lake for the first time wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. All of the soul lights beneath the feet of the male and female students were switched off, and in the next instant, the soul light beneath Yu Jingyu's feet lit up. Ladies, please turn on your lights for male student number 2, Lon Musi instructed. A control button had already appeared in the hands of all of the female students, and immediately thereafter, one beam of light after another quickly lit up. In the blink of an eye, 16 of the 31 female students had been switched on. This meant that over half of the female students had chosen to turn on their lights for Yu Jingyu. Su Xiaoyan was clearly a little enraged, but the light beneath her feet was still switched on. Lon Musi smiled and said, "As expected, Jingyu is very popular. 16 lights is quite a lot. He's given everyone a good start. All right, the next male student, please step forward." Time passed by very quickly, and it was Xie Sun's turn in the blink of an eye. Xie Sun had obtained 9 lights, and even though he wasn't as powerful as Yu Jingyu, he had still managed to obtain one. What made him extremely excited was that the light belonging to Yuan and Yehui was still switched on. Next up was Su Lizzie. Thankfully, Yi Xinglan had switched on her light for him, as well as Yuan and Yehui, Su Xiaoyan, and number 17, whose bamboo hadn't been removed. However, the excitement in Su Lizzie's eyes dimmed as the other 3 lights were switched on. He suddenly realized that the ones who had switched on their lights were all his friends, so it was very likely that they had switched on their lights out of sympathy for him. Were they pitying him? A wry smile appeared on Su Lizzie's face. All right, 4 Poseidon fairies have switched on their lights for male student number 32. So let's continue. Soon, it was number 51's turn. On the boat, a faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face, and his appearance was about to be revealed. Next up is our final male student. Would you like to remove your mask before the Poseidon fairies switch on their lights for you? Male student number 51 was silent for a moment, but he still raised a hand in the end to slowly remove his mask. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his hood also fell onto his back, revealing his extremely handsome features. He had long eyelashes and a pair of eyes that were as clear as bottomless glacial lakes. In the instant that he removed his mask, the entire Poseidon Lake seemed to have lit up. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he extended a slight bow as he stood on his lotus leaf. Long time no see, everyone. Lan Muzi and Tang Yinming both faltered slightly upon seeing this. The male student who had appeared before them was rather familiar, but they were certain that he was a complete stranger to them. As far as they could recall, there shouldn't be anyone like him in the inner court. However, the fact that he was able to stand here indicated that he had to be an inner court disciple who had been approved by the academy. Who is he? It's you? Captain? Boss? Ah! Cries of surprise instantly rang out across the surface of Poseidon Lake, both from the male students and from the opposite side. On the female student's side, 3 of them were jumping up and down on their lotus leaves. The one who screamed with excitement was Su Xiaoyan. The one who let loose an involuntary cry of surprise was Wu Sidwa, and Dai Yuner had completely disregarded her image. The one who had yelled, "It's you," was none other than Long Yu, who was standing beside him. The ones who had yelled "Captain" and "Boss" were Xie Sun, Yu Jingyu, and Su Lizzie. My apologies, junior disciple brother, but you really don't look familiar. Would you be able to tell us your name? Tang Yiming asked as she appraised the stunningly handsome young man in the distance with a curious expression. Number 51 nodded with an enchanting smile on his face. Greetings, senior disciple brothers. Of course. My name is Tang Wulin. That's right. He was the class president of the Outer Court's gifted class, a renowned figure in the Outer Court, and the former captain of the current Shrek 7. He was Tang Wulin's younger brother, Tang Wulin, and had once led them to victory over the monster 8 monarchs of the Xianra Empire. Tang Wulin, Tang Yiming murmured to herself, and in the next instant, she suddenly exclaimed, "You're Tang Wulin?" At this moment, even the inner court disciples who hadn't seen Tang Wulin before finally recalled who he was. He's Tang Wulin. Almost everyone was focused on him, and to many of them, he was like a legend. A missing outer court student had been reinstated as an inner court student by the Shrek Academy, and this was completely unprecedented. The footage of him leading his team to victory in the Xianra Empire Continental Young Elites Tournament was something that all of the inner court disciples were discussing with great relish. He had actually returned. After more than 3 years, he had actually returned. Furthermore, he had directly participated in the Sea Gods' Fate matchmaking convention. Prior to this, most people had been paying attention to the powers that he had displayed, as well as the tenacity that allowed him to lead his team to victory. However, in an event like this, it was inevitable that his appearance had attracted the attention of everyone present. His extremely handsome features. He was way too handsome, wasn't he? Compared to 3 years ago, he looked more like an adult now. His body had already fully matured, and he had broad shoulders, muscular arms, and a thin waist. His long black hair was draped behind his head. His entire body was filled with the scent of sunshine. On the boat, Tang Xiaoyuan crushed a potato chip with a crunch, and a smile appeared on her face. Not bad, not bad. What a handsome entrance. As expected of my younger brother, Tang Wulin patted her on the shoulder before handing her a bottle of drink. She accepted the bottle before unscrewing the lid and downing the entire contents in one gulp. A hint of astonishment appeared on Yunming's face upon seeing this. Tang Wulin. No wonder Ancestor Yuhao was paying so much attention to him. He was his younger brother, but this Tang Wulin's popularity is pretty high. He's so handsome. He's just as handsome as I was back in the day. I'm giving you a look underscore. All right, Poseidon fairies, hurry up and choose whether you want to switch on your lights for boy number 51. Tang Yiming immediately instructed after controlling her emotions. One light after another was switched on. However, to everyone's surprise, the first one to switch on her light was number 18. So far, among the 31 girls, there were only 2 girls who hadn't turned on their lights from the beginning to the end. They were number 18 and number 11. Number 11 was none other than Wu Sidwa. As for who was number 18, number 17 had only switched on her light once, and that was for Su Lizzie. At this moment, number 18 was the first to switch on her light, and she was definitely the first one to do so. After her was number 11, Wu Sidhua, and number 19, Dai Yuner. They switched on their soul lights almost at the exact same time. Immediately thereafter, one light after another was switched on, and in just the span of a few breaths, over a dozen lights had been switched on. There were a total of 18 lights, which was even more than Yu Jingyu's 16 lights. Wow, 18 lights. I can imagine how intense the next segment is going to be. Lan Musi was appraising the women present with a surprised look on his face. It was undoubtedly the case that Tang Wulin had set a new record after taking off his mask. Will you howl, huh? What did you say? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you. Tang Wulin didn't think that so many people would switch on their lights for him, either. However, his gaze fell upon girl number 17, whose light hadn't been switched on. That's right, number 17 wasn't among the 18 lights that had been switched on. His brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Tang Wulin didn't say anything, but he wasn't sure if his judgment was wrong. Lan Musi said, "All right, everyone has made their choice. For the men whose lights haven't been switched on, my apologies, but I'll have to ask you to leave. We're going to begin the third segment right away." After the initial round of mutual appreciation and love at first sight, we're going to proceed to the next segment. In that case, we're about to begin an extremely important segment of the Sea God Fate matchmaking convention. After this segment, everything will become clear to us. All of our juniors will also be able to better understand each other's desires. Hence, the segment that we're going to begin next is called Love at Second Sight. On this occasion, all of you have to be careful. You can't choose as casually as you did in the second segment. As long as you make a choice, you have to be responsible for your own choices. All of you have 1 minute to introduce yourselves. After that, you have to come to me and give me the number of the celestial Poseidon that you're interested in. After all of you have completed your self-introductions, you will begin to make your choice. The girls will begin to choose. This choice will represent your final choice. Every girl can only choose once, and you can't go back on your choice. After making your choice, we'll begin the fourth segment. All of you, please take note that when you introduce yourselves, you can display any abilities that you think are more powerful than you are. You can also introduce your cultivation bases, and so on. It's fine as long as you feel like your introduction will attract the woman you're interested in. This time, we're going to be messing up the order and drawing lots to decide who goes first in order to ensure fairness. The first one was naturally Su Lizzie. His confession had touched many people, and Yi Xinglan was already beginning to waver. On the boat, Long Yi was staring at Su Lizzie the entire time. This little guy is quite interesting. Looks like I'll have to take on a disciple. That's great. With your guidance, his future is definitely going to be limitless, Yin Ming said. Who knows? He might even have the potential to ascend to godhood, Tang Wulin said as he finished another bag of potato chips. Aren't you exaggerating a little, senior? Yin Ming asked. Who knows? Tang Wulin chuckled. Next up was Yu Jingyu. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. The truth is, I already have someone I like. It's been around for a very long time. We've been together for many years, but we've spent most of our time cultivating. I don't think I need to introduce myself too much. I come from the Holy Angel clan, and I have the Holy Bloodline. I'm a 5-ring 1-word battle armor master. I believe that I have the ability to protect you and give you happiness. I'll give you everything you want, including your clan. I'll do everything in my power to help you. After all these years, I know that you like me, right? They say that the Poseidon fate on Poseidon Lake is the best opportunity to confess my love. That's why I'm here. I like you, so be with me. I believe that you'll be my bride in the future, and I'll always protect you. I won't let you come to any harm. Just like senior brother Lon and senior sister Tang, you can give birth to a few children for me. No matter what you want, I'll give it to you. I don't think we need to waste any more of everyone's time. Xiaoyan, I love you. Can we leave now? Su Xiaoyan stood there, staring blankly at him. Her face was originally filled with joy, but as Yu Jingyu spoke, her expression began to change. Her joy gradually faded, and her face paled slightly. On the ship, Tang Wulin furrowed his brows. That idiot. He cursed. He didn't even make a sincere confession of love. It's impossible to move a girl like Su Xiaoyan. Does that idiot Yu Jingyu not even know this? Oh, right. I almost forgot. He's a noble's son. Huh. Nobles are nobles. Putting on airs just to chase a girl. Hee. Tang Wulin sneered. His words were filled with mockery. Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojia, and Byakuya all nodded. It was clear that they agreed with Tang Wulin's words. Yinming shook his head with a wry smile. He had to admit that he also agreed with Senior Yuhao's words. Su Xiaoyan lowered her head and murmured, No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Yu Jingyu hurriedly asked, Xiaoyan, what's wrong? On the boat. What tragedy? Tang Wulin pursed her lips. As soon as his voice fell, Su Xiaoyan suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were red and filled with disappointment. It shouldn't be like this. Jingyu, I'm sorry, but I can't accept this. I can't. I don't like this version of you. To be more precise, I hate the way you were just now. I'm sorry. After saying this, a ball of starlight suddenly lit up around Su Xiaoyan's body. Then, under the cover of the starlight, she instantly flashed away. The starlight left a dazzling trail of flames in its wake. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the shore and began to run madly into the distance. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Yu Jingyu was rooted to the spot. He had never felt so awkward in his life. He was completely unable to accept the situation that had unfolded. In his heart, this was supposed to be a perfect clash of emotions, but such a dramatic turn of events had taken place. Prior to coming to the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention, he had met Su Xiaoyan. He had told her that he was going to let everyone know of his love for her and that they were together. However, never would he have thought that everything would suddenly take a turn for the worse. The perfect ending that he had envisioned did not occur. Instead, it was Su Xiaoyan who had fled in panic. You're AF asterisk king bitch, Yuan and Yehue said in a merciless voice. Yu Jingyu suddenly flared up with rage. Shut up. Mind your own business. After saying this, he abruptly flapped his wings and flew toward the shore. However, he wasn't flying in the direction that Su Xiaoyan had fled. Instead, he was flying in the opposite direction. What a tragedy! Tang Wulin shook his head. The interlude between Yu Jingyu and Su Xiaoyan didn't stop the event from progressing. Xie had also successfully won the heart of the beauty. After skipping over the unnecessary people, Tang Wulin finally arrived. Oh, good luck. Tang Wulin yelled from the boat, completely disregarding his image. His yelling attracted the attention of many people. Senior Tang is cheering for Tang Wulin? Hold on. Tang Wulin, could they be related in some way? Tang Wulin took a deep breath and nodded calmly. Due to some reasons, I left for 3 years. Every night for over 1,000 days, I thought about the academy every single moment. Ever since my parents suddenly passed away, this place has become my home. Today, I came back just in time for the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention. I didn't hesitate and came here directly. I was afraid that I would miss you, and I was even more afraid that you would fall in love with someone else. 3 years ago, I asked you if you got close to me because of my bloodline. During those boring days, I thought about many things, and I felt that I was a fool to ask you that question back then. I shouldn't have asked you that question. You gave me a definite answer, and it hurt me even more than when I found out that I had a trash martial soul and a defective spirit soul. However, I couldn't show it because I was the captain, and I couldn't let everyone see my weak side. I endured the pain in my heart and led the team until we won the final victory. However, at that time, I still didn't know how to face you. Or rather, face myself. The lotus leaf floated back, and Tang Wulin returned to his original position. Who was he talking about? This question appeared in the minds of many people. However, the same thought appeared in the minds of many of the girls. It wasn't me. Wu Sidua's face paled even further. Girl number 18 was very silent, and girl number 17 appeared to be completely still, but ripples began to appear on the lotus leaf beneath her feet. Yuner faltered slightly upon hearing this. He was most likely talking about the girl by the name of Guyu, right? That girl was so lucky to be able to receive his love. A hint of envy also appeared in her eyes. If only that person could love her like this. Time passed by very quickly, and the third segment was over. The next segment was the fourth segment, Fate in 3 Lives. Time passed by very quickly, and the third segment was over. The next segment was the fourth segment, Fate in 3 Lives. Lan Musi turned to girl number 17 and girl number 18, who still hadn't removed their veils, and said, "At present, only the 2 of you still have your veils on, so the first thing you have to choose is whether you want to remove your veils. If you don't remove your veils at this time, then you won't be able to do so again. Hence, please make your choice carefully. Due to how well you've protected your veils in the past, after removing your veils, you'll be given priority to proceed to the fourth segment, Fate in 3 Lives. Now, I'll give you 1 minute to consider." "I'll do it." A crisp and pleasant voice rang out across the entire surface of the Poseidon Lake. The one who had spoken was none other than girl number 18. She raised her hand and took off the bamboo hat and veil on her head, revealing a beautiful face. Her long silver hair draped down her back, and her eyes were like amethysts. Even the light of the stars and the moon paled in comparison to her silver eyes. In that instant, all of the light on the surface of the Poseidon Lake seemed to have served as a foil to her beauty. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on her. "It's the dragon spear goddess!" someone exclaimed, and cries of surprise instantly rang out from the shore. Even the inner court male students on the surface of the Poseidon Lake were looking at her with eager eyes. "Oh, so she really is here as well," Tang Wulin said with a smile. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. There had always been rumors that one of the 4 goddesses, the Dragon Spear Goddess, would be participating in the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention. However, that was only hearsay, after all. Now, the Dragon Spear Goddess really was here on the surface of the Poseidon Lake. Everyone's first thought was that Shrek really did live up to his reputation as one of the 4 goddesses. Wu Sidua, Yi Xinglan, and Yuan and Yehue were already very beautiful, but they still paled in comparison to her. If the Dragon Spear Goddess was already this beautiful, then the other 3 had to be even more beautiful, right? Lan Musi and Tang Yinming were also slightly taken aback, and Lan Musi couldn't help but say, "Junior Nar, I thought that the rumors about you participating in the matchmaking convention were just rumors. But who would have thought that you'd actually come? You're not even 18 yet." Nar smiled and said, "According to the rules of the Doa continent, 16 years of age is already considered an adult, so why can't I come? I've received special approval from my teacher." Tang Yinming smiled and said, "All right, Nar, you're going to make this Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention shine even brighter. However, are you really going to choose someone that you fancy? You have to be careful." When Tang Wulin saw Nar nod without the slightest hesitation, his face was filled with shock. Then, his face filled with rage as he looked around. Who was it? Who had caught Nar's eye? That was his dearest little sister. A vicious look appeared in his eyes as he looked around. "Z, let me interrupt you, Siscon. Also, I'm worried about your EQ." Lan Musi's heart stirred slightly as he said, "In order to be fair to all of the other girls, Junior Nar, seeing as you already have someone that you fancy, why don't we let you choose someone for the 4th segment, Fate Between 3 Lives? All of us really want to know which lucky man has caught the eye of our Dragon Spear Goddess." All of the girls heaved a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this, but the atmosphere among the boys instantly became tense. This was fantastic news. "Our goddess, choose me." All of the boys were yelling in their hearts. Nar nodded. "All right, I'll go first." Lan Musi made an inviting hand gesture and said, "All right, then let's invite Junior Nar, number 18, to go to the person that you fancy. I wonder if all of our boys' hearts are racing." A faint smile appeared on Nar's face, and silver light flashed from her body as the lotus leaf beneath her feet drifted forward, leaving a trail of water in its wake as it hurtled directly toward the group of boys across from her. Tang Wuling could clearly hear the breathing beside him become more rapid, as well as the sound of their heartbeats. It was undoubtedly the case that all of the boys were in a state of extreme excitement. The lotus leaf drifted closer and closer, and a faint smile appeared on Nara's face the entire time. The closer she got, the more they could sense the astonishment brought to them by her exquisite beauty. Even with the mental fortitude of these inner court boys, they were still completely entranced by her beauty. What more could a man ask for with a wife like this? Choose me, choose me. Almost everyone was yelling in their hearts. She was getting closer and closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The beauty was already within reach, and everyone's breathing was becoming more and more rapid. One of the boys couldn't help but release his martial soul, and a series of dazzling soul rings rose up from beneath his feet to display his power. Almost in the next instant, the soul rings of over half of the male students lit up, and the surface of the sea god's lake was illuminated by a myriad of colors. On the boat, does Nara really have someone she likes? Light and dark Delua's long night moon turned to Poseidon's pavilion master, Yun Ming, with a surprised look on his face. Yun Ming was also very surprised. I've never heard her mention this before. This girl really did a good job of keeping secrets. However, I don't see anyone here who's worthy of my disciple. Isn't there just one? Tang Wuling suddenly asked. Yun Ming was taken aback. Senior, are you talking about your younger brother? Tang Wuling smiled. You don't understand Wuling, so you naturally don't understand his charm. Furthermore, I watched Wuling and Nara grow up. Watch them grow up. Yun Ming was stunned. Tang Wuling wagged her index finger as she said, We're sworn siblings. Do you understand? Just as they were speaking, the lotus leaf beneath Nara's feet suddenly drew an arc on the surface of the water. The beautiful arc stealthily changed direction and headed straight for Tang Wuling. No, to be more precise, it was heading in Long Yu's direction. Long Yu's tiger-like body trembled as he stared in astonishment at the beautiful face that was getting closer and closer. He had never placed much importance on the matters between men and women. Even if he had chosen Dai Yuner, it was because in his heart, only Dai Yuner's appearance and status were worthy of him. However, as he watched this girl, whose appearance was even more beautiful than Yuner's and whose temperament was even more shocking, draw closer and closer to him, his heart began to beat erratically. He suddenly had a feeling. Was this the so-called love at first sight? So it turned out that he'd been waiting for this moment for all these years without a girlfriend? Z_child, go wash up and sleep. You're thinking too much. While his heart was filled with all kinds of complicated thoughts, Nara was getting closer and closer to him. In fact, she was almost within reach. Tang Wuling's eyes widened. No, Nara, you can't choose him. He's from the Sionra Empire. Tang Wuling wanted nothing more than to crush Long Yu to death right now. On the shore, the outer court disciples were also in an uproar, and many of them couldn't help but cry out. If their dragon spear goddess were to choose an exchange student from the Sionra Empire as her partner, no one would be able to accept it. The lotus leaf beneath Nara's feet slowed down slightly. She glanced at Tang Wuling and saw Tang Wuling's hands clenched into fists as he stared at her with wide eyes. She then turned to look at Long Yu, who was spitting fire from his eyes. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Silver light flashed slightly, and the lotus leaf sped up again. It was only 3 meters away from Tang Wuling, but it silently glided over to Tang Wuling's side again. The lotus leaf lightly touched Tang Wuling's lotus leaf, and it raised its head and stuck out its tongue at him slyly. Long Yu was stunned, the male students were stunned, and even Tang Wuling himself was stunned. On the ship, Yun Ming was also stunned. Ha ha! I knew it! I knew it! Ha ha ha! Cough, 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 cough! Tang Wuling clutched his stomach as he laughed, and he almost choked on the potato chips he hadn't finished chewing. He hurriedly drank a mouthful of water. Tang Wuling was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was trying to play him to death. Seeing not Er's sly smile, Tang Wuling couldn't help but rub her head. You little girl, are you trying to mess things up? Hee hee, how am I messing things up? Can't I choose big brother? Or do you want me to choose someone else? Na smiled sweetly and stuck out her tongue at him. Tang Wuling snorted. I'll deal with you after the conference. You little girl. On the ship, Yin Ming exclaimed. She chose Tang Wuling. Aren't they brother and sister? Are you deaf, Yin Ming? I told you they were sworn siblings. Tang Wuling rolled her eyes at Tang Wuling. Yin Ming pondered this for a moment before replying. So they're sworn siblings. That means they're both capable sisters, right? Damn it. I didn't even know that Yun Ming had such a dirty mind. Yari, you have to teach him a lesson. A disdainful look instantly appeared in Tang Wuling's eyes. Next, it was Yi Xinglan's turn. Needless to say, she was paired up with Su Lizzie. After that, Su Mier fought Long Yu, and she lost. The two of them had very similar temperaments, so congratulations were in order. After that, it had to be said that Tang Wuling really was quite charismatic. It was the dance of the underworld, C duo. After that, it was Dai Yuner's turn. Strangely enough, Dai Yuner didn't row toward the male students. Instead, she rowed directly toward the ship. What was going on? Everyone was suddenly struck by a peculiar feeling. Dai Yuner coughed a few times before taking a deep breath, following which she yelled, Tang Wuling, I like you. Her yell alerted all of the students, and even the elders on the ship were astonished. Tang Wuling had just taken a sip of a drink, and he immediately spat it out. Huh, Nanny? Tang Wuling's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. He could sense that the three women beside him were all giving off very unfriendly auras. You sure are something, honey. You're not even letting your own junior off the hook. Tang Xiaojia's expression darkened. Oni Ai-chan, please explain. Tang Xiaoyan glared at Tang Wuling angrily. Senior, haven't you had enough? Byakuya also showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Tang Wuling instantly fell into a very awkward situation. The surrounding elders began to whisper among themselves. According to the backup, this Dai Yuner should be calling Hoi Yuhao senior ancestor, right? This is a confession that transcends 10,000 years of age. No one else can do this. Yin Ming looked at Tang Wuling somewhat mockingly, then looked at Dai Yuner. This is really interesting. Senior's charm is really frightening. Shut up. Tang Wuling rolled his eyes at everyone. He shut them up. Shrek's students' reactions. F***CK. Someone actually confessed to Senior Tang. How can this be? She beat me to it. I don't know if that Dai Yuner will succeed. It's best if she doesn't succeed. Then, I can go and confess to Senior Tang. Hey. It's fine if a girl confesses, but you're a man. Why do you have to confess? It's none of your business. Is there a need to differentiate gender when it comes to true love? But I don't love you. Shut up. You just need to know that I love Senior Tang, and that's enough. The scene was a mess. Tang Wuling was a little surprised. He looked at Dai Yuner, then at Tang Wuling, who was on the ship in the distance. Did she not know that there were three women who were many times more beautiful and powerful than her by his side? Tang Wuling didn't think that this little girl would confess to him in front of so many people. He slowly got up, took a deep breath, and shouted, Who do you like? Tang Wuling. Dai Yuner shouted. Who likes Tang Wuling? Tang Wuling shouted. Dai Yuner. Dai Yuner shouted again. Tang Wuling put his hands behind his ears and shouted, Louder! I can't hear you. Dai Yuner. Oh, but I don't like you. Tang Wuling said calmly. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone actually heard it. This was a subtle use of spiritual power. Dai Yuner was stunned. Although she already knew that this would be the outcome. So it's like that. She muttered in disappointment. Was she still not good enough for him? However, she reignited the flame of love and shouted with all her strength, I won't give up. I'll definitely work hard to become the girl you like. After she finished shouting, she kept panting. Then, she looked deeply at Tang Wuling in the distance and waved her hand. Then, without knowing how she did it, she ran toward the shore at an extremely fast speed. However, Everyone noticed that she was running on water. She actually learned how to control her own gravity. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He was very pleased to see that there was a very talented person among his juniors. However, this junior had fallen in love with him. This was really, however, crack. Tang Wulin looked around and saw Tang Xiaojia holding his hand. Her eyes were shining with a golden light, and her long blonde hair was fluttering automatically. Meanwhile, a miniature celestial emperor's hammer had appeared in Tang Xiaoyun's hand, and she gently stroked the hammer's head as she appraised him with a hostile expression. Byakuya had been standing off to the side this entire time, but Tang Wulin could see the fury in her eyes. Wasn't she grinding her wolf claws behind her back? Tang Wulin's lips twitched upon seeing this. It appeared that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. At this moment, Long Yu's eyes were completely bloodshot. If it weren't for the fact that Su Mir was pointing her three-barreled soul cannon at his butt, he would have already charged toward the boat to fight Tang Wulin to the death. Even though he was most likely going to die a horrible death in the end, the sight of Dai Yuner being rejected made him feel as if Mount Vesuvius had erupted in his heart. "Skip, big brother," Nar called out in a soft voice. "Nar, you." Tang Wulin's brows furrowed slightly. A vibrant smile appeared on Nader's face. "Big brother, did you know? From the moment you took me in when I was 3 years old, I had already fallen in love with you. For my sake, you used your frail body to fend off those bad guys. Not only were you kind, you were also brave. You were far more resilient than the average person of your age. When you were 6 years old, your martial soul awakened. It was blue silver grass. It was publicly acknowledged as a trash martial soul, but the silver lining was that your soul power appeared when your martial soul awakened. Your ambition was to become a soul master. At the time, you didn't dare to think about becoming a battle armor master, so you said that you wanted to pilot mechas. However, if you wanted to become a soul master, you would need a soul spirit, and that would cost a lot of money. Our family wasn't very wealthy, and our parents were already working very hard. As such, you chose to learn blacksmithing when you were only 6 years old. I remember very clearly that in the beginning, you were so tired that you couldn't even make an expression when you came home. You would collapse onto your bed, and you couldn't even hear me when I called out to you. However, you didn't give up. You continued to practice. Every time you received your salary, you would save a portion of it and buy me candy with the rest. Those candy were really, really sweet. Do you still remember? One day, I asked you if you would miss me if I left. "Brother, I like you. I really, really like you. I'm willing to spend all my time with you in the future. I'll always be by your side. Don't think that I'm joking. I'm serious." Tang Wulin listened to Nar in a daze. His mind seemed to have returned to 10 years ago, to his home. Even Yun Ming, who was on the ship, was shocked. He had never seen Nar like this before. He was so agitated that he almost stood up. He looked at Tang Wulin coldly. "If you don't agree, even if you're Senior's little brother, I won't let you off." "Calm down, Yun Ming." Tang Wulin suddenly patted him. Only then did he calm down. "I'm sorry, Senior. You should have already heard my thoughts," Yun Ming said apologetically. "Yun Ming, I know how you feel. You're like a father who found out that his daughter eloped with a man. I've also experienced something like that. I watched as my daughter eloped with a man that I didn't trust, and I almost turned their entire clan upside down. If it weren't for the fact that their king stepped in, I would have already killed him," Tang Wulin said in an enraged manner. Spiritual world. All the spirit souls heard Tang Wulin's words. The 8 dragon kings suddenly trembled. Golden Flash revealed a look of lingering fear. The 7 spirit souls, the Qilin, and the 9-tailed scorpion were all confused. "AI, what happened back then?" the Qilin said to Golden Flash. Golden Flash sighed and looked at the 8 dragon kings. The 8 dragon kings all shrunk their necks. The Inferno Dragon King was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "At that time, Han Tian and Miss Shui fell in love with each other. Then, Han Tian eloped with Miss Shui without the consent of the first-generation god of emotions. Han Tian took her to the dragon's secret land to live a life of paradise. Of course, Han Tian's actions angered the first-generation god of emotions. At that time, he single-handedly attacked our dragon clan and directly pulled out Han Tian and Miss Shui. At that time, the first-generation god fell into an extreme rage and directly attacked Han Tian. At that time, Han Tian was almost killed by a single punch from the first-generation god. Almost killed Han Tian. The seven spirit souls and the Chilean nine-tailed scorpion were all shocked. One had to know that Han Tian was the #1 Dragon King under the Dragon God. He was actually almost killed by the first-generation god of emotions. This was too inconceivable. And then, of course, this king personally appeared. No, it should be said that the Dragon God personally appeared. He spent a lot of effort to calm the furious Xiaoyao. Golden Flash wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Oh, and his daughter threatened to kill herself. Otherwise, with Xiaoyao's mood at that time, he would have torn our dragons apart. This is really a story that no one knows, the spirit souls exclaimed. Senior already has a child? Yunming looked at Tang Wulin in shock. Tang Wulin smiled and continued. So, as a father, I understand how you feel. Bear with it for now and see what Wulin chooses. Yunming paused and nodded. I'll do as you say, Senior. He stared at Tang Wulin as if he wanted to eat him alive. You better choose Nar. That way, I can consider teaching you myself. However, even though his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was, I'm sorry, Nar. I choose girl number 17. Tang Wulin had to expend almost all of the energy in his body to say these words. Cries of surprise rang out throughout the entire venue. None of the outer court disciples could have imagined that in the face of the dragon spear goddess's tearful confession, he would choose girl number 17, who hadn't chosen him at all and hadn't even taken off her mask this entire time. How is this possible? Yunming couldn't take it any longer and was just about to rise to his feet when a petite hand gently pressed down on his shoulder, and Yunming obediently sat back down. Yunming's brows furrowed slightly as he turned to Tang Wulin. Yunming, the convention isn't over yet. Are you trying to break the rules? Once the convention is over, go ahead and do whatever you want. I won't stop you then. As long as you don't beat him to death, you can do whatever you want, Tang Wulin said in an indifferent voice. Yunming faltered slightly upon hearing this before sitting back down obediently. However, the look in his eyes was as if he wanted to kill Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin shook his head. Didn't I have the same look in my eyes once upon a time? It's just that I'm even more terrifying. Lan Musi and Tang Yinming exchanged a glance, and both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Neither of them thought that Nar would be rejected. In the instant that Tang Wulin said those words, all of the color drained from Nar's face, and she reflexively took a step back. Half of her foot had already sunk into the water, and her body swayed slightly before she managed to steady herself. Lan Musi gulped as he turned to girl number 17. According to the rules, you have to remove your veil now. After that, listen to his confession for a minute. Number 17 paused for a moment before slowly raising her hands to take off the veil on her head. This was a set of pale features, black hair, and black eyes. Compared to Nar and Wu Sidwa, she didn't stand out in the slightest. Her face was already filled with uncontrollable tears. She looked at him, and her lips were trembling slightly. Tang Wulin smiled at the sight of her tears. She wasn't completely heartless toward him. However, at the sight of those tears, he suddenly felt that everything was worth it. You should have chosen her. Guyu turned her head to look at Nar. She then said something completely baffling. I don't want to win. Nar smiled. There are some things that are beyond your control. Guyu closed her eyes, and tears began to flow from her eyes again. But do you know how heavy a price he'll have to pay if he does that? Do you know how difficult it will be for us in the future? Nara replied in a firm voice, I don't care. I just hope that I can give myself to him completely. Tang Wulin stared at them in a slightly slack-jawed manner. He didn't know that their relationship had become so close. What were they talking about? Why couldn't he understand a single word they were saying? Lan Musi also didn't understand, but the matchmaking convention still had to continue. Wuling, it's your turn. You have 1 minute. Tang Wuling shook his head before turning to Guyu. I don't need a minute. I only need to ask her one question. Guyu, I've only ever loved one person, and that person is you. I only have one question for you. Do you love me? Guyu wanted to say something, but Tang Wuling didn't give her a chance to speak. He raised his right hand and flipped his palm over. Shimmering golden scales extended from his wrist all the way to his entire palm, and a pair of shimmering golden claws appeared on his palm. An indescribably powerful blood essence fluctuation abruptly erupted from his body, and in the instant that this powerful bloodline aura appeared, all of the dragon-type soul masters present let loose muffled groans as their faces turned deathly pale. Even Long Yu was no exception. How was this possible? How had his blood essence become so powerful? Long Yu's face was filled with astonishment. He had thought that after 3 years of arduous cultivation, he had already reached a whole new level. 3 years ago, Tang Wuling had been no match for him in a one-on-one battle. Even though his bloodline power had indeed been able to slightly suppress him, there was no way that he would have been able to defeat him without Guyu's assistance. And now, 3 years later, that was even more impossible. He was already a 2-word battle armor master, and one of the most powerful beings in the world. Even if he faced off against a titled battle armor master, Doluo, he would still be able to put up a fight. But now, when Tang Wuling released his bloodline aura, Long Yu was shocked to discover that his bloodline power, which had been on the verge of going berserk, had been suppressed by Tang Wuling's blood essence fluctuations. It was as if with a single thought, his bloodline power would leave him and submit to Tang Wuling. Compared to 3 years ago, Tang Wuling's bloodline aura was countless times stronger. How was this possible? How could a person's bloodline aura be so powerful? Big brother, don't. Nara screamed, but she didn't dare to move an inch. She could clearly see the golden dragon claw pulsing with golden light. All Tang Wuling had to do was lower his hand, and he would be able to crush his own skull. On the ship, Tang Wuling's eyes flashed. What a ruthless method. But then, Tang Wuling's lips curled into a smile. Are you really going to kill yourself? Don't tell me you're just going to scratch your head. I just need to know the answer. The answer in your heart. The answer is the truth. Don't lie to me. I can tell from your eyes and your bloodline whether you're telling the truth or not. Tang Wuling stared at Guyu with scorching eyes. Guyu stared blankly at him, her tears no longer flowing. Suddenly, she seemed to have collapsed. She nodded her head vigorously, and the tears that she had just stopped flowed down. She couldn't help but squat down on the lotus leaf. She couldn't say anything. She just nodded and nodded her head vigorously. Tang Wuling smiled proudly. He lowered his right hand and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. He pulled her up from the lotus leaf and pulled her into his arms. A thunderous dragon's roar rang out, and a gargantuan creature appeared beneath Tang Wuling, propping both of them up. The gargantuan creature's thick and powerful hind legs were propped up on the surface of the Poseidon Lake. Just the part of its body that was exposed above the surface of the Poseidon Lake was already over 50 meters tall. This was a tyrant dragon, a gargantuan tyrant dragon. However, it didn't look like a soul spirit. Instead, it looked more like a true and unyielding existence. Its thick black scales, huge crimson eyes, and its terrifyingly gargantuan body were all indicative of its peerless power. No matter how powerful Long Yu was, his mountain dragon king was only a martial soul. Yet Tang Wuling seemed to have summoned an actual Tyrannosaurus Rex. Furthermore, it was no ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex. Under the illumination of the lights, its inky black scales shimmered with a dark golden sheen. Guyu buried her face into Tang Wuling's shoulder and wrapped her arms tightly around him. In the instant that Tang Wuling raised his golden dragon claw above his own head, the string that had been stretched taut in her heart for many years finally snapped. She could no longer suppress the emotions in the depths of her heart. They burst out uncontrollably and were completely vented in her tears. Good job. Well done. Tang Wuling was the first to stand up and yell. After that, He quickly rushed over to Lon Musi and snatched the microphone from his hand. Eternal love, destined for 3 lifetimes. I wish you both happiness, he yelled as he looked up at the two of them embracing atop the tyrant dragon's head. That was my line, senior student, Lon Musi said with a wry smile. I was getting impatient from waiting so long, so I came over to help you, Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. Lon Musi didn't have anything to say. Tang Wulin nodded vigorously toward Tang Wulin and said, Thank you for your blessings, big brother. After that, Guyu also nodded toward Tang Wulin, and the two of them disappeared amid a flash of white light. Even a massive tyrant dragon had disappeared. Air. Only then did Lon Musi return to his senses, and he was a little stunned. Not only was he stunned, but all of the other students were also stunned as they had just heard Tang Wulin refer to Tang Wulin as Big Brother. How could they not be stunned by this? Tang Wulin handed the microphone over to Lon Musi before returning to the boat. He succeeded. I'm so happy for him, Tang Wulin said with a smile. Wah wah wah. Looking at little brother and Guyu, I suddenly feel so old. Tang Xiaoyuan sobbed. Tang Xiaojia patted her on the back. Are you thinking about our past? Tang Xiaoyuan nodded. Let's go. What we're going to do next is a complete waste of time. Let's go back and enjoy ourselves. Tang Wulin picked up the two women in a very domineering manner, causing them to blush even more. You, put us down. You're shameless. Tang Xiaojia's face was completely red. I'm not ready yet. Hurry up and put us down. Tang Xiaoyuan's face was burning red. I won't, Tang Wulin replied in an extremely serious manner. The two women immediately shut their mouths at the sight of his serious expression, but their faces were even redder than before. Byakuya's heart immediately ached at the sight of the two women. It looked like her master was going to do something big tonight. She should just silently guard the door for her master. Tang Wulin heaved an internal sigh of relief at the sight of Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan not putting up any resistance. Thank God, I have to disrupt their minds before they remember the incident with Dai Yuner. I'm so smart. Ha ha. Early in the morning, in Tang Wulin's room, a few rays of sunlight shone in through the window. Tang Wulin slowly sat up, and his skin, which was even fairer than snow, appeared especially alluring under the reflection of the morning sun. Tang Wulin yawned and stretched lazily. There were two peerless beauties lying on either side of him. Both of them were pressed tightly against his body. Ugh! Ouch! That hurts! Tang Wulin rubbed her slightly swollen forehead. Her head really hurt. What happened last night? Let me recall carefully. His last memory was that he was kissing Little Tribulation. Then, it seemed that the two women had a conflict over who kissed first. Xiaoyuan directly swung the hammer of the Celestial Emperor at Little Tribulation, and then she missed. Ouch! Tang Wulin rubbed his swollen forehead. That seemed to be what happened. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and opened the window. A cool breeze blew in, instantly waking him up. Today seemed to be a good day. Tang Wulin came to the door. The moment he opened the door, a young woman suddenly came in from outside. The young woman fell directly onto the floor, seemingly in a deep sleep. Byakuya. Tang Wulin was stunned. He looked at Byakuya, who was sound asleep. Could it be that she was outside the door the whole time last night? A trace of guilt appeared in Tang Wulin's eyes. He picked her up by the waist and slowly walked her to bed. He put her together with the other two women and covered her with a blanket. He made a simple breakfast, placed it on the table, and left. Byakuya's lips moved slightly. Masters smell so good. She hugged the blanket tightly. Tang Wulin was walking by the Poseidon Lake when his communicator suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? Tang Wulin took out his communicator and answered. Big brother, it's me, Wulin. Tang Wulin's anxious voice came from the other side of the communicator. What's wrong? Tang Wulin was puzzled. Big brother, have you seen Guyu? She disappeared early in the morning. She called me and said she was leaving. My friends and I have searched the entire Shrek Academy. Nara is also missing. Because of this, The pavilion master scolded me. He told me to hurry up and find Nar, or else I'll be in for it. Tang Wulin said anxiously. So you're saying that Guyu and Nar are missing? They're not anywhere in Shrek? Tang Wulin frowned. Yes. Big brother, have you seen Guyu and Nar? No, wait. I'll help you look. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Tang Wulin said okay and hung up. Tang Wulin put away his communicator and looked in the direction of the pagoda. According to Guyu's personality and identity, that was the only place she could go after leaving Shrek. What are you thinking? Why did you leave Wulin? Tang Wulin wondered. Over the next 3 days, Tang Wulin and his friends searched every nook and cranny of Shrek City, but they didn't find a single clue. Guyu and Nar had disappeared. No matter how they tried, they couldn't contact them. Life's ups and downs were just like this. Tang Wulin searched tirelessly for 3 days before finally returning to Shrek Academy. He didn't go to the inner court. Instead, he returned to the empty working student dormitory. There were no new students here. Everything was the same as it had been before they left for Xingluo. Tang Wulin sat on the steps in front of the dormitory. He stared blankly ahead, his bright eyes bloodshot. Why did she leave? Why? They had just been together. She had just admitted that she loved him. Why did she leave just like that? It was only now that Tang Wulin realized how big of a problem she was facing. In her heart, this was a problem that even Shrek Academy wouldn't be able to withstand. Why else would she leave? Tang Wulin was filled with guilt towards Nar. He regretted that he hadn't accompanied her that night and comforted her. Tang Wulin's heart was in excruciating agony, and if it were anyone else in his place, they would have most likely already collapsed. If it weren't for his mental fortitude and body tempering, he probably wouldn't have been able to bear it either. The corners of his eyes gradually moistened. What's wrong with you? What's with that look in your eyes and those tears? A solemn voice came from behind him. Tang Wulin turned around and saw Tang Wulin looking at him with a solemn expression. Big brother. Tang Wulin quickly strode over to him and dragged him up from the steps. Tell me, what are you going to do with your tears? What can they do? Nothing at all. They can only vent your sadness. Tang Wulin grabbed Tang Wulin and said seriously, Big brother. Tang Wulin was so sad that he couldn't say anything. Tang Wulin frowned and said sternly, What's with your expression? Don't look like your wife died. A lot of people will look down on you and think you're a naive. I'm not. A naive, Tang Wulin whispered. What did you say? I can't hear you. I'm not naive. Tang Wulin raised his head and looked straight at Tang Wulin. Seeing that Tang Wulin was in high spirits again, Tang Wulin smiled. That's right. This is the Tang Wulin I know. Tang Wulin smiled and let go of Tang Wulin. Do you know why Guyu left you? Tang Wulin asked. Tang Wulin shook his head. She has her own difficulties. She is facing a very troublesome matter. She is under too much pressure alone. She doesn't want you to share the pressure, so she left you. If you want to help her, you should work hard to cultivate. Only when you can ignore the pressure from anyone can you help her. Tang Wulin said calmly. Big brother, what kind of trouble Guyu is in? I won't tell you. There's no benefit in telling you too early. You'll know in the future. If you want to help her now, you should go back and cultivate. Yes. Tang Wulin finally pulled himself together and nodded at Tang Wulin. Then, he rushed out without looking back. Tang Wulin heaved a faint sigh at the sight of Tang Wulin's departing figure. Then, he looked in the direction of Pagoda. Chapter 86. Soul Train. The 7 monsters were all sitting in their seats. Very good. Nothing was happening now. Hee hee. I didn't expect that no evil soul master would attack our boss this time. It seems like your train's insulation system isn't working. Did it fail? Xie Sun asked shamelessly. Tang Wulin and the others rolled their eyes at him and ignored him. However, everyone was also very fortunate. They didn't expect that an evil soul master wouldn't attack them this time. Could it be that my train's insulation system had failed? Tang Wulin couldn't help but think. However, he didn't think too much about it and went back to sleep. If the evil soul master didn't come, he could relax. At the back of the train, there was an empty space. The corpses were piled up like a mountain, and their blood flowed like a river. These corpses were all wearing black cloaks, but now their cloaks were dyed red. Their faces were filled with fear and unwillingness, and they were all twisted. Such a scene was like a sea of corpses. However, it was such a shocking scene that a white-haired youth who was not even 16 years old sat on top of the mountain of corpses. He was wearing a blue military uniform and was holding a person who was still alive in one hand. However, that person was covered in blood. The youth smiled. His face was also stained with blood. He looked at the person in his hand and said indifferently, "Why is the Holy Ghost religion so stupid recently? Do you have a grudge against trains?" The person who was still alive struggled to escape from the youth's demonic grasp. "What? You want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" The youth smiled. The youth smiled. "You can attack other trains. I can't care that much." However, his expression suddenly became very fierce. "No one can attack this train. Even if your emperor, 2 sovereigns, and 4 heavenly kings come, I will kill them all," the youth said fiercely. The person trembled and looked at the youth in shock. He knew the Holy Ghost religion like the back of his hand. "All right, you can die now." The youth exerted a little force and ended the person's life. He casually threw the body down. The young man slowly stood up and calmly walked down the mountain of corpses. His right hand instantly shot out wisps of gray flame and threw them to the mountain of corpses behind him. Boom! The entire mountain of corpses was instantly set ablaze, and the young man left without looking back. The young man on the road thought for a moment. Even though they killed these people, Wulin and the others still lacked training. Moreover, Yu Jingyu and Su Xiaoyan still haven't reunited yet. The youth thought for a long time. "Let me be the bad guy." He waved his hand in the air, and a pitch-black door instantly opened. A large wave of skeleton warriors, skeleton riders, zombies, liches, ghost bats, and many other undead creatures appeared in front of him. "Remember, as long as I don't die, I can do anything," the young man said. The undead nodded in unison, then ran directly toward the train in the distance. Their speed was like a rocket, Ma. What happens next is out of my control. Yu Jingyu, I can only help you to this extent. The young man walked forward slowly with his head in his hands. Damn it, why didn't divine power work on them? Aren't they undead? Yu Jingyu paused in midair after releasing his martial soul. Even my depravity power is useless against them. Yuan and Yehuai's brows furrowed tightly. Yixinglan sliced through one skeleton soldier after another. My sword intent is effective against them, Yixinglan said. Everyone, gather together. These undead creatures seem to have intelligence. Also, before Tang Wulin had a chance to finish his sentence, a skeleton rider was already charging toward him on its skeletal horse. Tang Wulin wielded his golden dragon spear and stabbed it directly toward the skeleton rider. Crack! The skeleton rider was pierced through, and its bones scattered onto the ground before slowly sinking into the soil. As expected, the golden dragon spear really is effective against these guys. Tang Wulin was ecstatic. Not only are these undead creatures intelligent, they also have a set of rules. After fighting for so long, they haven't harmed any of the normal people, and they're only targeting us. This seems to have been planned in advance. Or perhaps they're following someone's orders. Only the evil soul masters of the Holy Ghost religion could control undead creatures. Tang Wulin pierced through a few more skeleton soldiers and zombies, and the 6 monsters also discovered that he had a way to subdue undead creatures, so they all gathered around him. Jingyu, Yuan, and Xie Sun distract them from the sides. Xiaoyan, seize the opportunity to control them. Lizzie, you're responsible for providing recovery packs. Xinglan, help me kill these undead. All right, everyone, use your battle armor. Thus, the battle began. The undead creatures were gradually destroyed, and only a few skeleton riders remained. Roar! Right at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out, and in the next instant, Tang Wulin and the others were stunned by what they saw. A 100-meter-long bone dragon scuttled out of the clouds. The The seven people's expressions changed drastically. They stared at the bone dragon's blue flame-like eyes and felt an extremely oppressive pressure, as well as a sense of fear that went straight to their hearts. In the instant that the skeleton dragon appeared, everyone felt as if night had fallen. Tang Wulin had finally released his Golden Dragon King bloodline, and the oppressive feeling was finally lifted. The six monsters were all standing behind Tang Wulin, so the oppressive feeling was alleviated slightly. However, the skeleton dragon clearly wasn't going to let them go so easily. Blue flames quickly ignited all over its body, and it swooped directly toward them. Crap! Tang Wulin's heart jolted with shock. There was no way he could withstand the skeleton dragon's aura. Right at this moment, Yu Jingyu suddenly said, "Everyone, get out of the way." Everyone turned to him, and they discovered that his eyes were shining with determination. He slowly turned to Su Xiaoyan and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. I was wrong during the matchmaking convention, and I didn't consider your feelings. Now all I want to do is protect you, and everyone else." He abruptly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. A cluster of pristine, white, holy flames lit up around his body almost at the exact same moment. What burned with the sacred flames was the pair of wings on his back. The pristine white flames appeared to be gentle and warm, and they struck one with a sense of warmth and comfort. At this moment, Yu Jingyu was like a tiny speck of light in the darkness. His tiny speck of light couldn't even begin to compare with the blue flames burning all over the skeleton dragon's body. However, Yu Jingyu continued to fly directly toward the skeleton dragon like a moth to a flame. "No, Jingyu!" Su Xiaoyan suddenly yelled in a horrified manner. She could sense that Yu Jingyu's life force was slowly slipping away. It was getting closer and closer. They were clashing. Boom! Blue and golden light instantly blossomed, and even the volunteer Soul Master legions from over 5 kilometers away could clearly see what was going on. What terrifying power! The leader of the Contra Legion in a suit of 3-word battle armor exclaimed. Hurry up! Hurry up! Something's very likely happened." Over 10,000 meters up in the air, the white-haired young man was looking down at the mess on the ground. A deep crater had appeared before his eyes, and Yu Jingyu was lying within it. As for the skeleton dragon, it had already disappeared. "Sigh, I lost an entire battalion of undead creatures to help you, stupid grandson, Yu Zhengyan," the young man said into his communicator. "Thank you for your help, Senior Hua. That was the only way to make that brat suffer a little. However, I'm sure he's reaping the rewards of his efforts. Su Xiaoyan, I'm very satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law of mine. Ha ha. Also, thank you for your help, Senior Hua. Our angel family and the Southern Army will be under your command from now on." The young man heaved a faint sigh. How troublesome. An entire battalion of undead creatures would take an entire month to resurrect. He looked down again to find that Yu Jingyu was currently lying in Su Xiaoyan's arms in an extremely blissful manner. That Soul Master Legion also dared to come, even though it was already too late. They were making arrangements for the normal people and Tang Wulin's group. The young man nodded upon seeing this, and that was the conclusion of this matter. However, things weren't going to be as easy after this. When Tang Wulin and his friends got out of the taxi, they were all astonished by the scenes unfolding in the distance. The taxi dropped them off around 1 kilometer away from the North Sea Legion base, as they would enter the military control zone if they continued onward. The first impression that the North Sea Legion gave them was that it stretched as far as the eye could see. From their vantage point, they could see that there were no walls surrounding the North Sea Legion base. Instead, there was a tall barbed wire fence that was several tens of meters tall. To put it more accurately, it was an electric fence. Any living being that came into contact with it would be baptized by high-voltage electricity. They could see large military vehicles entering and exiting the base, and they could see even further into the distance. Within the base, they could see some parked airplanes, as well as many military facilities that they didn't know the names of. It looked so awesome. I suddenly feel like Boss made a very good choice when he said he was going to become a soldier in the future. Sieson exclaimed in an excited manner. Let's go over there. Just act natural. Tang Wulin led the way with a smile on his face, and everyone else followed along behind him. Aside from some simple storage soul tools, no one was carrying anything else. Yuan's pair of slightly damaged hammers were also stowed away in her storage soul tool. However, before they had a chance to approach the main gate of the North Sea Legion base, they were stopped by a group of patrolling soldiers. Stop right there. This is a restricted military zone. The patrolling soldiers had driven over, so it was clear that they had already been discovered by the base. Tang Wulin stepped forward and said, We're students from the Shrek Academy, and we're currently on a training mission. The mission assigned to us by the Academy is for us to undergo special training in your Legion. Could you please notify them of our arrival? Shrek Academy? We didn't receive any notification. The patrolling soldiers clearly weren't that easily fooled. Tang Wulin shrugged with a resigned expression. If they did receive any notification, then this wouldn't be a test. In reality, the Academy requested us to undergo special training, but they didn't provide us with any assistance. We'll have to figure out how to get into your Legion. As you can see, what can we do? We can only come here and ask them if they can arrange for us to undergo special training. The patrolling soldiers raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Are you really from the Shrek Academy? How can you prove that? A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. Prove? That's easy. As he spoke, he gestured to his companions, and in the next instant, the 7 of them released their martial souls at the same time. 7 people releasing their martial souls at the same time, and when the number of soul rings reached a certain level, it was still very shocking, especially in front of a group of soldiers who were just ordinary people. When the soldiers in the patrol car saw the soul rings blossoming in front of them, especially when the soul rings weren't of a low rank, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. All of them had 5 rings. The soldier in charge of the patrol car swallowed a mouthful of saliva and calmed himself down. Then, he picked up his military soul communicator and connected the call, reporting, We found 7 suspicious people. They claim to be students from the Shrek Academy and want to enter the base to participate in training. All 7 of them are 5-ringed soul kings, and they're about 20 years old. Please give us your instructions. After listening to the orders from the soul communicator, the soldier immediately replied, Yes. After hanging up, he looked at Tang Wulin's group with a strange expression and said, Please wait for a moment, everyone. A car will come to pick you up soon. Not long after, another military vehicle drove over. This time, there were no patrolling soldiers on this vehicle. Tang Wulin's group of 7 got into the car. The car from before drove in front, and the car that picked them up followed behind. They drove towards the Northern Legion base. Just after the car left, a white-haired youth suddenly appeared where Tang Wulin's group of 7 had been standing before. However, the soldiers didn't seem to see him at all. The youth frowned slightly. You're sitting there just like that? Wulin, don't you know that you've already fallen into a trap? Looks like it's that bastard of a major's doing again. I'll just fire him today. The youth nodded. Yes, just like that. Then, he disappeared on the spot. We'll act according to the circumstances later. Our main goal is to stay here. After that, we'll try to contact some of our senior students who have some authority in the Legion. As long as we can accomplish this peacefully, there's no need for us to borrow them, Tang Wulin said in a low voice. Yixinglan nodded in response. First of all, we can't be separated. As long as we're not separated, there won't be any problems. All right, Tang Wulin nodded in response. The Northern Legion base was simply far too massive. From the outside, they could only sense that it was extremely vast, but only after entering it did they realize just how massive it was. Even though they were driving, they still drove for close to 20 minutes before coming to a stop. They stopped in front of a nondescript but very tall building. After arriving at the front of the building, the soldier stood at the entrance and made an inviting hand gesture. Tang Wulin and his friends maintained their formation as they made their way into the building. As soon as they entered, Tang Wulin's brows furrowed slightly as this place appeared to be a warehouse. There were all types of metal equipment inside, and they didn't recognize any of them. A second lieutenant military officer approached them and asked, "Are you from the Shrek Academy? Do you have any identification?" Tang Wulin hurriedly produced the badges that he had made for himself before handing them over to the military officer. The military officer glanced at the badges before returning them to them without any hesitation. "Come with me," he said as he made his way into the building. Tang Wulin and his friends were quite confident in their abilities, so they didn't hesitate in the slightest. Instead, they strode along behind the military officer while inspecting their surroundings with curiosity in their eyes. After walking for close to 100 meters, another officer was already waiting in a relatively spacious area. The uniform of the Northern Legion was dark blue, and the well-ironed uniform set off the officer's handsome face. The epaulets on his shoulders had 2 rings with a silver star in the center. 2 rings and 1 star indicated that this was the rank of major. This major appeared to be in his 30s, and he was quite tall and broad with a benevolent smile on his face. "Welcome to the Northern Legion, prodigies of the Shrek Academy." Tang Wulin's heart stirred slightly, and he hurriedly made his way over to the military officer. "Greetings, Major. Apologies for the trouble we've caused you." The Major smiled and said, "It's all right. Tell me why you're here." Tang Wulin recounted the speech that he had prepared beforehand, and the gist of it was that they wanted to come to the Northern Legion for a period of special training in order to complete the mission assigned to them by the Academy. After careful consideration, we decided that it would be best for us to come here directly and hope that we could be accepted by the Northern Legion. Tang Wulin's smile was very friendly. He was quite handsome, and after withdrawing his Golden Dragon King bloodline aura, it was very easy for others to develop a sense of closeness toward him. The Major nodded with a smile and said, "I understand now. However, little brother, I don't know if you've thought of a problem. The Shrek Academy has assigned you to our Northern Legion, so what will be the most difficult part of this training?" Tang Wulin faltered slightly upon hearing this. This training was something that he had fabricated, and he couldn't reveal the truth unless he was sure that the military officer would help them. "What do you mean?" Tang Wulin turned to the Major with a perplexed expression. The Major smiled and said, "The teachings of the Shrek Academy have never been done without a goal in mind. In reality, you're not the first batch of people to come here. Prior to you, there would be people from your academy coming here almost every few years. However, even though there have been people like you who came to visit us, it was only that one time, and with that person's power, our Legion was completely unable to stop him. All of the students before him were always looking for opportunities to sneak out to sea. Some of them even tried to infiltrate our fleet and steal our flying tools. There are more of them like that. In any case, this is the second time that I've encountered people like you who came in so openly. I have to say, you're more courageous and confident than your seniors, even though you're not as terrifying as the one from a few years ago." Tang Wulin didn't have a good feeling about this. After hearing the Major's words, he discovered that he had made a fatal mistake. They weren't the first batch of people to come here for military training, so the people who had come before them were all upperclassmen from the inner core of the Shrek Academy. They didn't know exactly how long this military training had existed, but they were sure that at the very least, Elder Kai's generation had all participated in it. The topic was the same. In that case, how were the upperclassmen going to get to that small island when the Northern Legion was guarding the coast? Did they have to enter the island within a set time and walk the Golden Path? Wasn't that just walking right into a trap? Yi Xinglan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but Tang Wulin reflexively spread open his arms to stop his friends. "What do you want to do?" Tang Wulin asked. The Major replied, Very good. It's not easy for someone your age to remain calm in the face of danger. To be honest, I have to say something sarcastic. The reason you've fallen to this state is all because of your academy. We've already received notice that 7 students from the Shrek Academy will be coming here soon, and your objective is to go to the demonic island in the ocean. However, it's quite clear that there's no way you can get past our defensive line. We have a duty to protect the safety of the people of the Federation, and we won't allow anyone to approach the seaside. According to the time limit that the Shrek Academy has given us, you have to reach the demonic island within 15 days of setting off from the academy. Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure, and the consequences will be very severe. As such, we won't do anything to you. As long as you're locked up in the prison of the base for 10 days, you'll be released after 15 days have passed. 3 dark lines appeared on Tang Wulin's forehead. Was the academy trying to screw them over? They'd even notified the Northern Legion of the time that they were going to set off. This was simply, the Major smiled and said, "It's very smart of you to be able to remain calm. Otherwise, if you were to attack me, that would mean that you were attacking the Federation military." At that time, even if I were to give the order to kill you, it would still be in accordance with military regulations. However, all we have to do now is imprison you for a short period of time. That's enough. Please surrender. Surrender? Oof. Yu Jingyu harumphed coldly. The Major continued. You want to resist? You can give it a try. You should take a look around. Tang Wulin didn't look around, but he could already sense that a series of metal cannon barrels were slowly emerging from all around the warehouse, all of which were pointed toward them. He didn't know what the specific functions of these cannon barrels were, but judging from the length and size of the barrels themselves, it was quite clear that they were extremely fearsome weapons. Tang Wulin said, "Don't move, everyone." The Major smiled and said, "Put on the soul-sealing handcuffs for them." A group of soldiers ran out from behind the warehouse, and each of them was holding a rectangular metal box that was around a foot wide and half a foot tall. They quickly made their way over to Tang Wulin and the others. The Major said, "If you want to resist, it's still not too late." Tang Wulin sighed and said dejectedly, "I didn't think it would be like this. The academy is too treacherous. However, this is also a profound lesson for us. At the very least, this trip was not in vain. A loss is a loss, but we won't make the same mistake next time. Do as he says and don't resist. Now that we've fallen into their hands, let's just be a little more cowardly." As he spoke, he raised his hands. A soldier suspended the metal box above Tang Wulin's hands. The metal box quickly split open and closed, wrapping around both of Tang Wulin's wrists. Tang Wulin immediately felt an intense pain coming from his wrists. His entire body trembled as his soul force was sealed. He couldn't communicate at all. In the end, the others listened to Tang Wulin and were also put on the soul-sealing handcuffs. A look of despair appeared on Su Xiaoyan's face. "It's so uncomfortable, so sad. Captain, what should we do?" Her voice was a little choked, and she was very timid. "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. At most, we'll just forget about this mission. Go back and accept your punishment. Don't worry, we didn't do anything. Even if the Northern Legion can detain us, they won't do anything to us. After all, the Academy knows that we're here, and we didn't attack or steal anything." The Major smiled and said, "That's why you made the right choice. Take them away and lock them up. Oh yes, by the way, I graduated from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. In other words, the higher-ups of the Northern Legion are all from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. That's why we've always hated Shrek. You didn't expect the higher-ups of a legion located in the Northeast to be from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy in the far west. Do you know about the relationship between the two academies?" Tang Wulin hung his head in a displeased manner, and a resigned expression appeared on his face. This was tantamount to walking into a den of thieves. The Major continued, "Stop pretending. I hate Shrek, but from the looks of it, all of you must be inner court students. On top of that, all of you are 5-ring soul Duluos, so you must be one-word battle armor masters. Don't worry, I won't give you any chances. No matter how much you try to pretend, I won't hold back. Come, put a spiritual sealing helmet on each of them. That way, you'll be safe. If you can't even think, then you'll have to sleep here for 10 days. I guarantee that I'll let you go after 10 days. Perhaps you'll be a little hungry by then, but you definitely won't die." Seeing as the soldiers were making their way over with their helmets in hand, Tang Wulin abruptly raised his head with a panicked look on his face. You can't do this. You, Arg. The helmets were put on, and a powerful magnetic field instantly surged forth. Tang Wulin's body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone else's soul power had been sealed, so there was no way for them to resist. They could only be put on the helmets one by one and fall unconscious to the ground. The Major shrugged. That's how it should be. Shrek's students are extremely cunning. We can't give them any chances. These spiritual sealing helmets are specially made for serious criminals, and they'll seal off their spiritual seas. Go to sleep, all of you. I just don't know if Shrek Academy will treat them better in the future because of what they've been through this time, or if they'll just expel them. Don't blame me. Blame your academy for being too cruel. Take them away and send them to the confinement room. Let them out after 10 days. The soldiers ran over and picked up Tang Wulin's group of 7 before quickly departing. The Major stroked his chin with his right hand, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he said, "Have the Special Operation Team search the perimeter of the base and use their radars to see if they have any accomplices hiding outside. In particular, check if there are any mechas nearby." The Major's eyes narrowed slightly. He had always been renowned for his meticulous nature, and he didn't overlook any details. He couldn't touch these students, but at the very least, he could punish them. He couldn't help but think back to that child from a few years ago who had single-handedly turned the entire North Sea Legion upside down. The child had done so because he wanted to molest that child, so that's what you're into, thereby provoking that child into unleashing his wrath. After that incident, he had been demoted from colonel to major. At that time, he had sworn that he would never underestimate any of the Shrek Academy students again. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, the air beside him suddenly trembled slightly, but the Major acted as if he hadn't even noticed. The white-haired young man from before had appeared again, but all of the soldiers and the Major acted as if they hadn't even seen him. It was as if he were just air. The young man looked at the Major, and it really was him. The young man extended both of his fists toward the Major, as if he really wanted to punch him, but he repressed the urge to do so. He merely shook his head with a smile. From now on, the North Sea Legion is going to have one less Major, and I'll be able to help the North Sea Legion reduce some of their food expenses. A faint smile appeared on his face. He strode toward the confinement room, and all of the soldiers that passed by seemed to have completely ignored him. Chapter 87. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Tang Wulin and the others had already completed their training on the demonic island a long time ago. All 7 of them had become significantly more powerful, and the grueling training they had undergone on the demonic island was truly indescribable. After Tang Wulin and the others concluded their military training, they returned to the Shrek Academy to report that they had completed their training on the demonic island, much to the satisfaction of the elders of the Poseidon Pavilion in Yunming. Even though they didn't receive any rewards, the 7 monsters had also returned to their respective rooms to cultivate, and Tang Wulin had also gone to visit his older brother, Tang Wulin. However, when he arrived at Tang Wulin's room, he discovered that there was no one there. Even Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan were nowhere to be seen. He then went to the dessert shop, only to discover that Byakuya was the only one in charge of the shop. Byakuya told him that Tang Wulin hadn't returned for a long time, but Tang Wulin wasn't concerned in the slightest. He didn't know how powerful his older brother was, but he was sure that there was no one on the continent of Doloa that could pose a threat to Tang Wulin. Thus, he could only return to his room and continue to cultivate. During this time, many things had happened, such as the Holy Ghost Religion's attack on Heavendo City and the assassination attempt on Divine Blacksmith Shenhua. Thankfully, Shenhua was no pushover, and the assassination attempt failed. Ever since that time, the continent of Doloa had fallen into a temporary period of peace, but what kind of conspiracy was lurking behind this peace? Meanwhile, on Tang Wulin's side, on the Boundless Sea Realm's Forbidden Island, this was a secret place that was only known to the higher-ups of the Shrek Academy. It was said that this island had existed for countless years, and its origins were also unknown, but the secret to becoming a god was hidden on this island. According to the ancient records of the Shrek Academy, there were only a few people who had become gods on this island. One of them was the godbrother of the peerless powerhouse, thousand-armed Daw, Tang San, who had become a god on this island. Very few people had ever heard of the name Tang Yu. His origins were a mystery, because he seemed to have appeared out of thin air in history. His appearance was also a mystery, but it was said that his smile could topple the heavens. He was clearly a man, but his appearance was envied by all living beings. His strength was also a mystery, but it was said that before he became a god, he was even stronger than Tang San. Logically speaking, there should be many records about a person like him. However, it was exactly this kind of person who had suddenly been forgotten after he ascended and left the Dolawa continent. Only a few blurry stories about him were left behind. This was because there was very little information about Tang Yu's history, and that era was too long ago, so there were not many detailed records. Many people even doubted whether Tang Yu had ever existed. As for the second, it was 10,000 years ago. Lingbing Do led the Shrek 7, as well as Lingbing Do's close friends, all became gods on that island. Before Yuhao ascended, he left behind a rule. Every generation of Poseidon's pavilion elders, including the pavilion master, had 2 chances to enter the Forbidden Island. The inner courtyard students also had the chance to enter the Forbidden Island when they became soul sages. It could be said that from 10,000 years ago until now, many people had entered the Forbidden Island, but only a pitiful few were able to come out alive. Because in the Forbidden Island, one couldn't even release soul force, and they couldn't use their martial souls. However, the soul beasts on the island could. It could be said that the Forbidden Island was heaven for soul beasts and hell for humans. But it was in such a place that 3 humans know they should be gods. The space above the Forbidden Island suddenly split open, and 3 people flew out. The one in the middle was an extremely beautiful white-haired youth, and there were 2 beautiful girls on his left and right. Weren't these 3 people Tang Wulin, Tang Xiaojia, and Tang Xiaoyuan? But why would they appear here? My dear, why did Bei Bei and the rest suddenly use their communication talismans to call us to the Forbidden Island? Didn't Bei Bei and the rest leave this region of the universe long ago? Tang Xiaojia frowned as he asked. I know that too. That's why I came here, because I felt that something was wrong. I want to know who led us here. Tang Wulin said indifferently. But since they have eldest senior brother's communication talismans, then could it be that eldest senior brother and the rest have met with some mishap? Tang Xiaoyuan said worriedly. Tang Wulin's expression gradually turned cold. If that was really the case, then their target was probably him. The 3 of them slowly landed on the Forbidden Island. On the Forbidden Island, humans couldn't use their soul power, but gods were different. The power of gods was beyond the control of this island. Therefore, the 3 of them were completely fine. I'm already here, Tang Wulin said loudly. There was no response. You have the guts to call me here. Don't you have the guts to come out and see me? Tang Wulin said coldly. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the 3 of them suddenly felt the ground shake. Before they could react, stone pillars emitting a strange light suddenly drilled out of the ground around them. There were a total of 28 pillars surrounding the 3 of them. Tang Wulin suddenly realized that the space here had been sealed. Heaven sealing earth lock formation. Tang Wulin shouted in shock. It's a trap. Tang Wulin hurriedly took the 2 girls into the air. However, when they flew less than 100 meters, the 28 stone pillars suddenly lit up. 28 rays of light shot into the sky and intersected in the air. An invisible force directly descended from the sky and pressed the 3 of them back to the ground. Damn it, is it too late? Tang Wulin said angrily as he climbed up in a sorry state. Heaven-sealing earth lock formation. Why would it appear here? Tang Xiaoyuan patted the dust off her body and was very puzzled. Do you still need to ask? It must have been set up by the group of people who led me here. Hey, hiding in the dark. When will you be willing to come out? Tang Wulin said indifferently. Hee. As expected of the god of emotions. We have hidden so deeply, but we were still discovered. A young man's voice sounded. Outside the 28 stone pillars, the space trembled slightly. There was not a single person in the space before. In an instant, 14 people appeared. No, they were not people. Look, behind each of the 14 people, there were 9 divine halos. It's you? Tang Wulin frowned. He stood in front of the 2 girls to protect them. Secretly, without the 2 girls knowing, he stuck the temporarily refined space-time teleportation talisman. The 2 girls did not notice Tang Wulin's little trick at all. Hee. Long time no see. God of emotions. The leading black-robed young man smiled faintly. We are here to take you back, my lord. The other black-robed girl, wearing a clown mask, said. Tang Wulin looked at the leading young man and the 6 black-robed girls behind him. God Slayer, God Devourer, God Slayer, God Slayer, God Extinction, God Sealing, God Healing. The 7 divine assassins. I didn't expect you to chase me here, and he looked at the other side, at the 7 girls wearing different masks. The 7 original sins of the first generation. Hee. Don't resist, my lord. Come with us obediently. As long as you come back, we can immediately realize my lord's great ambition. I already said. I was just joking. Tang Wulin said with furrowed brows. No. My lord's every word is an absolute order. We will do it at all costs because it is my lord's order. The girl wearing a clown mask said excitedly. So you're willing to come with the 7 divine assassins to capture me? Tang Wulin said coldly. No. We are in a cooperative relationship. They also agreed that after capturing you, they will not harm you. After all, that is the order of the ruler of order. However, before handing you over to the ruler of order, my lord, you left us to monitor you. The girl wearing a clown mask said excitedly. What nonsense are you talking about? A bunch of lunatics. You dare to have ideas about my husband? Bring it on. Let's see who is stronger, you or me. Hearing the girl's words, Tang Xiaojia's temper was instantly ignited. She threw a punch at them. However, just as she was about to hit them, her fist suddenly stopped. It was not that she did not want to fight, but that her fist seemed to have hit an invisible wall. A bunch of despicable people. If you have the guts, don't use the heaven-sealing, earth-locking formation to come in and fight one-on-one. No, I will fight 14 of you alone. Tang Xiaojia said angrily as she shook her aching hand. Fortunately, Tang Xiaoyuan hurriedly pulled her back. If you were at your peak, we know that we are no match for you. However, how much of your strength can you use now? The girl wearing a clown mask said with a smile. You? Tang Xiaojia was angry. Wait, show her. Tang Wulin suddenly pulled her back. You look like you've fallen for her provocation. Tang Xiaojia still wanted to say something, but looking at Tang Wulin's serious expression, she could only retreat. Tang Wulin looked at them again. Why do you have my eldest senior brother's communication talisman? Eldest senior brother? Oh, you were talking about the god of thunder. Of course, we snatched it. Although we didn't kill him in the end, and he escaped, we got it anyway. So what if he escaped? Tang Wulin heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. He could tell from their conversation that his senior disciple brother hadn't been captured, and that made him feel much more at ease. However, next, he should think about how to escape from here. Moreover, he looked at Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan behind him with a serious expression. He could not let them be in danger. With a slight thought, the 2 girls suddenly felt that something on their bodies was glowing. When they saw what it was, they were shocked. Space-time teleportation talisman. Space-time teleportation talismans could randomly teleport the designated person to another place. That was a very convenient escape tool. However, as for whether they would be teleported to a safe place or a dangerous place, it was unknown. Yuhao, Tang Xiaojia, and Tang Xiaoyuan reached out to grab Tang Wulin. However, just as they were about to grab him, whoosh, the 2 girls disappeared in an instant. Sorry, I shouldn't have gotten you involved. This is my personal matter, so I'll take care of it myself, Tang Wulin murmured to herself. The gods outside were shocked when they saw Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan disappear. However, they also recovered. Since you have such a thing, why didn't you use it in the beginning? Moreover, you should have another one, right? Why didn't you run away together? The young man said. Tang Wulin shook his head and sat down on a big rock. I'm just curious. How did you know I was here, Anne? He suddenly looked at the young man, but did not say anything. The young man felt uncomfortable being stared at. He trembled and subconsciously took a step back. I really want to know, who are you? Why do I have a feeling that I don't hate you? The young man did not say anything and shook his head vigorously. Cut the crap. You only have two choices now. First, come with us. Second, we'll cripple you and then take you away, the young man said angrily. Tang Wulin smiled and slowly got up. I choose the third choice. I'll cripple you. Then I'll leave by myself. What do you think? The young man was stunned. Oomph. As expected of, the young man didn't finish a sentence and forcefully changed the topic. The reason why we know you're here is naturally because of my calculations. We've calculated many planets where you might be hiding, and in the end, we came to the conclusion that you're most likely on Doluo planet. Huh, that's interesting. I didn't expect it to be the right one. Tang Wulin chuckled. He was not worried at all. After all, the two most important people had been sent away by him. Now, he could unleash his full strength without any fear. You'd better give up resisting. We have 14 God Kings, and your strength has only recovered to that of a first-level god. You're no match for us. Don't make any useless resistance, the young man said. Uffed. Tang Wulin seemed to have heard something very funny and could not help but laugh. The young man frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? Ha. No, I mean, kid, you're still too young, too inexperienced. You know nothing about power. Tang Wulin slowly got up from the stone and stretched his body. Sigh, I feel like I'm going to rust from staying in such a comfortable environment. Today, I'll exercise properly. Do you think you can escape from the heaven and earth lock formation? The young man clearly did not believe that he could do anything. I can't escape, but... Tang Wulin calmly raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Boom! The 28 stone pillars instantly lost their light and became ordinary stone pillars. Tang Wulin calmly lowered his right hand and said, I can break it. The young man and the 6 women behind him were shocked. However, the 7 original sins did not seem shocked at all. They knew Tang Wulin very well. In their eyes, Tang Wulin was omnipotent. He was proficient in alchemy, weapons, talisman, array, theft, and many other professions. Moreover, he had practiced all of them to the peak. Needless to say, he was only practicing to kill time because he was bored. Not to mention this heaven and earth lock formation, he could even break through a formation stronger than this one. Come on, kid. Let me see how capable you are. Tang Wulin stood with his hands behind his back. The young man calmed himself down. I'll make you satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura abruptly erupted from his body. He didn't seem to have done anything, but he simply charged toward Tang Wulin at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to see him. A golden light flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up. His left hand blocked in a direction, and then he grabbed with force. With a sharp cry, the young man was caught in his hand. Kid, you still need to improve your combat skills. Go back and practice for a few more years. Tang Wulin smiled and gently threw him back. 6 of the 7 divine assassins hurriedly went forward to support the young man. So strong. The young man was in disbelief. Although he knew that there was a big gap between them, he did not expect the gap to be so big. You actually insulted our boss. The 6 women were furious. They all rushed toward Tang Wulin with powerful auras. Tang Wulin smiled. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of God Eater, who was closest to him. Haven't you learned your lesson? You've already lost if you're angered during the battle with me. I'm the god of emotions. He gently slapped out with his palm, but God Eater instantly felt that there was a very powerful force hidden in this gentle palm. Under this force, God Eater was directly sent flying and crashed into the 5 people behind him. The 6 of them flew back dozens of meters under the recoil before coming to a stop. They were in a sorry state. In the universe, on a dead star not far from the Dolawa planet, a huge floating island was floating on the surface of the sea that was devoid of life. Wasn't this the Forbidden Island? Boom! With a loud boom, the island instantly shattered in the air. Whoosh! A ray of light rushed out of the Forbidden Island before it shattered. Following that, 14 different rays of light also rushed out. The first ray of light that rushed out instantly landed on a desolate continent and turned into a white-haired young man who was panting nonstop. He was very weak. He was Tang Wulin. The 14 rays of light that followed him quickly turned into humans. They were the 7 divine assassins and the 7 original sins. Tang Wulin, who was in a weakened state, gritted his teeth. Damn it! Now it seems that there is no way to escape. I can't even use the spatial teleportation talisman. Should I ask Brother Skydream and the Dragon Kings to come out and stall for time? It would be strange if that was useful. Spirits can only use less than 80% of their power in the host body. Wouldn't they be killed if they came out? Cough, cough. Tang Wulin could not help but cough. I can't. I've used 3 space-time origin techniques consecutively. I really can't do it anymore. You can't do it anymore? That's right. Such a powerful divine art must have consumed a lot of energy. On top of that, you were struck by our divine sword of annihilation. Even though your strange divine technique nullified 50% of the damage, it was still enough to injure you. The young man slowly made his way over to the feeble Tang Wulin. Cough, cough. That's a Genesis technique, not a divine art. Do you understand, kid? Cough, cough. Genesis techniques are not something that divine arts can compare to. Tang Wulin forced a smile. You're only capable of running your mouth now. Looks like you've basically used up all your power. You have nowhere else to go, the young man said. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Yes, yes. I have nowhere else to go. I have underestimated you. Your fusion technique is indeed terrifying. You've really given me a huge surprise. Tang Wulin chuckled in a carefree manner. However, the more you act like this, the more curious I am. Why don't I hate you at all? On the contrary, why do you give me a sense of closeness? Who are you? Tang Wulin showed a hint of curiosity. The young man suddenly lowered his head and was silent for a long time. You didn't notice at all? He murmured. There was a hint of expectation in his tone. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Tang Wulin. Huh? Tang Wulin faltered upon hearing this. What did he mean by that? Seeing that Tang Wulin was indifferent, the young man under the black cloak showed a trace of disappointment. At this moment, the young man's right hand flashed and a bright orange appeared in his hand. He threw it to Tang Wulin. Then, he turned around and walked toward the women behind him. He also glanced at the 7 original sin gods who betrayed their teammates. Hey, you guys, I'll leave him to you. Hurry up and take him away from here. Oh, that's right. Don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape now, the young man said calmly. The last sentence was clearly directed at Tang Wulin. His tone seemed to reveal a hint of disappointment, anger, and a strange emotion that Tang Wulin found very strange. As the god of emotions, he was especially sensitive to emotions, so he could immediately detect the various emotions that the young man was emitting. He slowly picked up the orange that the young man had thrown to him. Orange, 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 orange. A hint of shock flashed across his eyes, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. He looked at the young man with trembling eyes. Yinhan? You're Yinhan. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The young man's body trembled slightly, but he did not turn around. He clenched his fists. You got the wrong person. I'm the God Slayer. I'm just an assassin on a mission. As for that Yinhan, I don't know him, the young man said calmly. No, you must be Yinhan. This orange is the power of a martial soul, right? Furthermore, when I sense it carefully, there's a trace of my bloodline power in it, and her bloodline. So, you must be Yinhan. Your mother is orange. Tang Wulin was a little agitated. He wanted to stand up and ask Yuhan why he had become like this. The young man was silent for a long time before he faintly said, Su Yunhan died 10,000 years ago. The one standing here right now is resentful rain. He glanced at the young man behind him. Tang Wulin was stunned. Does the rain of resentment resent me? Why? What exactly happened? Yuhan, what exactly happened? Why did you become the God Slayer? Tang Wulin asked anxiously. He had a very uneasy feeling. Stop pretending. Are you not going to admit what you did with your own hands? He suddenly turned around and shouted angrily at Tang Wulin. A tear appeared in the corner of his eye. Tang Wulin faltered upon hearing this. What was going on? Hurry up and tell me, Yuhan. What exactly happened? He really didn't know why Yuhan hated him so much. Enough. You're really good at pretending. It was you. Who killed my mother with your own hands? You actually don't remember. Su Yunhan said angrily to Tang Wulin. Boom. Tang Wulin was shocked. He killed Orange with his own hands? How is that possible? Wait, Yuhan. I didn't kill Orange. There must be some misunderstanding here. Tang Wulin said anxiously. Shut up. You don't have the right to call my mother's name. I'm not listening. I saw it with my own eyes. I will never forget your heartless expression. I really can't believe the person who killed my mother could actually be. Su Yunhan's voice was choked with sobs, and his fists were trembling. He really hoped that it was fake. However, he saw it with his own eyes. He couldn't believe that the person who killed his mother was his father, whom he hadn't seen since he was 6 years old. If it was a dream, he really wanted to wake up quickly. However, it was reality. He could only watch weakly as his mother was killed by his father. Even her soul was destroyed. However, his father didn't even look at him and left. It was because of this that he completely changed. He said that he wanted revenge. His spiritual support was to find his father and defeat him with his own hands. It was precisely this spirit that supported him to persevere and survive. His life became cultivation. He worked hard to cultivate. Of course, he got to know 6 girls during this period. Although he didn't know where they came from, they were very good to him. They even treated him as their boss. This made his dark life a little brighter. After his arduous cultivation, he finally succeeded in becoming a god. The shocking thing was that the 6 girls were gods too. Furthermore, he had become a god a long time ago. However, so what if he became a god? His mother's soul had been destroyed long ago. Even if he went to the underworld, there was no way to save his mother. He wanted to find his father as soon as possible. However, he was very clear about the gap between his strength and his father's. To take revenge on his father, they needed to continuously improve their strength and find someone to cooperate with. This process took 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, he finally met his father. He really wanted to kill him to avenge his mother. However, when he really faced him, he realized that he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He was clearly the one who killed his mother. Why couldn't he do it? Yuhan, there must be some misunderstanding. I didn't. Tang Wulin wanted to say something. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. Any explanation is a cover-up, Su Yunhan said coldly. Then, he covered his ears with his hands. Drive the dusk of the gods to Castle Star. The dusk of the gods? Tang Wulin was shocked. That was a dangerous battleship. It was a battleship that had the power to conquer any universe. It was because of this terrifying battleship in Universe 10 that the gods of other universes didn't dare to do anything. Order, that guy, even gave you such a dangerous thing? Tang Wulin was shocked. The young man didn't speak. He looked at the 7 original sins. Take him away. He'll be under your watch. After saying that, he ignored the 7 original sins and disappeared. The 6 deity killers also disappeared together. The huge, terrifying battleship instantly appeared in the sky above Castle Star. Castle Star was the dead planet Tang Wulin and the others were on. In the battleship's detention room. Rather than calling it a detention room, it was more like a luxurious suite. There was a sofa, bed, TV, bathroom, kitchen, and everything else. At this time, Tang Wulin was lying on the bed, thinking about something. He originally wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, after knowing that the deity killer was Su Yunhan, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He simply stayed and didn't resist. Yunhan said that Zhu Zi was killed by me, but that was impossible. After he ascended 10,000 years ago, he never returned to 13 Doloa. Who was it? Who killed Zhu Zi and pushed the blame to me? Are you comfortable here, Lord? The 7 original sins suddenly appeared outside the detention room. It's just a so-so, I guess. At least it's a place for people to live. Tang Wulin lay on the bed and said indifferently, Lord, are you looking down on this kind of detention room? Do you want another one? The girl with the clown mask said, forget it. I'll take this one. Anyway, I don't plan to escape. Before I figure out who killed Zhu Zi, I don't plan to leave. Tang Wulin stood up and looked at the 7 original sins outside. You really don't plan to leave? Lord, do you know? Something big happened on 13 Doloa, the girl with the clown mask said. Tang Wulin was stunned. His face instantly turned cold. Greed, tell me what happened. The Shrek Academy that Lord is in has been destroyed. The girl with the cat mask, who was Sloth, suddenly said, What? Tang Wulin jumped up from the bed, his face full of shock. He wanted to rush out, but he was blocked by an invisible wall. What's going on? Tang Wulin suppressed the volcanic rage in her heart as she looked at the 7 deadly sins. He knew how strong the Shrek Academy was. A force that could destroy the Shrek Academy almost didn't exist on 13 Doloa. This wasn't done by us. We're not so bored as to destroy a school. However, we know who the mastermind is. The girl with the fox mask, who is Desire, said, Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me who it is. Tang Wulin said coldly, It's a cult on your planet, the Holy Ghost religion. They're quite capable. I don't know where they got 2 cannonballs with power comparable to that of the weakest gods. One exploded on Shrek, the other exploded on Tang Min. The girl with the lion mask said, He was arrogant. What? Tang Wulin punched the invisible wall. Class 12 stationary soul cannon. It's those bastards from the Federation. Tang Wulin gritted his teeth. Lord, it might not be just them. It seems that there are many other participants. The other participant is the force that Lord created, the so-called pagoda. The girl with the tiger mask said. She was furious. Crack! Tang Wulin's aura instantly began to soar upon hearing this, and the invisible wall around him began to crack and shatter. Let me out! Tang Wulin slowly raised his head, and his gentle blue eyes had suddenly become crimson with killing intent emanating from them. Forget it, my lord. Who do you think you are? Why are you still so attached to the life of a mortal? Come with us. Have you forgotten? Your grand goal is to conquer the vast starry sky. The girl with the skull mask tried to persuade Tang Wulin. She was jealous. Shut up. Let me out quickly, Tang Wulin said coldly. He punched the transparent wall again. Crack. The crack became bigger and bigger. Sloth, who was wearing a cat mask, slowly took off her mask. She was indeed very beautiful under the mask. Her eyes were very strange, like a spiral mosquito coil that was constantly rotating. When her eyes met Tang Wulin's, a sense of drowsiness instantly welled up in Tang Wulin's heart. He slowly took a few steps back and lay down on the sofa. Ouch, that was close. When Lord is crazy, only Sloth can subdue Lord. Avarice patted Sloth's shoulder. Sloth put on her mask again. Hey, is it really okay for us to do this? Sloth suddenly said. Huh? What do you mean, Sloth? Are you questioning Lord's grand goal? Avarice's tone seemed to be a little unhappy. Questioning? I have never questioned Lord's goal, but, no. Z. Sloth didn't continue because she was sleepy. She directly laid down on the ground, took out a pillow, and fell asleep. The 6 people were instantly speechless. They looked at each other. Well, let's leave this to Sloth. Let's go. The 6 people finished speaking and left. However, just as they left, Sloth slowly opened her eyes, got up lazily, and directly opened the door of the detention room. She slowly walked to Tang Wulin, who was sleeping soundly. She came to him and just looked at him quietly. She slowly carried Tang Wulin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. "My lord, Sloth really wants to help you, but unfortunately, Sloth is the weakest among the sisters. Sloth can't save my lord. Is Sloth really useless?" Sloth's voice was very pleasant to the ears. She dozed off. "Don't worry, lord. Sloth will definitely do my best to save lord." She ground out a talisman from Tang Wulin's body. As expected, Lord likes to hide this kind of thing on his body. A long time ago, she had noticed that Tang Wulin really liked to hide important things on his body. Sloth was the only one who had discovered this by accident. This should be a distress talisman, right? But Lord has almost never used it. Lord is quite confident in his own strength, Sloth said expressionlessly. After saying that, she directly tore the talisman. "Lord, this is all that Sloth can do for you." Sloth dozed off, walked out, closed the door, and fell asleep on the ground. 7 deadly sins. There's a traitor among us. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.